Yeah, well, we're back again. So, people, thank you for watching. The show is over. Just joking. Everybody, welcome in the chat. I'm gonna invite the other panel, so I'll be back in a couple of seconds. Be right back. 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 Can you smell the weed? Or was it just a burning pizza?
Well, hello.
Hello. Sorry,
Hello.
I'm still chewing my sandwich from Wawa.
Welcome, everybody.
How you doing, on? You all right?
Did I make it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you made it, Dave.
What's going
And
on,
we got
guys?
Flat Earth Math, and I think it's Charles.
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Charles.
And it's Vincent, right?
Yeah,
What's
it
going
is
on,
Vincent.
Charles?
Welcome, Charles.
Are you the infamous
I'm sorry,
flattered
Chris.
mouth?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I try to talk to people. I'm sorry. I'm going to invite some other people. I'll be on the background, so let's have some fun.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Are you the infamous flat Earth mouth?
I don't know how infamous I am, but yes, I'm the only one by that name, I think. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. And please don't refer to me as sir. You know, I know it's an American polite thing, but I personally don't like it at all. So, yeah, please.
I'm sorry, you don't like what at all?
Being called sir, I don't like it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not being funny with you. I'm just Chris, or or mate, or buddy, or whatever. I'm just anything but sir, please.
I do apologize. I got a lot of that. Just like respect for one's elders, and also respect for people who you haven't really gotten to know yet. So I just wanted to have an initial stance of respect. So Chris, it's a pleasure meeting you. Where are you from, Chris?
I'm oh no, I'm from my mother and father. Where are you from? No, sorry. I live in West Yorkshire, which is like in the middle of England, but a little bit to the more towards the west coast, rather than it's kind of just below Cumbria. But I grew up on the east coast, but I was born in the northeast, which is I'm sorry, like I'm a bit multicultural. Like I've lived a few different places, so. I'm half Greek as well, and half English and Irish, and so I'm a quarter English, a quarter Irish, and then my father's side of the family are Greek. So that's my heritage. But I've lived mostly in England, but in different places in England.
Good,
Different
fantastic.
counties.
Yeah, I was born and raised just west of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So right now I'm living in a small town west of Philadelphia. It's called Norristown, and my mother still lives in the house that I was raised in, and yeah, she's just about less than 10 miles from me, so I get to see her, quite frequently. She's elderly now, but yeah, I've traveled just a very little bit. I've never been to the UK. I've been to France and Switzerland and Hungary and Germany, and that's about it. Austria. But that was just very, I really am not a very much of a traveler. I'm just kind of a homebody.
Them Europeans are weird, right? Yeah. Them European people.
No, the thing is, people are people, people are people. And one of the things that I really get down on myself about is not learning like 10 words. Like if I'm traveling to, say, Hungary, I should have at least learned how to say please and thank you, and hello and goodbye. I mean, just out of respect, but most of the people in Hungary spoke English anyway, so.
It's not a place I've been to. The only places in Europe that I've actually been to is France, Belgium, Holland, Greek islands, Cyprus, and that's it. That's the only. I've never been into like the more central parts or the Eastern European parts of Europe, and I was taught French in secondary school anyway. So, and the amount of Dutch and the amount of Belgian Flemish that I picked up was absolutely minimal. So please don't feel guilty. I went to South Africa when I was 7 for quite some time, and I didn't.
can speak Dutch for you.
Go on then.
Wat wil je allemaal weten? Wat wil je weten? Wat wil je horen?
What's Dutch for diarrhea?
Diarrhee.
Is it not splatterpoepen?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked a Dutch guy, and he said the slang for it was splatterpoepen. Or is that German?
I think it's German. I never heard of it. Maybe it's a slang from another city or whatever.
It might well be a dialect, yeah.
But I'm living in Holland, in Rotterdam, so I know it's diarrhea.
Diarrhea. Okay. What is your native tongue?
I'm sorry.
What is your normal language? Where are you? Where did you grow up? What nationality did you?
Dutch.
Oh, you are Dutch. Okay, sorry.
Yes, I'm Dutch.
I didn't realize. I thought you were just.
No problem. I'm a European. I speak Europeans.
Okay. I thought you were just living there because you were living there. I didn't.
No. I'm born here. I've been born here. So
you've never heard the word splatterpoepen?
No.
Splatterpoepen.
Oh no, splatterpoepen. You mean splatterpoepen?
Yes, splatterpoepen.
Yeah.
So it's the way I was saying it. Sorry, my mistake.
That's the way you say it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
What does that mean?
If you go to Belgium and you say poepen, it means F word. I'm sorry. So
okay.
I'm going to invite some more people. Bye-bye.
Okay. So hi, Charles. I don't know if we've talked on air before, but you know me. I'm Dave from Kentucky, right?
Dave, Dave from Kentucky. No, we have never spoken. How you doing, sir?
Good.
I'm
good
sorry.
to meet you. Fine. I've listened to a lot of your debates. It feels like I know you, so I've been in the chat a lot and stuff.
Okay.
So I pretty much
Dave,
know where you stand.
Okay, and I can surmise a bit from your avatar that you may be on the other side of the aisle from me.
Well, my avatar pretty much sums up where I'm at. I'm pretty sure it's not a globe, and you know what it is. I don't know.
Okay.
And Chris and I were just discussing that. Is I kind of wish people would. I'm not telling people what to do or nothing, but as a truth seeker, I kind of stick with what I know. And, you know, whatever we're living on, I don't really know, but I can't prove to myself it's a globe, and that's pretty much where I'm at. And the gist of this thing to me is, if it's not a globe and they're lying about it for 500 years, why? Why the big lie? I want to unravel that, peel off the onion, however you want to put it. So that's pretty much where I'm at. I guess you can call me a flat earther. I don't really like that term, but you know, I'm pretty sure it's not a globe.
Okay, fair enough. I do try to be respectful to, you know, to folks who see things differently than me. But one of the things that I do try to do is encourage folks to make measurements and make careful observations, because, you know, if you trust your senses, you know, the Earth is flat. You know, I mean, like, I don't feel any motion and I don't see any curve of the horizon. Boom, you know. So
I measured an 8-mile stretch of a lake here in Kentucky. I got light about a pretty strong laser. I wish I'd videotaped it, but maybe I will next time. But this was just to prove it to myself. And
sure,
I went across 8 miles of water. I was about 6 feet above the line. I know there's refraction and all this stuff that you're going to say. But anyway, I bounced it off a mirror almost 8 miles away.
Okay.
You know, it should have been under like almost 30 feet of curvature.
I would have to.
Right.
I would have to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I would have to concur, and I would say that through my own observations over, you know, traveling long distance over long haul and short haul air flight, and it does definitely appear. And being at the coast several times, I used to live in a county that was right next to the East Coast. So I was a regular visitor to the horizon, not during, you know, one particular season, during many seasons. Also looking at experiments that anybody can do if you look at the given information. And I know this isn't necessarily first hand, as in sight, audio, visual, documentable and photographical information. But if you look at certain land masses, like islands that are off the coast of the UK, and then you look at the maximum height of like, take the Isle of Man for instance, and then you observe several photographs that have come from multiple sources. So what I'm trying to say to you is I've done somewhat my own investigation. However, I've, you know, also experienced being in long haul and short haul flights, and the overwhelming evidence would suggest to me, if I was to disregard what I've been told, and I've got very good reason to do that, which is separate. I don't mean it's not necessarily connected. If I was to disregard the education system which brought me up, and not just me, everybody else, you know, many other people, and compare the weight of evidence, and not only just that, the things that I've heard over the months and over the years of being very well involved in listening to, keeping on top of, looking at documentary evidence, looking at presentations, listening to live streams, listening to various different people from various different backgrounds, from various different educational sets, and listening to that, and obviously taking into account that, you know, that some of these people have got nothing to gain by lying to anybody. They're just recounting their own findings, you know, and they're being very honest and open. And I pride myself on being quite a good judge of character, and I hope anybody else can judge that I'm, you know, a good judge of character. In order to be a judge of character, and you've got to be at somewhat, you know, at ease with yourself and who you are, and open to people judging you. That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is the overwhelming evidence would overall describe the topographical nature of our given visual reality, documented by, if you to go off on other people's, and you can't be in many places at once. You can only observe what's in front of you. It would describe it as being flat, as in overall flat, topographically. rather than you compare that to like a spherical globular sphere planet that is spinning up space. And also, I would like to add that there's no evidence, in my opinion, that we are spinning in any way, shape, or form. That would be the best way for me to surmise and make the overall assertions that we must be on determine our limitations, our reality, our documented available resources, that we are on some kind of flat plane of existence. Yeah, that's what I would say. But I'm not sure whether that is the end of things. So I leave myself open to rather reserving my judgment to absolutely asserting 100% that it's flat, because it may well be that big that it could be spherical, you know, to rule out any kind of other possibility, or, you know, other disregardation of other realities.
There is a great deal of evidence to support, if you just use your observations, you use, you know, what you can see, what you can feel. Great deal of support for the flat Earth. You know, you shoot a laser across a 8-mile stretch of water, or and you can, you know, reflect it off the mirror. You know, it's like, well, that wouldn't happen if the Earth were a globe. But then there's an asterisk, and that's the asterisk is if there were no other physical phenomenon. So, you know, of course, I always talk about refraction, and it's like that's the, and it's not just pixie dust. It's not like I just used the word refraction to just explain away all these observations. It's a very real phenomenon. It can be measured. You can calibrate against it. But it also depends on weather. So I really don't like to make observations on the ground, across the ground. You know, it's kind of like telling somebody, hey, I want you to make this careful observation using this random number generator. You know, and it's like, that's a contradiction of terms. You can't make a careful observation using a random number generator. You know, it's simply not possible. That's why I look at the sky. I look at the sun, the moon, and the stars. And a lot of people, you know, they get on my case. They're like, oh, you know, you're supposed to be looking at the Earth. You know, how are you supposed to tell anything about the Earth if you're just looking up in the sky? And well, the thing is, you have to use a little bit of deduction. And it's, you know, it takes a little bit to get your mind around, but you can conclude, you know, some very interesting things if you very, very carefully study the sky, not casually, but very carefully study the sky. And that's really where I like to head, because refraction is such a bear. You know, trying to find curvature by looking for curvature, very, very hard.
So, Charles, I'm curious, have you seen the one where the guy does the 2 mountain elevations?
Yeah. Yes, the mountain of evidence.
Does that one take refraction out of the equation or not?
I don't believe he's doing... The thing is, he's not sighting across a body of water, so refraction isn't really playing a huge role in that observation. If you get off the water, you know, if you're talking about you're on one hillside and you're looking over at another hillside, I wouldn't think refraction would play a huge role. It really, really messes things up if you're like right on the water and you're trying to, you know, do like what I call obstruction. If you're trying to look for obstruction across a body of water, refraction really messes you up big time because you're right on the water. But his video was very fascinating. But there were some systematic errors that he introduced that he did not correct for. One of them was the leveling of the camera at the very final image that he makes, the one he draws his whole conclusion on. The camera itself is not even level. And
how do you know it's not level?
Because there are other clues. There's a radio antenna. There's a fire tower, so you can actually see. And also, with a cell phone, he took a picture of the camera sitting up in the tree, and you could just visually see that the camera is not level. And then so he's drawing conclusions about this peak over here on the left and this peak over here on the right, and he doesn't have a level line. So, you know, I mean, he spent weeks, if not months, on that project, and so I don't want to discount, you know, all the really hard work this guy put in. I mean, he got so many scrapes, and, you know, he really worked hard on that. But at the end of the day, there were some, you know, some very key systematic errors that really kind of messed up his findings.
That would bring the question: why would he go to all that trouble and then not have the camera level? But I'm not saying it was. So, you know.
Yeah, no, Dave, that's a fair question, and you're not going to like my answer, but it really has to do with faith.
Right.
And I really don't mean to disrespect anybody, but I've been, you know, debating people and, you know, participating in chats and conversations and stuff. And
Hey,
for
we're
some
talking about
people,
somebody using a scientific method, and you're pointing out that maybe he didn't, right?
well, no, what I'm saying is that he was blind to some of the systematic errors that he was introducing, because I believe his faith in the flat Earth is very strong.
He had a bias. He had a bias going into the research.
But I'm thinking that his bias is unconscious. You know, I really don't think he did it on purpose. You know.
Yeah. This is where you've got to be careful, in my humble, honest opinion, and I have tried in my limited capacity to debate the finer points of this with people from all walks of life, ages and education standpoints and achievements and stuff. And you've got to be very careful, because at a certain point they will ask you a question whether, you know, you are, and it might come down to a very, very fine point of a particular physiological experiment which heavily relies on a debatable physics outcome, and then you've got to get into the debate of whether you trust your judgment or you know, your interpretation of physics on one point against somebody else's education, or whether it be the other way around, or, you know, or even sometimes whether it be a faith-based thing, as in, you know, whether they're referring to, which is another thing. I find it rather contentious in this issue, so that's why I choose to remain reserved in my absolution, in my definitive explanation of where we are really. You know, if somebody was to say, look, come on, Chris, level with me, or, you know, let's be right here, where do you think we are really? I would have to reserve judgment, because of there not being enough evidence either way to prove anything definitively. And I know that you can remain like that on anything. I know that it's always to remain open. You have that choice. However, in this certain circumstance, it is difficult. The one standpoint that I would come to, that I would remain firm on, would be that there's certainly not enough evidence, and certainly not enough physics or mathematics or explanations or scientific findings to prove to me and many other people, not just me, that we are on the current heliocentric spinning globe ball model. I think that would be a great standpoint for many people to unite on and take things forward. I really do. I feel that in my soul and heart. I really do. Sorry to interject there.
You're good. I got a
Chris,
question for Charles while I'm thinking about it, though. You're a teacher,
Dave.
right? You're a teacher, right, Charles?
Yeah.
I'm
Yes, I am.
curious if you can't answer this, don't answer it. But are the kids that you're teaching any of them talking about any of these topics? Or I know you're a math teacher, right?
Yeah. I'm a math teacher.
But you know
That's a good question. No, you know, when I hear the kids' conversations, they're really more talking about teenage stuff. You know, musical groups and what is it? Anime. You know, basically some of the pop culture pop culture entertainment for teenagers.
Video games and shit.
You know, video games, anime, music. Those are the types of things. So it has. I haven't heard it come up in conversation.
Okay.
So
well, You know the science teacher, though. You hang out with him. Have you told him about the debate that you're involved in?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. One of my best friends. I've been friends with him since I was 15 years old. So for 15, 16, 17, 18 years that we've known each other. He is a mainstream secondary education teacher, and he has never ever once Skype messaged me, emailed me, or communicated with me and said, "Oh, it's funny that you know," because he knows what he knows what I'm interested in and stuff like that. He's never once said to me, "Oh, it's funny you should say that." One of the kids was discussing it, and he would have done. He would have made a point of like saying to me. So yeah, I would have to agree from the experience that I've had limitedly, and from only just one perspective in England. It hasn't necessarily come up on the radio to the point where he's wanted to mention to me that kids were discussing it in class or before class or after class.
Yeah. It's just a question I was curious about, since Charles is a teacher, you know, what he could answer about it.
One interesting thing though, last year I was teaching in a big city high school. I've since moved over to their cyber school program, but the teacher right next door to me, her father was a space shuttle astronaut.
Really?
And I got to meet him, and you know, just very down to earth guy. I think he was a mission specialist. You know, wasn't a pilot or anything.
Hilarious.
I'm sorry.
Just that you said down to earth, that's kind of funny, but go ahead.
Yeah, right down to earth. That's so funny. And so yeah, I had a little conversation with him about, you know, the flat earth debate, and then also talking to his daughter, who is a fellow teacher, and how, you know, they had moved down to, I don't know, was it Texas, either Texas or Florida, you know, when he was in his astronaut training, and she was still in school age. But I mean, like, you can, you know, there's like a Wikipedia page on him. You know, the last name was Apt, A-P-T, is his name. So it was, you know, it's just kind of interesting that got to shake hands with an astronaut. But you know, the thing is, a lot of people don't realize, like, my take on this is not to regurgitate what I've been taught, because I do not trust the government, you know, as far as I can throw it. You know, I'm really a libertarian. Hold on a second. I gotta go. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, child emergency. Go ahead. Kids come first, man.
Was that the Coriolis effect?
Think so.
No, it's gravity. Definitely gravity. Definitely gravity.
So Vince, we ended the last show. I was asking Chris a question. He was going to answer it. I'll ask you too, if you want to talk for a second. Where do you see the state of the current, whatever you want to call all this fellow truth seekers that are trying to get the truth out there and find out why they lied to us? Where do you see the status of this movement on YouTube or whatever? Got an answer to that, Vince? Or is Obama in jail?
I can give my answer if he, you know, if he's.
I thought he was listening, but go ahead, Chris.
You really want me to give my answer?
I'm sure the audience wants to hear. We got 20 people watching. They're interested in this flat Earth discussion. So,
okay. Well,
where do you see us at right now? Sum it up.
I think we've already had a chance. I think that the time of the pinnacle of popularity has come and gone. I really do. I think the best thing that we can hope for now is uniting and getting rid of all the silly speculation, getting rid of all the unprovable, not completely getting rid of them, but, you know, and not including them in any kind of message that we want to put out to the masses, because it would be much easier for us to unite and disprove the current spinning globe ball model as a united collective of people that certainly didn't believe in the currently presented global model. I think that was our best bet in order to unite, put our differences beside, be very firm and affirm the affirmation that we can't possibly be where they tell us we are, and then unite on that front, and then between us all we can give literally hundreds of reasons why we can't possibly be where we are. I mean, like a high percentage of them are very, very high caliber, unanswerable things that we can just absolutely resort to, that, you know, we can whittle it down to the best possible questions and evidence to disprove the currently propaganded spinning globe ball heliocentric model. And I think if we all did that and united on that front, I think our chance of reaching a wider audience would increase massively. And it you know, it doesn't take much for us to just disregard our further on speculation of where we are really, to move back to a certain, you know, a certain mentality, a certain standpoint where we all are firm on, and we all have absolutely no chance of moving on, and we've got shed loads of excellent points together, and we can reaffirm and we can back each other up, and we can work together, and we can really ask some serious questions. And I know that there's going to be questions after that once they can't answer them, you know, on a mass scale, but they're the questions that are just going to potentially bring this system down, because we can all move back to a point. It's hard to move forward sometimes, but sometimes it's much easier to move backwards and you know, re-coordinate, get to a point where we're all united again in the absolute assertion that we can't possibly be where they tell us we are. And these are the many reasons why, and we can all do that easily. And if we all did that, then we would be much stronger, much stronger.
I say it's a pretty good summation of, you know, what we need to be focusing on is we look at our common threads instead of our differences. And, you know, any group of humans is going to have a lot of differences and all these personality conflicts and everything, but no curvy water, we're not spinning. Why can't we just focus on that? Why they lie to us, you know?
Exactly. You know, even if it's like a top 5 of things, like one of which being like there's no curvature, the second which, you know, we can't possibly be spinning, the third of which being, you know, we never went to the moon and we can't have done, the fourth of which is like space has never been proven, and the fifth of which is we can't gain or whatever it may be, the strongest ones. It doesn't have to be them. It can be just like the strongest ones that we all agree on the most.
Right.
You know, a top 5 that we can all, you know, we can all like pitch in. And even if like the last 2 of the top 5 are contentionable, you know, at least the top 3 are absolutely like totally solid, you know, even if.
Looks like Charles's kid's okay. He types in the chat. You there, Charles?
Yeah. All right, Dave and Chris. I'm so sorry I had to rush out like that. My daughter, like my kids they like to slide down the stairs on their butts. My 2 boys, and I think my daughter was trying to slide down the stairs a little bit on her butt, and I think she got tired of sliding on her butt, and so she kind of turned around, and she was only like 4 steps up, but she turned around facing the stairs, and just somehow she kind of lost her balance and went over backwards and kind of hit her head on the landing. But I think it was more of a shock, you know, that, you know, it scared her. But these kids are pretty tough.
Okay, she's okay. So
yeah. She's great. I just need to comfort her.
She got affected by gravity a little bit, didn't she, Charles?
It was density. density was at play here. But so one interesting thing, Chris, you were listing like your top 5, and
yeah,
it's really
I forgot to include the proving of gravity. That would be in my top 5, definitely. Sorry to interject,
Sure.
but yeah, like my top 5 would be like there's no curvature. The rotation can't be proven. There's no solid proof of gravity, and I don't know what the other 2 would be, but I'm absolutely open to
Curvy water.
Yeah, that would be tied in with there's no curvature, though. Surely,
I guess, but to me they're kind of distinctive things. But anyway, go ahead.
well, what they would say that a molecule of water was drawn down, and that's how the water.
You took the
but that wouldn't explain that how the water is flat. It wouldn't explain that. Also, another argument to that is like if you were to put a curved surface in a swimming pool, like there is, it's still the top of it remains flat, but that doesn't explain how molecules of water would be evenly attracted to the center of the Earth. They would represent the shape of, it wouldn't explain that.
Yeah. So what I was going to jump in with was that the folks who criticize people who believe in the globe, they say, well, you just believe that because you've been taught that, the childhood education, it's all in the media and it's all in the logos for Universal Studios, etc. But then they'll turn around and they'll just repeat things that they've heard from flat Earth videos. And so, it's like they're accusing us of one thing, but then they turn around to do the same thing. And my take on it is that, these are very honest concerns, curvy water, gravity. I forget what some of the other ones were, no curvature, but these are genuine topics that are worthy of discussion. What'd you say?
Moon landings, NASA's.
I mean, the thing about the moon landings is that, if you really wanted to pull on that thread, you could actually find out, how the moon landings were done. I mean, initially, you may say, well, it's ridiculous.
No, they lost all the telemetry data, right? They taped over it. Go ahead.
No, but just like you don't save your maintenance records for your old, Honda. The loss of telemetry data, right?
Whoa! Hang on a second. Like, how is Dave's Honda comparable to the greatest achievement in modern
lunar lander?
So
that isn't even important on that scale. It's not even
But here's the thing: the telemetry data and the loss of the telemetry data is only important if you're looking for conspiracy. The thing is, if you don't even have the computers that the reel-to-reel tapes fit on, like those computers have been thrown out, 30 years ago, then what would you do with a stack of reel-to-reel tapes with a bunch of ones and zeros on them? It's like the people don't understand. They haven't saved, they haven't saved the
Have you ever heard of transferring stuff to new technology? You can take old tapes and put them on a CD or whatever.
Not just that. There's been many machines that have been created that have bridged the gap of time. Multiple width playing reel-to-reels that you can set at different distances to play many. The heads of them are oversized, so they can read it at any width or anything. So
right. But so. The thing is, NASA is a government agency, and government agencies are going to have bureaucracy. So yeah, the loss of the telemetry data, that was an oops. Okay. But the thing is they're not trying to put together a case in a court of law, and they're like, oh, well, we need the telemetry data to help prove our case. It's like, if you do a thing, if you accomplish a thing, like you accomplished it, you don't turn around and say, well, how can I prove it to people? And so it's the mindset is completely different from, say, a flat earther or just somebody who believes in that we didn't go to the moon. Forget the shape of the Earth.
That would be fine. That would be absolutely fine if they had the solid evidence that they'd been to the moon in the first place. And if you look at all of it, even if you separate it into different categories and scrutinize it heavily, they don't. So that would be absolutely fine if they had that, but they don't have the absolute hard, solid evidence that they ever went to the moon in the first place.
Well, okay, but Chris, what would be an example of such hard evidence? Because if I were to say moon rocks, somebody's going to bring up the Netherlands and how there was this petrified wood in some museum,
photograph.
But
okay, can I answer?
I mean, the thing is, the actual film from the Hasselblad cameras.
Can I answer? Can I answer your question?
Archive. Yes.
Absolute hard evidence would be at least a few, or at least, well, even one photograph on the lunar surface of, say, the solar system or the planet that was in correct proportions to the figures that and the sizes, the distances and the sizes given to us over distance, over proportions, how they should appear in the sky, and not even that's been presented. Also, then photographs as well. Many photographs. They depict multiple light sources. It's it's silly. It's like, not just that, the footage that they provided of them driving around in the rover. They're kicking up dust at completely the wrong kind of gravitational throw in order to where that it gets silly. Also, hard evidence as well would be a regular, more modern, zoomed-in photograph of the landing site with all the equipment that they're left behind, including the rover, and they've never provided any of that. They really haven't.
Well, the lunar, what is it? The lunar reconnaissance. There's some satellite that they sent up that it was basically, it's mapping essentially the surface of the moon, with the best optics that they have, and they have photographed the landing sites. Of course, it would not convince anybody who believes it's a fake, because if you see these things, you'll just see, pixels. You'll say, oh, look at all these pixels. But to the people who actually studied these like if you study the mission logs, you say, okay, so we went, 2 kilometers to the west, and then we studied this crater, and then we walked on foot, and then here's where we drove the lander. So people have studied this stuff to death, and then now they're sending, the lunar reconnaissance, satellite, and then they've actually taken pictures, and you can actually follow the tracks.
So how come they've never
landing site?
I'm not going to convince you, but it does.
How come they've never been back then? I know it's expensive to do that kind of thing.
It is expensive,
especially with calculator technology. It's expensive to pull off something like that with the same technology that you would use in a calculator. However, why have they? If they've got a budget, they could have saved up for 2 years. If they've got a budget of $17.5 billion a year, for instance, NASA, surely they could have saved up for 3 years and said, let's just not do anything for 3 years, or let's petition the government and put it in the public interest and say, shall we go back? Yeah, let's go back. And then the funding would have been created. So how come they've never done it again?
And the great thing is they could always reuse those studios in New Mexico. So, there wouldn't be other laws.
What's up?
So there's your explanation of whether it's true or false. It's like if we didn't actually go, then it wouldn't be anything to just, film Apollo 19, Apollo 20, Apollo 21, just, reuse the same sets,
And then, of course, it would come down to confirmation bias because you didn't believe it in the first place. Because of, I get it, man. I get it. I just look. I'll level with you without all of the, the back and forth and the BS and so.
Sure.
I can't. There hasn't been enough presented evidence to prove to me that, especially the photographical evidence of them on the moon coming out the lunar lander and all the depiction of the lunar lander, the shadows, I just can't accept it as real as truth, and the distances and just the logistical and safety and all that and all of the things.
So but the thing is that the points that you're raising right now, these aren't proofs, these are doubts.
Okay.
These are doubts. You know, like the thing I got to tell you is, like, I come from an engineering background. I also come from a photographic background. I used to be a black and white chemical darkroom photographer.
Do you know anything about? Do you know anything about?
Years.
Do you know anything about valves and seals?
I don't. I mean, I know a tiny little bit, but I'm not a you know, valves and seals
All right.
engineer. I am aware of Mark Sargent's interview with the valves and seals guy, but
Yeah, I am not a valves and seals expert. However, I do understand O-rings and stuff like that. And I've got very, very limited knowledge. Like, I use O-rings and stuff in this, and they perish over time, especially if you expose them to even moderate heats. They expose, and eventually they get perished, and they don't perform the same jobs.
Not the ones on the ISS.
No, this is what I'm, man. Honestly, there's so many. That's just one of them. Let me name some others.
Well, yeah, let's not get into a gish gallop, because if you're going to raise an issue, I'd be happy to discuss that issue. But a gish gallop is when you just sort of shotgun,
okay.
and
All
it's
right.
like
Wait.
a whole lot of things.
Charles, what's the definition of a gish gallop?
Oh, I don't know what the definition is, but it's named after I think it's a young Earth creationist named Gish, or maybe he was anti-evolution or something. But he would, in live debate, he would just shotgun like 15 pieces of evidence.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. No, you're right.
You can't refute, you know.
Yeah,
Gotcha. I see it.
Yeah, you can't answer every one of them in your response, and then they try and say that you haven't answered like 5 of your points afterwards.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you just win by bludgeoning.
The other factor.
Well, let's just stick on valves and seals here.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, but before you were talking about valves and seals, what I was trying to introduce, because you know you were raising some very good issues, but the thing is, most people don't have an engineering background, and I do. Most people don't have a black and white darkroom photographic background. I do. You know, not that I'm an expert.
You'll probably be able to pick me up on a few points. I get it. So
okay,
yeah.
I mean, not that I'm an expert.
Charles,
I'm not trying to
look at those
I'm not trying to portray myself as an expert.
I'm an expert.
But my, you know,
I'm an engineer and I'm an expert. I do valves, I do gears, I make everything you want.
He is actually.
Well,
but you know, and another problem is
for a maintenance guy.
Another problem is, Chris, is Charles is a true believer. So anything that you might bring up, and I don't mean disrespect, I'm just saying, anything you might bring up, he is going to do whatever mental acrobatics necessary in order to confirm
I haven't even asked.
they are there.
I haven't even asked Flat Earth Math what his position is yet. So he knows mine. So I don't even know. So let's just not. Whoa, hang on a second. I haven't asked for any of you to come in and back me up here. So I'm not being.
Well, no, I was just saying, hey. You remember me, Chris?
Yes, I do. Of course I do. Thank you very and I know you, and all respect to you. Yeah, I'm Cathesis. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong. How do I pronounce it properly?
Cathexis.
Cathexis. Cathexis.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I remember you when I was debating Jeremy, and the other guy jumped in, and I was just like, it was like getting light, and I was just like, oh, I've got like. 2 against 1 here, and I started losing it as well. I started like getting angry and kind of losing my cool and being fatigued and stuff. And you came in and helped me out, and thank you very much for that. I do remember. Yeah,
it was a great talk, man. And that was the first hangout I had ever done. Actually,
I think it was one of my. It was either the first or the second ever live hangout that I hosted. So thank you for that. But going back to Flat Earth Math. Before I introduced valves and seals, there was a point that you were making. So can we get back to that, please?
So the thing is, you were listing a couple issues of why you don't believe that we went to the moon. And, you're talking about safety, and you're talking about there was a few other items that are valid concerns, and the concerns can be addressed by either researching or talking to somebody who knows more. Like I'm just talking off the top of my head for a lot of this stuff. So people are like, Flat Earth Math, you're just making this stuff up. But I will say that every time I've pulled on a thread where I've seen somebody, they kept the same backdrop on all these photos. Well, then I pulled on that thread and I learned about the moon geology and about the different landing sites. And I learned a whole lot, so I'm grateful for that. But I found that the claim fell apart. The same backdrop fell apart once I examined it. And I'm telling you, every single time I've done that, where I take one little claim and I really burrow and I learn as much as I can on it, the hoax claim falls apart. Not that I'm an expert. I'm just saying that's been my experience, you know?
Okay, that's fair enough. Is it, if we can, like, I completely don't mind constructing the rest of this conversation when, like, I feel it's the right time to talk, and if it's not the right time and I'm interrupting you or talking over you, just tell me and I will shut up and wait for you to finish talking. Is that all right? And
yeah. No, and the thing is, we're just people. We're just talking. We're just guys talking.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Respectful, civil conversations. All we're looking for, right, guys?
Yeah. Respectful. Yeah. So like if I'm like trying to dominate or trying to talk or interrupt you, or just say, Chris, I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you just give me a few seconds? Whatever, okay. But what I would say to that is, you can't. I suppose you can. I suppose you can use a composite of a photograph in order to put different composites together, which may conflict in the shadow arrangement, being there supposedly one source of light, in order to produce to the public, and that could well be an answer, as in why there are multiple lines of shadows that are clearly showing different light sources. There could well be compositions of different photographs taken in the same circumstance put together in order to compile something which is presentable to the public. But there's also other photographs of, like, I would say the maybe even, like, say if you were to take my hand as a judgment to the top of the frame, maybe one fifth of the top of the skyline edited in afterwards, which is clearly a different shade of black to the bottom 4/5 of the composition. It's things like that that really reaffirm to me, that these things are composites, and if why not just produce the whole raw thing, and there may well be, and supposedly there is raw photographs that show one directional shadow, as in one light source, but compared to the other ones, I would say, well, why is that inconsistent, and why many other things, like why does the
well, can I address that point before you go to another point?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing about the multiple light sources, for starters, there's entire websites devoted to these archives. Every single photo they took from Apollo has a serial number. It has an extensive backstory, and so if you want to take a look at, like, one photo, I mean, there's probably an entire page of text just describing one photo. So what I would always say, and this is the thing I'm always finding, is people take away the captions. They have a video montage, but they don't give you the captions. And then so I do my homework and I find the caption, and then I discover, I discover the truth. So I would say if you see in one photo that there's multiple light sources, then, like, let's go ahead and take a look at that photo. I mean, not obviously right now. I mean, this is now in the fly, but multiple light sources. For example, Earth is 4 times bigger in the moon's sky than the moon is in our sky. I don't know if you're aware of that, just doing the geometry. So that if it's a full moon on Earth, if it's a full moon, I mean, it's practically bright enough for you to, like, read a large print book. Okay, a full moon is extremely bright. Now imagine something in the sky that is 4 times bigger than the full moon, and that's the Earth. Okay, so multiple light sources. You've got Earth shine. And then you also obviously have reflections off the lunar surface, and you have reflections off of the lunar lander itself, as well as off the astronaut suit. So there's every single time I've investigated one of these claims, I'm telling you, and you don't have to believe me, but it's like, if I look at it with a critical eye, that's what I find. It's a very, it's not that I'm just trying to explain away everything like Cathexis was saying, like, no matter what
Love
you
you,
come up with,
Charles.
I'm just gonna explain it away, because I've got this, I don't know, confirmation bias or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like, I mean, if
confirmation
I
bias.
really examine it, if I really, really do a deep dive, I find that there's a common sense explanation for the phenomenon in question.
Okay. How about, for instance, certain presented Apollo pictures have the crosshairs of the Hasselblad camera, which is mounted to the chest. And when it's mounted to the chest, there is no viewfinder. You just have to stand and point and hope for the best. By the way, that isn't a main inclusion in my argument that I'm presenting now. But how come that certain portions of the photograph present objects that are in front of and objects that are behind of the crosshairs of the Hasselblad viewfinder, which is presented in the raw photographs, and this is, if you really look at it and scrutinize it, these are items that should be all behind the crosshair viewfinders of the Hasselblad camera.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I like what you said about if you really examine, and that's the key. Is if you were to take one of these and you were just to say, okay, the crosshairs are behind object X, okay, and then just say, well, how would they do that? Like let's say it's a fake set, they're faking the moon landing, they're faking this photograph. How exactly would all the other crosshairs be in front of the object, but that one crosshair be behind that one astronaut? And it literally doesn't make any sense. Like
if
not
it's
even from
done
not
in
even from a
post,
fakery,
Charles.
not even from a fakery perspective.
No, if it's done in post, if it's layers, it's
no, but I mean,
reasonable.
it doesn't. If it were done in post, then they wouldn't have put the one crosshair behind that one astronaut and all the other crosshairs. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, that's an assumption.
So
it looks like it's a manipulation of layers, and they made a mistake.
Well, okay, but let me.
Looks like.
Can
Have you used Photoshop before?
Let me finish my point, because
I'm sorry.
from a fakery perspective, the it's called a fiducial, doesn't make sense being behind just that one astronaut in that one photo. Okay, so if you then take a look at it from a non-fakery perspective and say, well, what is the honest answer? And then it's all a matter of light and shadow. And the only time you ever see a fiducial that looks like it's behind somebody is when that something is bright. It's brightly illuminated. I've never seen a fiducial that is behind something that was not brightly illuminated. So it's like, well, that's a very strange coincidence, or maybe it's not a coincidence. And if you understand anything about black and white film and about exposure, then it's really simple to imagine that the white of the astronaut is overwhelming the black of the fiducial.
The thing is, the crosshairs are on a glass screen which protects the very front lens of the camera, so it would be absolutely impossible to paint it underneath anything else. That's the whole point. It would just be no light refraction, no reflection or anything would make it appear behind. It's on a glass screen. It's painted on a glass square, black glass square, which protects the lens.
So what I'm I totally get that. It's the fiducial should appear in front of literally everything in the scene, but when they were photographing something that was bright, the fiducial was obliterated, and so people say, well, it's behind, and it's like, well, you can't tell if it's behind something if you just can't see it. Either it's behind it or you just can't see it. And in the case of them photographing a white astronaut, a white spacesuit, it's obliterated. Sure.
The light particles just happen to obscure that particular part of the line, just as it was passing at the edge of the. I find it hard to believe.
It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's by definition. See, that's the thing. I'm not saying that it was a coincidence that you can't see the fiducial. I'm saying by definition you can't see the fiducial, because of the brightly colored astronaut. And you know, you could do a deep dive on this. You could find every single image where the fiducial is obscured, and you'll find it's always by something that's bright.
Okay.
It's never being obscured by something that is even gray or dark.
Right. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Let's rule that one out as well.
So, can I give you a real quick anecdote? Just a real quick anecdote. 30 seconds.
Go for it.
So I was watching a rocket launch video taken down in Florida, and the guy was in a parking lot, you know, shooting some I don't know, Falcon 9 or something, you know, taking off. And there's telephone poles. There's telephone poles in the parking lot, and there was some wires crossing the scene. And so when the guy panned his camera up, shooting, you know, filming this thing, and it was at night. It was a nighttime rocket launch. Literally, the fire of the rocket, which was 2 miles away. Sorry, that's my son having a tantrum. The fire went in front of the telephone wires. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself in a second.
That's fine, man. If you
let's welcome our new panelist.
So the point is, the rocket's 2 miles away, and the flame appears to go in front of telephone wires that are 50 feet away, and it's because of the overwhelming light. All right, I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta take care of this.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, brother.
Hello, proprietor.
Welcome, Zach. And Issa was here for a second, but what's up, Zach?
Hey man, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, long time no speak.
Hey, for sure, dude.
Yeah, you kind of went MIA.
I did. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I didn't mean to leave you high and dry or whatever. I just got.
Oh, you guys know each other?
Yeah.
You guys know each other too?
You didn't leave. Yeah, you didn't leave me high and dry or nothing. It was just I just was like, hey, you just kind of disappeared in your channel. Disappeared. I kind of figured you're just taking a break and things. I
was playing Overwatch. Got to.
Oh, okay.
I'd already got sick of it by then. I was just like, no, I need some time out, man. I really need.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what do I do? I cannot go on YouTube anymore because I've deleted my channel. What do I do now with okay, let's play Overwatch. I got what am I now, like 455 or something, and I haven't even played for like weeks. But yeah,
nice. I've been wanting to play that so much.
Getting people saying to me, "Oh man, you are really you're level this, and you're really shit at this game." I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You're really shit at this game. You just anyway. But yeah, just got into ensuing arguments, and then I got banned for a day, and then the way that they do it, because you pay for the game, they don't ban you. They just they silence you. So you can't do anything in chat. You can't even do in global chat. Nothing. You can't speak. Nothing. And then it got to like 1 day. And then it got to 2 because they double it every time. And then it's like I'm at about I don't know. I think I'm about 6 days now. Next time will be like 12 days or whatever. Well, it goes like 1, 2, 4, 8, and I think I might be at 8. I'm not sure. Which is like nearly 2 weeks. Next time will be like 4 weeks. So just telling people how shit they are at this game. Just like, well, I've been playing computer games since I was 12 and I'm 33. What are you talking about? I'm shit at this game. Anyway, but yeah, that's what I did with my time.
Mason time.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm kind of the same way when it comes to video games. I'll start cracking out and I get a little aggro on the mic, but I don't know. For me, that's kind of the enjoyment too, though. It's like, why have a mic for video games and play online if you're not gonna, use it?
Yeah. I started inventing my own words, like putting a long string of offensive words together, but in like in nice alliteration succession, and just inventing my own offensive words and calling them that, and it's just like they don't ban you. You have to get really, really bad until they ban you. It's like, and these people are saying, how are you? Because they're losing at the game, right? Because of their own shitness. And I say, how are you this level and you're this shit at this game? And then obviously the blame game. This is the worst thing. The blame game ensues to the maximum. The absolute. It's like, who can we blame? Let's blame the highest level because he's supposed to be carrying us. Like,
well, they usually blame it on your connection or their connection. They're like, oh, you're lagging. You know, that's why I'm shooting you and you're like skipping across the screen. Or they're like, oh, my connection's really shitty. That's, you know, why.
Well, the thing is, I'd mostly play like either tank characters or support characters or ancillary characters. So that there's no like it's even when I was like, I thought, oh, these guys are really shit. I'm just gonna have to carry them. So I play like a sharpshooter character or somebody who did most of the work basically, and I'd carry them. I just got fucking bored of carrying people. I'm just like fucking, you know. And then it gets into competitive mode, and you go into competitive mode where they take it extra. They treat it like a sport. It's like fucking, you know, it's like insulting to them that they've lost. It's like they've lost some self-respect if they lose a game, even one game. It's like, what are you talking about? We all tried our hardest. They were just better than us. You know, why are you so? And then they just like, as long as the chat ensues, as long as like they've got a connection and then the server ends, they'll just be like insulting you for ages. And I just got sick of it. I just thought, you know what, I'm fucking sick of this. I will just play whatever I want. And I just started playing the same characters, the worst possible characters, and got really, really, really good at them characters, and started carrying them with them characters, like literally the ancillary characters, like, or whether it be a healer, ancillary or support, and then just be that good at the character, and then like get 40, 50. In fact, I got up to 70 kills in one round, which is only like 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 70 kills in 4 minutes. You know, and then they still, like, when they start, they go, why are you choosing that character? Because I'm so sick of dickheads like you being.
Yeah, because it's too easy for me to whip your ass with a good character.
Yeah, I don't want to carry.
Like, I don't want to really talk smack.
I don't want to carry you, shit fuckers. I don't want to carry you. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of carrying you, bastards. And anyway, it got a bit like that, and I started getting a little bit vocal and on the mic and stuff. Hello, wankers. Is it time for me to carry you again? Like, because I'm like level 350 and they're like 90, and they're just going, do you know what to choose? And I'm just like, well, yeah, you know. Anyway, I'm about 455 now.
Wow.
Anybody else is even. I played today actually, and all the characters that I saw were like 100, 180, 200, 300. So yeah, I played like a lot to begin with. Learned the whole game, learned all the characters.
The game looks amazing. I haven't gotten to it yet.
It is really good. Do you know what the shittest part about it is? The other people that play it with you. The other people that play it with you. Honestly, that is the shittest.
Well, here, hey Chris, I want to say something. Probably about 6 months ago, it's probably 7 or 8 now, before the game came out, there was a period where they had kind of an invite-only tournament for this game. Yeah, I don't know if you had noticed this.
Yeah, I was.
Do you know the group, the top people who won it? It's a group of 4 guys who named their shit Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
They're called Flat Earth.
Yeah, Team Flat Earth.
Yes,
fucking amazing.
For a while, actually.
I was watching it on Twitch. I was watching it all.
That's so awesome, dude. Yeah, I was watching it too.
Some of their members are still now the top players in the world because they split up.
Yeah, Adderall goes a long way.
Yeah,
I think when I first saw that Team Flat Earth, I think I actually PM'd you, Chris. I was like, hey, there's this team playing on Twitch right now called Team Flat Earth, and you're like, oh yeah, I already know about that. I've already seen them. I'm like, I was all ecstatic about it.
Pretty awesome though.
No, they were. I mean, they were really, really good. They've changed the game a lot since then. So you can only pick 1 player per team in tournament or competitive, and they've nerfed a lot of characters and stuff. But like, I was getting to. It was ridiculous, man. I was getting one particular character before they changed a lot of things. I could not be killed. Honestly, like, it was even difficult without a healer. But then you put a healer into the ground, I could not be killed. And every time I was killed, you press your ultimate because you've built up so much kill power that you get your ultimate. Then you eject out of the character, and then as soon as you get enough like body shots with that character, so you basically eject out of this character into a really slim female character, and then what you do is you just go right back and retreat and just take long shots, build up the ultimate, and then you eject back into you just can't be killed, and it's just it gets ridiculous. You like get to 70, 75, like, well, the most I ever did was 70, and I was really trying, you know. But there's other players as well that have got well over 100 in 1 4-minute match, you know, and that, you know, because people don't learn sometimes when they just come. Once you start farming them, they don't realize it takes a while until somebody says in chat, dickheads, stop it, let's regroup and let's go as a team and pick different characters, because they're just farming us for kills, and you get to spawn kills and all that, and it gets silly, it gets really silly. But yeah, I mean when I did the 70, I don't think it was at that point. It was at a point of a very competitive match where we were kind of very even, but it was just a very high kill match, so it wasn't like me getting to a point where the other team were just being really stupid and just walking into kills. It was a really high point. It was really good, you know. Had some great games, but the majority of them, the shittest thing about that game is the other people that play it, you know, unless you're in a really dedicated clan. And I did get into clans. I got into various different ones from Europe and some English ones and a couple of pugs and stuff, but you know, you end up falling out because they end up thinking, like, if you're having a bad spot, think you're like the hindrance, you're bringing their team down, and especially when you queue up as a competitive, they only queue you with other people that are like of similar team sizes. So if you're in a pre-made of like 3, 4, 5, or even 6, they will queue it to anybody else who's in that pre-made. So you've got no chance of progressing unfairly, you know.
Yeah. So hey, what is the Flat Earth Math guy coming back? I actually jumped in here because
no, Zach. The thing is, I do have to take off. Thank you so much, Zach, for jumping in, and I do apologize, Chris and Dave and everybody else. It was my 4.5-year-old son. You know, wanted something, and I was kind of putting him off because I was right in the middle of a conversation, and so he had a little bit of a tantrum. So
totally understandable.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Charles.
Yeah.
Charles, man,
Vincent, Dave, it was a pleasure meeting you. Chris as well.
Yeah, thank
Zach,
you, man.
I really hope we can talk again.
Thank you very much for some coherent, intelligent conversation. I think it's absolutely great for us to question our not necessarily firm assertions, and it's only been a service to my learning abilities and capacities. So thank you for that, and I hope it's been the same for you too.
Yes. I always enjoy these conversations, and thank you everybody for your kindness, cathexis as well. It's always a pleasure.
Favorite globe shill.
Have a good night.
Unpaid shill. You gentlemen have a good night.
You're always welcome. Bye-bye.
Man.
Okay, thanks.
Peace on the plane.
So I must say I was kind of rude in the chat. I think I said the word moron or something, and I probably shouldn't have done that. But that's kind of why I jumped in here, because I really wanted to ask him a few questions. But one being, if there was anything possible that he's seen that would even put a shadow of a doubt of whether or not we've been to the moon or not. You know, it sounds to me like he's completely convinced. Like there's
what
no
I said earlier.
questioning it. And
he's a true believer.
I find that well, actually, I find that very fascinating. Those people that actually truly believe that. I really want to actually be looking at them and see them, looking them in the eye, because I just I don't know. It just seems I honestly have not met anyone who has spent
the
more
time
than
looking,
say 15, 20 hours of looking into it, that without a shadow of a doubt believes that we went to the moon. So I just, I find people like that kind of pretty interesting, and
Well, I didn't know a lot about it, and thank you very much for muting me when I was vaping. A friend of mine just texted me actually not long ago and said, "I really don't think you should vape when you are on Hangouts." And
Yes.
It's like, it sounds like Darth Vader.
yes,
Yes,
sorry.
I mute you. Yeah, I mute you if you've had, but please mute yourself if you don't.
Yeah, I will do. I will do in
Okay,
future.
thank you very much. Thank you.
I forgot. It's so bloody noisy. Yeah, I didn't realise. I wasn't of the firm opinion that we couldn't possibly have been to the moon until I watched a live presentation from a guy called. Oh no, the name has just gone out of my head. An English guy, and he was used in several different presentations on moon landing hoax videos. He's an English guy that has got a London accent. It's an elderly guy, so he's in his maybe 50, late 50s, early 60s. And he did a live presentation, and his background was within photography, and he presented over the course of, I would say, an hour and a half of some apps. No, not Jordan. Something. Oh, I can't remember his name now. If you just type into Google English moon landing denier or English moon hoax expert or something like that, it'll come up with his name. And he did this presentation, and he was talking specifically from the time in where he was most versed. The time of photography. He was right at the right age where he knew, and he'd done exceptional research into it. And of course, you could argue that I was taking him on his face value, but the information that he presented during that hour and a half was so overwhelming that I went on to look at it further, and I just thought to myself, well, we can't possibly have been to the moon. It's just impossible.
Did any of you guys ask him what he thought about NASA stating to the public that they were incapable of having the ability of going through the Van Allen belts?
I'm sure
they said that publicly.
Go ahead and give it to us, Cathix.
Yeah, I was about to kind of go that route also with there's no crater underneath the limb. There's just so many problems that you could point to, but that's why I said in the beginning, he's a true believer. And I don't mean disrespect by it. He just simply is. He's an older guy. He was in a generation where space was being sold to him very hard. Astronauts were being sold to him very hard. There was no internet. There's no way to do personal research, when he was young, so to speak. Looks up to them. You know what I mean? It's just kind of built into who he is. He's a mainstream guy. He's a teacher. So if you take that all into account, you can kind of formulate, his mindset. And he just does all these mental acrobatics in order to, make every little thing, play in his favor, so to speak.
Totally.
And I talked my last show was with Charles, actually. He was on for 3 hours, and we squibbled over atmospheric conditions over the water, with boats going over the horizon for 3 hours, and we never came to any conclusions. So that's just Charles. I love him, but that's Charles.
Yeah, I just find it very, very fascinating. I mean, I don't understand, if you directed somebody just to the live ISS feed, sit there for 5 minutes instead of just going to it and go, okay, that's kind of cool, and then I'm done. Just looking at the clouds, not morphing, that should tell you something. There's something, if you're standing here on the plane and you look up, within 10 seconds, the clouds have completely changed their shape. Yeah. And, I don't know. It just really blows. I'm preaching to the choir here with you guys, but it just blows me away.
Thing is, when I looked into the moon hoax, so to speak, this was back in 2003, 2004. I was 23, 24 at the time. And, I saw it, as something that people thought didn't happen. So I looked into it. And my conclusion was, within about a week of research, was they didn't go. I was this is ridiculous. And here's what I said. Oh, it must have been because they were in a space race with Russia, and they were like, I came up with all these political reasons and military reasons, but I never concluded that they're hiding something about the nature of our Earth back then. So I've been convinced for a while.
One of my best friends, this is somebody I've known for a long time. He said, "So, you know, if you think this is a hoax, then, you know, one of the questions that I've got, because I trust you, you know, I've known you for a long time. One of the questions I've got is, why have they never been back?" And the answer that I gave to him was, it's because, you know, it's extremely expensive, you know, which it would be. It would be very, very expensive and very, very risky to do, because I wasn't quite ready to drop on him that, like, you know, like the possibility there is no space, and it's not even possible to go to the moon because it's not physical in nature. We don't know what it is. So my answer to him was, because it's so expensive. I kind of regret saying that now, but I would have many more. I would have better answers now, but that was the only answer I had at the time, you know.
Well, you guys know, to me, one of the biggest red flags is all of the moon missions happened under Nixon administration, and we've never been back. That's a major 50 years we've never been back.
I know, and it's, you know, come on, it's like human beings, we don't go anywhere and not conquer it and stay there and exploit the resources. It's like, it's, come on, it's like that was right there, was like a huge like question mark and red flag for me. It's like, okay, wait a minute, we went there and we haven't been back, and I mean, that doesn't seem right. That's, you know, come on now.
That don't make no sense.
That don't make no sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's a frustrating topic. You know, it's funny enough, I know you've talked to Jim Panda recently, Chris. I think you talked to him last week.
Yeah, very briefly.
Yeah, him and I are actually quite friendly. I really like him. We've stayed in touch. We've had a lot of interactions since that first time that we met. That was the first time I met him and you that night. Yeah. And he used to come here quite often, and we'd go back and forth. But Jeremy's another one of these true believers. He's made a 150-page presentation that he's completing right now, that he's going to be doing on one of these Hangouts here soon. And I think he's going to do it on Earth Discussions coming up in like within the next week. But like, he's going out of his way to find every little, and it's that whole mental acrobatics thing. He's trying to prove it with a confirmation bias. Well, that's the problem.
One of my main questions to that would be, why on earth, literally, why on earth would you go to that extent to, you know, I completely comprehend how it would be annoying if you were to be totally into one subject. Like, say, for me, like if I was totally into hand drumming, which I am, and then somebody was to say to me that you absolutely cannot learn how to hand drum to somebody just by listening to them, you know, just something related to me, you know, something that I was, you know, into, or say something that was in my psyche, like vaping nicotine does not make you relaxed or does not change your mood. I'll be able to argue that, and anybody else who, because of the absolute abundance of common accepted census, you know, for instance, like with hand drumming, many hand drummers who would confirm what you said about you can listen to somebody hand drumming and learn how they drum just by listening to them and play along to them, or whether it be somebody who said that nicotine makes you relaxed. It would just be silly for me to go out of my way and to prove. And if it was something as massive as, like, you know, the Earth is not a globe, it'd just be, why would I even waste my time with these people that are obviously suffering some sort of mental or a cult? They're drawn into a cult, or it's a mental thing, or you know, that they've got questions in their life and they're putting it.
Well, because honestly, he's trying to prove it to himself.
Yeah, but why would you go? Why would you go out out of your way to even even if you saw it as you helping these people.
Well, because I think it's masked in that he's helping people, but it's really at the core, he's helping himself. They're trying to convince themselves that we are wrong. You see what I mean?
Exactly.
It has got to be that. Yes, and I'm glad you said that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of you. It has got to be that challenge as posed such a dilemma in their own reality that they've got to reaffirm it to themselves. The only way to do that is to disprove any of these people that are saying otherwise.
It breaks the paradigm.
Yeah, well, they have a huge mental investment in space, and with the sci-fi aspect of it and aliens and all that. It's just it's too much of a downer to think that could all go away. What is sad is actually it's the realization of where we actually may live. It's even more fascinating.
Yeah.
And the things that what may have thought were billions of miles away could be a lot closer. And I think that's like a big part of it with people like him and Red's rhetoric. I just think it's the investment is so huge that they just can't back away now. They can't turn around.
I agree. And somebody like Red's rhetoric as well. He has really got under my skin. I mean, I detest his
so filthy.
His rhetoric, I really do. I mean, I'm not ready quite yet. Hopefully, at some point in the near future, I'll be ready to, just like many other people, ready to talk to him live without any edits or interruptions, and be polite and respectful. I doubt he will grace me with the same.
No, he won't.
No,
well, even though I hate.
And if he does, if he even does try to speak to me like that, I will put him right in his fucking place. I'm a respectful person. I don't know whether you've got this from me. However, I like to speak to people, and sometimes I may speak a little bit loudly in order to overpower the conversation. But if somebody else who wants to think otherwise, they will do the same to me, so that's fine. But if he comes at me with any of that rubbish, I will just say, boy, just calm down, don't get excited.
I think he's 15 or some shit. Like he sounds so young.
He does.
You seriously think he's 15 years old?
No, I think his mentality.
I heard he was.
I think
he's probably like 23, 24.
Yeah,
but
probably.
Okay.
I think with
very low.
Like that,
let's say he's at least been to college or something.
I'm more than willing.
Sure.
I'm more than willing to overpower the conversation and use my respect, experience, and absolute not necessarily reciprocated honor in order to bring him back round to real man conversation where you can't escape from the points. If you can call me whatever you want, you can call me bald. You can use anything you want. However, you're never going to really offend me to the point where I'm going to forget where I am and where the conversation is. And your avoidance of questions or subjects, whether you're going to rely on offensiveness, misdirection, psychology, etc., even juvenile manipulative behavior, you're not going to get me off that point. So I'd like to discuss things with you, young man. And if you think that I'm putting you down by calling you young man, then you should at least have respect for your elders, which you've constantly displayed you don't have. Not only by calling them names, but also by disrespecting them by not giving people that are at least on an even kilter and an even keel and even plane the respect of carrying on a decent conversation with one another. You call yourself a person that can debate with people. Well, I dare say that you can't debate anything at all because of your lack of experience of humanity and how to treat and speak to people properly. You uncouth.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor with him.
You uncouth fool.
Hey guys, welcome back, Issa. What's up, man?
Hey, brother.
Yeah, what up, peoples? What's good? What's up, Pedro?
But yeah, I've got no problem talking with these folks who are still in that paradigm, because I actually share a lot with you, Chris. I don't know where we are, but it's not what they're telling us. I don't have proof of it in either way, or for
That's
whatever
right.
it is.
Yeah.
So like I'm right there with you, and so I argue the position. I argue the position of flat Earth because I think it wakes people up. Those words have an effect on people if it can break their paradigm for just even a fraction is all is necessary if they're willing to go look. So, but I still don't know. But when I deal with these ball earthers, all I do is tell them, I'm like, look, man, they use the Ptolemaic system for 1,000 years. Well, before Copernicus decided to think outside of that system and change it. By you sitting here and insisting that we not think about anything except for heliocentricity, how are you being a scientist? And I said that in Earth Discussions the other day and got kicked out for it. So they thought it was too controversial for me to upset their little paradigm. And that's really all it is. It's like a globalist group therapy session whenever they get around each other. It's kind of funny.
The thing is, whatever's going to happen with like the top dogs of anybody debating the finer points with anybody else is there's always going to be a round 2 and a round 3 because they're always going to disagree. Even like somebody like John LeBon, who's done like 2 rounds now with rhetoric even on his terms, he still spent like the best part of 20 to 25 minutes in the first part of the debate.
Debating the debate, yeah.
You're arguing the rules
I heard
of
that.
the debate before. It's what's his name? Is proprietor gone? Is he gone? Oh yeah, he has. Come back, proprietor. Anyway, yeah. I mean, like, I think personally, somebody like myself would be quite an easy target, and and maybe that's the psychology. And I'll put it out there right now, that I'm putting out there. But I know an awful lot, and if you catch me on a good day, I'm pretty sharp, and I'm pretty, I don't stray out of the parameters of my known and absolute known facts. So if you're going to take me on, then you think I'm an easy target, then good for you. However, I would say that there are many bigger fish out there to fry, and I dare say it'd be better for you to try and take one of them on, because I don't think you can really. Like somebody who really knows this stuff, somebody who's really calm, somebody who's collective, somebody who has a stable background in order to draw from knowledge, experience, life experience, and what have you. But I'm happy discussing anything that is related to the currently accepted global model, because I absolutely believe that shattering this bullshit is certainly a key in order for the progression of humanity. And the reason why that is of a particular interest to me is because that I can't progress in my life. I can maybe internally and on my own, but I can't progress in my life until everybody else is there and like I can't say, right, I'm going to go around to your house and decorate your house and paint it and do it all beautifully and really take care and make sure and do a really good job, and then in turn you're going to feed me for like 6 months. It doesn't work like that. I've got to go and get a job and then have licensing, decorating, and then be employed, and then you pay me, and it's not.
What are you talking about? What are we talking about again?
I'm just saying that I'm saying that the progression of humanity is limited until we at least absolutely demolish the the paradigm that we are in. And one of the main paradigms, in my opinion, would be that we're on a spinning globe ball model. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, for sure.
True.
Because I think humanity would progress once a massive lie would be shattered.
Yes,
I think
big
that
time.
would be logical. I think that's logical to assume that once a massive lie, like we are not where they say we are, is shattered, I think humanity, as in their collective experience, consciousness, behavior, etc., would progress. Once
Do you think they could? Do you think they could handle it?
The unwashed masses.
They'd have to. Really. I think there would be a number of casualties, but then there are many numbers of casualties every day anyway, through road traffic accidents, the shattering of the family circuit, people breaking down in relationships, the loss of family members, drug use, etc., etc., etc. I think there's already bad things happen anyway. I don't think that this is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I do. I do too. But I understand where ICE is coming from. I mean, it is such a huge paradigm. I mean, I've had some of these Globers even say that if BBC 4 came out tomorrow and said the Earth's flat, they'd fucking kill themselves. Like, everything they know is wrong, and they don't know how they would be able to go on. I mean, sure, they might have been speaking hyperbolically, but I don't know. I think some of them.
No, you watch it. You see them. You see how they're reacting. Look at Charles, man. But here's the problem, right? This is something I was like, I wanted to chime in and talk to just to talk about Charles, and I don't want to talk about him without him being present, but I thought it interesting.
Oh, he's okay with it.
And if you're listening, you know what I mean? Like the idea is like Homeboy said he traveled to 12 different countries, right? And didn't learn the language to any of the places that he was traveling to. And the thing is, to me, it's like one of the first things that I would even think to do if I was going. Now, granted, and I will say this, because this may be something different if he was in the service and it just wasn't something that was a part.
I think that's what it was, actually.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, then if you're traveling around, even then, though, think of it like if you're going from country
pick
to
country, up a little book or something.
You know what I mean? Like,
I
would mean, just the idea of we need to prepare ourselves. And it's like, I don't think some people are prepared for this conversation in a lot of arenas in their life.
Well, I mean, that's very fair. And the thing is like, he has so much invested in it mentally, emotionally, psychologically. There's no way that he'd be able to accept it.
We can talk about people going, talk about.
Well, I mean, anybody in his position, you know what I mean? Anybody in the position of believing the mainstream. I mean, we're talking about 60 years of deception by one agency alone.
Dude, I'm convinced the U.S. they're getting rid of and here, I think like this whole banking thing.
What do you mean?
A lot of this, like I've wound up in like a discussion earlier talking about law and stuff. It's like all this old school stuff that and including we went through the nature of the old school approach and this idea. Like I feel like there's just like this. There's like a gap that needs to get covered before any of this info can really even come out.
Well, where the gap.
Well, and forgive me for bringing up the loss. The loss stuff, I guess, is irrelevant. But like the idea that this baby boomer generation.
Oh yeah,
watching the moon landing and the whole shit. I mean, hey, what's got me tripped out? This really does trip me out, and I can understand in one sense why, because who's America going to go to war with next? But think about it. The whole world right now is talking about the United States election. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's one nation. You know what I mean? Far away. And granted, maybe a lot of people have loved ones here and shit like that, but it's like, everyone's like, who's going to win in England or elsewhere? What does it matter? You live in fucking wherever you live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can understand on the political scene and the ramifications thereof, yada yada. international implications, etc. But like I find it, nobody's looking at anyone else like that. I don't think. And people in the States don't look at any other elections, like the British elections.
Well, you don't watch. You don't know who the president of Kazakhstan is right now?
Dude, come on. Of course I do. That's Ahmed. That's actually guaranteed. His name's Muhammad.
Yeah.
So his first name, because they say every Muslim's name Muhammad. That's his first name.
His name's Mohammed Gupta.
There you go.
Is it really?
No.
That's fucking great. We'll say it is. It is for the sake of
Who's that over there? I forget who's it. Oh.
But yeah, I get where you're coming from, man. But
but I just think it's.
Listen, I think here's the issue with this whole flat Earth topic. I don't think this is. I don't think we're going anywhere with that. Actually, Chris, I think you said it pretty accurately. We missed our moment. We've passed the peak of interest. They were able to, basically keep the unwashed masses in their state of oblivion by putting out Tila Tequila and B.O.B. and a couple of false news stories. And that was enough to quell them, where they only looked it up to make fun of it. And that was it. Yeah. So what we have left, though, is where the real key is, because it's only the minority that's ever changed anything in this world.
Yes.
And because of that, it is not, the unwashed masses will never do anything for the non-seekers, the ones who are not seeking their point of illumination. It's only those people who actually make change in this world. And that's us. We're the ones asking these questions.
And think about it like this. It's better that we've lost the crowd and the cacophony. It's better to have lost them. It's better to not.
No. I agree. I'm with you on that. I don't think it's a bad thing. That
what's crazy? Yeah. The most powerful man in the fucking, well, I guess technically the world, if you want to look at it, but the most powerful man in the U.S. government is the U.S. Postmaster General. That little old guy. The fucking postal service. That's the biggest, baddest motherfucker on the planet. Touch a fucking touch one of those trucks.
Oh yeah, it's instant. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Dude, you're fucked, bro.
Those
people actually, they run, because actually, and it goes back to some interesting stuff. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's back when the Hawaii Pony Express was getting robbed and shit.
Well, it even goes back to Hawaii, like the way that they took over the scenario with Hawaii and different stuff like that, and to do with contracts, they put it's interesting. But like it's kind of like in that low key position is the power, and so right now
that sounds to me like the mafia taking out some of the key points of the financial system. That's what they tried to do, but then they cottoned onto it, and then they made it like a terrorist act, because you've got to bear in mind that the mafia. Certain mafias.
What are you talking about? Hold on. What are you talking about?
Right. What I'm talking about is that you were talking about the Postmaster General. You're talking about the shifting of currency within the United States. When you're talking about that.
No. I'm talking. Well, let me just clarify real quick.
Okay.
I'm trying to just bring up the point.
Well, you said you touched you touched one of them trucks and you.
Hold on one second. I didn't finish. I was just saying like that the idea being that it's that
the minority.
It's that low key position that's actually a good position because you're free to roam. So it's like, it's okay that Flat Earth didn't fucking, I don't know what people are expecting from it. It changed my life, which is good enough for me. So and that's where what are we asking of? It's like of life. It's like, life is, it's like, enjoy if we wake up, enjoy all the simple things. This is, I'm not out to, change the world anymore. Granted, at one point I was. But now I've kind of learned, hey, we have to change ourselves, and that's really all we can.
And that's it. That's it. The unwashed masses, you can't help.
I agree. It starts within, change within yourself. However, if you get enough people thinking the same way, right, and it doesn't even have to be like a massive way. If you just get enough people thinking the same way, not necessarily my group of people are going to agree with certain aspects of different groups of people. However, if we all have the intelligence and the collectiveness to unite on at least one point on one day, then we can change that world in that day. We really can. We can implement things, because the masses are, whether we like it or not, or whether the governments like it or not, the masses have the power, because they are the majority. You see, once you put a majority of people in front of an army of 100 or 200 or 300, once you put 1 million people in front of them, then they realise that even if they try and shoot 1,000 of them, they're only going to get killed, because they're just going to hurt loads of people.
Right. But the proletariat argue over a bake sale.
Yep.
They can't do a fucking thing for them goddamn selves, bro. That's the problem. It's like fucking fighting like crabs in a bucket. They're in a bucket. They ain't getting out.
Boiling frogs.
But once you release their mental capacity, once you give them a key to be able to explore the bigger picture.
Welcome, White D, to the panel, and Zach's back.
Yeah, welcome back. Once you give them a key to explore the bigger picture mentally, then it's game over. It is absolutely
right. But the remedy is not taking it to the streets and like 1 million versus them. I don't see it like that.
No, I don't either. I think the pinnacle of the game over will be a mental thing. It'll be a mental thing where everybody, it's just really obvious that everybody realizes they're just going, oh fuck, we are being royally absolutely fucked over here, and they're just going to think, oh shit, how long is it going to take us to get to our bunkers?
I like the line from the
even the people that will help them get to the bunkers will think,
a lot of songs will be written.
It's going to be a mental thing.
Yeah, there's like a song, what do you call it, or not song, the Bible, which says like, be not conformed to the world, but be ye renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. Which I always love that line, because it's really like our remedy is in the mind, like the value of the mind. Like it's like God gave me the ability to question the validity of God. In my opinion, I know you may take another stance, but at the same time, it's like that ability to question the Creator is actually part of the creation, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a song in my youth that is called "The Valley of the Souls" by it got misquoted. It's mainly known as 26 Seconds, but that's just like the sample that was created. But it's a really, really heavy drum and bass song. That was played over and over again.
Which one was it? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Valley of the Souls.
If I heard it, I would know it.
It's called 26 Seconds, and it's
32 seconds. 26.
Yeah, 30. It just goes 32 seconds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Andy C. Yeah, some old Andy C.
Yeah. Yes, it's really, really, really early, and that's it may well not be the same thing to you, but it's certainly of that ilk. That thing to me. It's and many it goes. Then the bass line.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Boom, 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 boom.
You and I, hey man, we have a similar history music-wise as well. I heard you talking to Tim the other night about your experience.
Oh,
I used to.
Oh, mate, please don't mention any of that.
No, dude. My years were from '97 until '03. I was DJing drum and bass in Florida. I didn't have the benefit of being over across the pond like you, where the good music was. But we'd still had a lot of good music to play, and we did a weekly drum and bass show on Thursday nights called Therapy in Jacksonville. So I was a resident there, and it was a blast, man. So from '97 till about '03, then I started producing drum and bass. We're working towards.
Yeah, that's it. Who's playing that?
That's it. 31. I was off. Yeah,
Just play
31
one,
seconds. That's Andy C. It was on one of Andy C's originals.
yeah. I've heard him play live. He's in Fabric.
Oh yeah, dude. I've seen all those guys live, man. Like it's such a it's such a good time, man.
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah. I wish I
We need to reminisce sometime.
Oh, I wish I got into drum and bass earlier, but I was really, really into my techno, like 4/4, rather than, I just wish I'd got into it a little bit earlier and just like maybe taken that path rather than but there was so much competition, man. There was so much.
Oh, yeah, you're out there. Where were you
Wow.
living at the time? Where were you living at the time?
I was on the west coast, the east coast of England. Even there, like the biggest city, there was so much competition, right? I started a college course at the age of like 19, and there was like 16-year-old kids that were 2 years younger than me, and that were beat juggling, like mixing in some of the best drum and bass records that I'd never even got on my radar yet, and I'm just thinking,
nice.
I can't really compete with these guys. I'm just like, I thought I was good, yeah, and then I met these guys at college, and like it's just he's picking up the deck, turning it round, and then just so he can beat juggle with it, and he's just mixing in he's mixing in like 7 records in a minute and a half, and I'm just thinking I can't compete with these guys. They're just too good, They're just like fucking. I did do my best, and I got respect. And there's a couple of mixes like where we had DJ showdowns and stuff, and I did what I could, and they came to my nights. I went to their nights, and
such good times, man.
Yeah, man, we had some great times. It's like real showcases of, and it was for nothing either. It was just like more like let's share experience, and like, I am this good. Can you be this good? No, not quite, but I'm going to learn from what you've done, and I'm going to be better next time. So then you're going to see, can you be this good? And be like, yeah, I'm going to get better. I'm going to trump that. It was good.
Hell yeah! So you have a pair of techniques with a rain mixer.
I had a pair of Technics from the age of 14 with a Vestax mixer.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I had my first one was a Vestax, and then I ended up getting a rain mixer down the road. Then I ended up getting the Vestax PDX 1200s. I swapped out my Techniques for their competition, which from Vestax. I can't believe they went out of business. Vestax did. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, I just found out recently. But anyways, yeah, that was my upbringing. So it's interesting to find somebody similarly, because I'm 35. I know that we're similar in age.
Yeah, I'm 34 in May, so I'm 33 over and a half. So we're similar ages, like similar era. Late, really, because when I first started getting into mixing and that, I was like very, very late 90s, like 1997, 98, and I was listening to all the hardcore English hardcore stuff, and that was the first few records that I got. And then I managed to mix in one hardcore record to another, because they had like really obvious breakdowns and really like high points, but really fast.
I love the old school hardcore stuff. I love it.
Yeah, really, really fast, really, really fast. And when I got my first mix in, that was it. I was hooked. I was just like, because I've been listening to like mixes and stuff for years, like 2-3 years since my early teens, like maybe 11, 12, 13 years old. Onwards, I've been listening to dance music and Pete Tong and all that English scene and stuff, house and techno and all that. I'd heard it progress, and it was coming. The time when I really entered it, it was like the most popular scene was like the hard house trance scene. So you're talking to people like John Digweed, Paul Oakenfold, that kind of era. They were like They at the time they were like world class DJs, and I remember getting like the albums of Fatboy Slim's "You've Come a Long Way, Baby" and stuff like that, and then hearing all that and Propeller Heads and all that, and
hell yeah.
Yeah, I remember owning them albums as early as possible and playing them in the common room at school. I remember we were doing a darts competition with our English teacher, and I put Fatboy Slim's album on, and it was on tape as well. And his song came on. Fatboy Slim is fucking in heaven. Fatboy Slim
Nice.
is fucking in heaven. Fatboy Slim is fucking in heaven.
You get in trouble?
Fucking in heaven. Fatboy Slim is fucking in heaven. And he was just like, right, that's enough. I'm gonna stop that. And he pressed stop on the play. It's like, I don't mind swear words, but when it's constant like that, you know, I'm not having it. You know, our English teacher.
Don't do it here then.
That's funny.
So, oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry for
But
the
yeah.
language.
No, you're fine. Who's telling you not to cuss? Anyways, yeah. That, I mean, the first. I see. And I'm in Florida, so we had like Florida breaks and like Miami bass music, which everything kind of stemmed out of that. But drum and bass made it over here. It was a lot of hipsters and shit with drum and bass, though. What's up?
I missed Moby. I missed it all out. Like it wasn't until a friend of mine pointed Moby out to me, especially his earlier albums, what he was doing for like techno in the house and stuff. It just totally. I don't know how it happened, but it just totally went off my radar. Didn't even, you know, until this one time. And he was just like, have you heard of Moby? Yeah, I've heard of Moby. He does all that that house commercial stuff. And he went, no, have you heard of his earlier albums? And I'm like, no. So I listened to this, and he's like, I'm gonna lend you this album. Now you must give this back to me. I said, look, mate, I'll record it. I'll give it right back to you. It's like, fucking hell, what's this?
Yeah.
It's like really
the first thing that I got, the first thing I ever got was my cousin gave me an old mixtape that she got at a rave down in like South Florida, and it was I don't even know who it was, but it was basically old school hardcore stuff. And this is back when I was 12, so it's like 1993, like the stuff that was going around out there where you are in '93 probably.
Yeah.
And so I had this tape that I played so much. I mean, it had Gabber on it, like it was just like this weird eclectic like hardcore. That's the best way I could put it. Well, then I found Prodigy's album, Experience. Now, this is, mind you, this was at like a mall in like that had an exclusive CD collection or whatever.
Yeah.
And I paid $25 because it was an import. Never had heard them before or whatever. And the internet wasn't there. You know what I mean? This is like 90. Nice. And so when I got that, I was like the luckiest kid in the world, man. So that was my introduction into electronic music. I was like 12 years old.
Good introduction. I mean,
yeah, it was. Yeah, Prodigy's my favorite.
Prodigy, even on the underground scene, were very, very highly respected. I remember going record shopping in Nottingham, which is like, although there was a city nearer to me, but that was the nearest more cosmopolitan city, and I bought like 3 Prodigy singles, which had like 3, 4, or 5 singles on each side, you know, and that I had a set there and then, and because I'd listened to them growing up as a teenager, maybe 2-3 years ago before that, and it was all stuff from either Experience or I don't think any of it was. No, it was all stuff from their first album. And it was just irreplaceable. I created and I used to be known like you used to say, "Oh, what sort of set are you going to do tonight? Are you going to do a Prodigy set again?" I was like, "No, I think I played that too many times." But I used to have a whole set worked out just with Prodigy records. I'd flip the size of these singles, and they'd have other unknown, never played out before records on them, and I knew them. Yeah, Prodigy had a massive influence to the whole scene for a long time, and I know that they are a bit contentious, and that they've made a lot of money with their singles and stuff over the years, but their early stuff was just instrumental. Like, you know,
Experience and music for the jilted generation is timeless, in my opinion. I could put it on any day, at any time, and it's amazing. And then the Narcotic Suite at the end of it, like I can put that on repeat. Those 3 songs I can put on repeat for a whole fucking night while I'm. Dude, it's amazing. I love it.
I know. They just have a certain tempo, a certain. I don't know. I think Liam Howlett was in a very acidic mind state when he wrote them tunes.
Yeah, the newer stuff. I mean, I still give them credit where it's due, but I wasn't able to get into their past 2 albums, which would be their newer stuff. It looks like they were trying to retain their, electronic scene punk. Like that's how they describe themselves. Well, like they're 50 years old, and they're sitting here trying to act like they're fucking 25 again. And
there was nothing that I could get into after them 2 albums. There's even Fat of the Land. Maybe it's 1 or 2.
There's like 3 songs: Narian, Climatize, and I mean, there were a couple remixes. Like DJ Hype did a remix of Smack My Bitch Up. I mean, there was a couple remixes on the singles that I could get into. But yeah, the whole album was shit compared to both. The first albums were just perfect.
Yeah,
all the way through.
It's about the way that they were recorded as well. If you listen to them properly, like on really good speakers, it's about the way that they were recorded. They were recorded in such a way which exploits the technology of the time, and you've got to think about.
There was some warmth, like a tape warmth to it.
Once they got going,
yeah.
And I used to play.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, in fact, one of my best mates has got all of my old records and stuff, and he's still got them. He's still got the singles. I could still do them today, but it's learning how to mix Jericho into Fire absolutely seamlessly. This is one night that I did it at a club, and I just it was just like my takeover, and I did like maybe it's a 45-minute Prodigy set, but it's like my little takeover set, and I took mixing Jericho from Jericho into Fire, and then just doing the knowing exactly where the ends of the records were with each other, and it was just like at the dance floor in the palm of my hands. It was just like fucking it's like one of the best experiences, and I did it back in the day where it was still relevant, and I'm proud of that. I really
That's awesome, man.
That.
Yeah, it's definitely that. I don't know, EDM, what it's turned into now. I mean, pop music's kind of gotten involved with it. There's a lot of money behind it. The raves that are going on are just drug-fueled carnivals with very, very cheaply made repetitive music and with squelching noises. Like, I understand the appeal. If I was a 21-year-old kid who wants to take a shitload of Molly and meet some, girl, you know what I mean? Like, those are probably amazing. But I went to some of the first raves here in Florida. There were raves all the way back in like 93, 94, like the good old illegal raves that were getting shut down and stuff. But I'm sure you went to a couple warehouse parties, maybe a couple.
We used to
early on. It was crazy. Man.
Yeah, we used to organise them, man. Not me. Well, I used to be involved with it, but I wasn't the lead person. We used to organise ones in the very late 90s. And do them, maybe at the heights 300-400 people, and then when it got on top, it petered out. But there's one particular mix that you'd be very interested in listening to. I've just put my email address into the chat. I've got this mix on a memory stick, and I can honestly tell you that this particular mix, is by an English techno DJ called Dave Clark, and he did this particular mix, and it was absolutely exceptional. It changed the way I mixed. It changed a lot of my friends' ways that they mixed as well. If you play along. If you contact me on that email address, I'll send.
I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I'll send this mix to you. I've got it on a memory stick. I've actually got it here, but it's exceptional. I mean, it's absolutely timeless.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to it, man.
I will.
Isa on the guitar.
It is one of the best, most influential mixes I've ever
Chris,
heard.
I think they're playing us off. They have, they'll start playing music lightly and to get us off the stage. So
Yeah.
I think we're being played off.
Yeah.
I think the guitar sound signals a change in topic.
We're getting played off for FREECHAN.
Is the guitar
Chris,
too
you and
loud?
I need to have a fucking conversation privately sometime about this because
Please.
Forgot the cane. Forgot the cane.
hey, we're
Please.
bringing out the member berries.
Email that email address, and I'll upload it to a file sharing website where you can download it. But it's so good. I've got it in WAV. I converted it.
Yo,
to
can you
WAV.
just sing? Yeah, sing what you're saying.
I converted it to WAV. It's really, really good. So
Yeah.
you email me Cathesis, and I'll make you wish you should have done. And you email me that link, and I'll email you this link, and we can reminisce on old rave shit. So we can. Sorry.
Nice. You put it together.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll hit you up, man.
I ask you to mute yourself when you vaporize, please.
Oh, fucking hell.
Remember?
Who do you think you are? Arnold Schwarzenegger?
What did you say?
He's joking.
Vince is, get him, Vince, get him.
What's
said,
up?
I'm
It's okay,
sorry.
Vince.
One thing. What's
I said,
up?
I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry for not muting when I'm vaping.
It's not that bad, Vince. I mean, only when it's
just
like
joking.
okay. I can never tell. Oh my god. Oh, man.
Can I tell you a really, really quick story? A really quick story.
What's quick?
I'd love to hear it.
Just like the last quick one. All right, Chris.
No, this is this is a really quick one. Honestly, I promise.
What's quick?
Okay, 2
Answer
seconds.
the question. Answer the fucking question first.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's quick?
Like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Oh, that's really long.
That means about 20 when Chris was
We got
speaking.
ADD, bro.
No, this is a really good story.
Okay.
Right.
It's one he's told
So,
all before, so he knows all the words. It's okay.
Are you gonna let me get on with it or what? Fucking hell.
Oh god.
What?
We're
Right.
thinking. Hold on. We haven't decided. No, you're good. Bro.
Chris, we're just joking. Go ahead.
All right.
Go for it, bro.
Stop being
2
cruel.
minutes.
All right.
2 minutes.
You know, I'm a sensitive chap, you know, but if you were to meet me in person, you wouldn't think the same thing. Anyway, but it doesn't matter. I'm a sensitive chap. So anyway, I'll get on with it, right?
You're a delicate little flower. I get it.
1
Yeah,
minute
I've got a
left.
sensitive...
Go on, Chris. Don't listen to
Fucking
him. Go.
arsehole.
This
Right,
is FREECHAN.
where I went
Is that
on
what a
holiday-
delicate little flower would say?
Shut the fuck up. Let me get on
There
with
you
this.
go. There you go.
I knew you weren't a
Right.
delicate little flower.
Yeah, well, be quiet then.
Oh, what are you doing? Whoa, I didn't decide.
Issa, let the man tell a story.
So, where I was at in Greece, yeah, I've just come back off vacation. I hired a quad bike. It was a 250. I went up to the highest point, which is the closest mountain, which is one of the, if not the highest point on the whole island. Yeah, and I went back down. I decided to do some off-roading, but I didn't look at my fuel gauge. Anyway, I got really excited and started like going around corners, going up hills and stuff, and I came back and I thought, fucking hell, I've got no fuel left. So I'm going down this hill, and that doesn't help when you go down a hill with a 250 quad bike, and it just started going zoom, losing power. Anyway, I parked by this kiosk, and I thought, oh fucking hell, I've done the most stupid thing. I've run out of fuel, but there was I opened the tank. There was still like fuel in it, and I was wobbling the quad bike around trying to get fuel into the carburetor, and thinking, you know, what's going on here? Anyway, I went to the kiosk and I said, do you speak English? And he went, yes, my friend, how can I help you? And I went, oh, look, I think I've run out of fuel. You know, I don't know what to do. I'm a bit away from the next gas station. Can you help me? And he was like, and then he started speaking in Greek, and I'm actually half Greek, so I understand some of the words. And he started saying, what a fucking English wanker. Oh, what a fool. And I just thought, well, I'll just let that go, you know, because he's maybe he's about to help me. And I was just going, you know, laughing at him and nodding. Then he said, so what seems to be the problem? And I says, well, I think I've run out of fuel, but I'm not sure. It might be a mechanical problem. Well, let me have a look. And then he, you know, he tried to start it and everything. It wouldn't start. And then he took me to his kiosk. And he said, so you think it might be fuel? And I said, well, I'm not sure, but it might be. He says, well, here's the nearest gas station. He got on his computer, and it's like a really back street kiosk. It was like literally a hut, you know, with an internet connection and cigarettes all around and soft drinks. That was about it, really. Some packets of crisps. And he was showing me everything. And then he said, can you drive? And I was like, yeah, well, of course I can drive. He says, well, can you drive a bike? And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I've got the quad bike there. Have you got a license? Yeah, I've got a license. He says, okay, here's €5. And he gave me €5 and then give me the keys to his moped. And I'm just like, oh, no, let me get that. And he says, well, no, my moped's nearly out of fuel. Whilst you're at the gas. And he got a canister, and he gave me a canister. And I'm just like, well, can I not at least pay for your fuel? You know, for you? He went, no, I'm not doing this for €3. I'm just thinking, this guy who doesn't know me.
You can understand why I think you're trolling, right?
No, he didn't ask me to leave anything.
Oh, I'm saying like that. No. But what I'm saying is, what you're doing is like you're going on some.
3 minutes are over.
Bro,
did you really set a timer, dude?
I was just joking. But what I gather from the story, because I was listening, was that the guy was so cool. He like gave you a can and some money to go get some more fuel for your quad, right?
No, 3 minutes are over, man. No, I can't say anymore. Sorry.
Are you an only child?
Now you're fucking trolling.
Yeah, are you an only child, dude?
Come on, man.
No, anyway,
Chris is all right.
Listen,
I like Chris.
this guy, right? Not only like, because I didn't end up saying to him, look, I'm actually half Greek. You know, I'm sound. You know.
Did you end up milking a cow in the end?
I didn't. No, it would have been a goat because they don't have cows on the island. But you wouldn't know that because you.
Do you have daughters in Greece somewhere?
Yeah,
Is
really,
that the fucking culmination?
really hairy, fat ones that he wanted me to mate with eventually.
Well, I mean,
but that was one of the.
Why are you being so antagonistic?
No, but this guy, right? This guy, as far as he knew, I was this stupid English person that had gone up the mountain, to the highest.
Sounds like a smart Greek guy.
And not come down on this hired quad bike, run out of petrol, and just pleaded for help. And not only was he doing me a favour, he lent me his moped. I'm going down these back streets with the path that he described to me with his fucking canister in the basket on the front. Honestly, it was that such a small 50cc moped that it had a basket on the front, and like I've got his €5 in my hand, and he wouldn't even let me pay. I got the €3 in the tank, and then the €3 in the canister, and then we came back. And we filled. He cut this water bottle open, and then he made a funnel, and then we poured it into the tank, and it wouldn't fucking start. And then he started looking at the engine, and then connected a pipe. It was basically the air pipe to the carburetor, which made air pump through the carburetor to pump the fuel into the carburetor.
Hey, bro, what are you fucking talking about, dude?
Come on. Why would that guy do that for me? You know, in any other country. Why would that guy go out of his way to do that?
You just lost all credibility with me, dude.
I know.
What are you talking about, Issa?
Why are you saying that?
No. What are you talking? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't understand.
He's telling a fucking story. Like, what's the issue?
The point that I'm making is that he thought that I was this white tourist English guy. Yeah, I'm actually half Greek anyway. I can speak a little bit of Greek. That's why I understand him calling me a wanker.
Yamas.
Yeah, that's hello. Cheers. Sorry, not Yamas. Yasu Yamas. Yeah. And why would that guy? And he wouldn't. I said to him, look, I don't want your €5. Let me fill it up as a sign of respect or thank you for you to hand me the keys to your bike in order to go and get the fuel to refuel the quad bike, and he wouldn't even accept that. He said, look, I'm not doing this for €3. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it to help you, basically. And in the end, he connected the pipe back to the carburetor, which had come off due to my stupid off-roading, which fed the pump to the fuel to the carburetor. And I was on my merry way, and without any cost to myself, just with his help, with his intervention, and I was more than thankful. What I'm trying to get across to you is that, say if a Greek guy was on holiday in England asking for the same kind of help, they wouldn't even go out of their way to do anything. They would be like, oh, have you called the AA, or which is like the recovery company, or the RAC, and they just wouldn't go out of the way to do that. And what I'm trying to get across to you is this Greek guy that was in the middle of his day watching motocross on the internet, he went out of his way to help me, not only once, twice, but 3 times, and then wouldn't even accept any kind of thank you or payment in order for him to do that.
So let me guess. Yo, did JLB put you up on you got to go troll FREECHAN? What happened, dude? What's up?
Did you say Kali?
Dude, he's not trolling. He's just sharing a story where he met a
saying
good
a
Samaritan,
story.
and it's not
Seriously?
culturally done
Are you guys
anymore.
seriously buying this?
Why are you being a jerk?
Dude, I've known Chris for nearly a year
Yeah.
now.
Chris
you need
is
to stop
like
being,
one of the
why
first
are you being
people.
so rude?
I don't
Dude,
know,
Chris-
brother. Forgive me.
Chris was one of the first
don't know
people
him.
who was hanging out at
Relax, relax.
Hangouts, and it was actually
I joined
fairly
his first
reasonable and cool.
Hangout.
So.
Yeah, I've known him for quite a long time.
I mean, I mind,
Yeah,
Okay.
dude.
playing around with him a little bit, but you're going too far, dude. He's just trying to
I'm
share his
sorry,
story. He's
I'm
been
a
out of
dick.
it for
I
6,
know.
7
Yeah,
months.
he's been gone for quite a long time. He took a break,
Forgive
and now
me,
he's
bro. I know
back.
not. All right, bro.
Perhaps
Alright.
it's a cultural difference.
But still, come on.
I think it's a cultural difference.
Nah, dude, come on.
All good. I mean, you do kind of, you can talk. We'll put it that way, Chris. But I don't take that away from you. But I understand.
Sorry,
Can't we
I
all,
was
though?
I was waffling.
Yeah, you're good, brother. You're good, brother.
Chris, what means Kalinista?
Good night.
I'm Issa's apologist.
Kalimera
Remember?
is
Remember
good
Issa?
morning, and Kalispera is good afternoon.
I love you, Kat.
I know.
Forgive
Yes.
me, everybody.
You
You
good,
say,
brother.
Puisare, where have you been?
Me?
Yasu Dikanis, Isakada, as in how you been, how's things? Dikanis, how are you? Yasu, how are you? Yasas, goodbye. Yamas, cheers. Signomi, excuse me, but that can be used in multiple different situations.
Yes,
like
yeah.
Signomi, excuse me, or Signomi,
Us
excuse
Us Americans only speak one language. I think we're like the only people on Earth that, for the most part, only speak one language.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's very strange. Most countries, are at least bilingual, but it just shows you kind of how isolated we are, and how we're just kind of the nanny state kind of takes control and babies us.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, guys, my soup is ready. I'm coming back upstairs.
Do you have a phone call?
Ooh. Soup sounds good.
Oh, soup's up.
Yeah, I'm sitting here eating some
It might be a
edamame
culture
beans.
thing. I know quite a few Greeks down in the Houston area, and very, very hospitable, very nice people. But they do have short tempers, and they can curse like sailors.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Observe something and call it for what it is.
Oh yeah, there's
I like
no-
Greek food. That's for sure.
Yeah, Greek
Greek
food is
food
really
there
good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, very good.
They have
Yeah.
all over Rhodes Island. They
I see
have
some
like
really pretty Greek women.
yeah, the younger ones, but once they once they hit a certain age, like maybe it's,
What is it with that?
I
It's
don't
like
know.
for some
It's
reason,
like Asian women, I don't know.
like
Fuck knows.
Greeks and like Russian and Ukrainian women, they're all like
It's
really
all the-
beautiful.
it's
and
all the
they hit a
carbs.
certain age and they just like turn.
Yeah,
It's all the carbs. Most
probably.
likely.
Yeah.
It must
Lifestyle.
be. I want some baklava though. God, that shit's amazing.
Baklava, that's like
Yeah, that's
a sweet pastry
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
coated in sugar, which is like a
Get-
sweet
It's
of
got
the.
honeys and
It's
Yeah.
like
nuts,
it's like a
caramelized
flaky crust,
butter.
different layers of caramel, and it's so fucking good. Like it's ridiculous. There used to be a Greek-owned deli and like bakery and whatnot right next to. I used to live on this island off of. It was funny. My father was stationed at Wallops Island. I don't know if you guys know about anything about Wallops Island, but it's a NASA facility. My father was a fire controlman, so he actually was someone on the ships who were firing actual missiles and rockets. So he was stationed out there and for testing, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, the island that we lived on was called Chincoteague Island, and all the businesses there were run by the Greeks. It was really weird. It was kind of like, like the Jews run everything. Well, the Greeks ran everything on this island, and they were native Greek, from Greece. The food was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like, we would go there almost every day.
Nice.
Yeah. So
once they get hold of a certain area as well, they will not let go either. Like even like the islands that have been tried to be occupied or invaded by other countries.
Isn't Ibiza Greek owned?
No, it's Cyprus is the contention. That's where my family are from. They were actually from northern Cyprus, where it got invaded by the Turkish. So like
Really?
it remains Nicosia, which is the capital of the capital city of Cyprus. The island remains either the only the only divided capital city in the world, or one of two, I think, or I think it is the only one now. That is, and it's existed like that, so they've got a buffer zone, they've got like a divide right in the middle, so like there's certain shops and stuff that are no-go areas.
Ibiza is like that too, or is it?
No, Ibiza is part of the Balearic, Spanish occupied, as far as I know.
Okay, I see. It's interesting.
But no, I'm not a stooge. I'm not put up by JLB or anything like that, man. No.
Yeah, I think Chris. I think I was like having some hangout with you, and JLB popped in, and about 3 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, I saw that like reposted on his channel.
Yeah.
With all these like negative comments from him, which I didn't quite understand because I thought it was a perfectly normal conversation.
No, it's
really
JLB.
There was nothing like out of control.
JLB feels that flat Earth is a manipulation, that it's not a whole truth, and it's not. So it's more he look. You got to get. I do give him credit. The whole baller skeptic. You look at when that show actually begun. He's the one who kind of started a lot of this hype. He created a formal show that got this moving, that got Jaron public, that got, Jaron only had one video out when JLB invited them on. David Weiss, that's what.
He had a few more than that. I mean, because
maybe a couple. I mean, I'm going off of what JLB told me.
He had like 2,200 subscribers. I watched. That's right when I came onto the scene.
The point is,
it was the second episode of.
No, fair enough. What I'm saying is with JLB, he feels, and not to speak for him, but we had this conversation the other night. He feels responsible for what has happened, and he doesn't think flat Earth is the whole truth. He thinks it's a diversion from what might possibly be. Which,
you know what? That
I
very
understand well.
That very well may be. I think it's just kind of we're all in the same boat. We just know it's not what they're telling us, and
exactly.
Right now that's kind of that's enough for me. I mean,
for me too.
More, there's probably more.
It's funny that you guys. It's funny that you guys should start discussing this and bring up JLB, because hopefully in the near future I may well have the opportunity to discuss the finer points of this with him during live hangouts.
You will. He's doing that show.
I hope so. I really hope so. But I will do my best to try and discuss the finer points of this as openly and as honestly as I possibly can bring to the table, and I won't leave anything out. Like I won't.
He mentioned to me the other night that he wants you on. I brought you up, and he mentioned that he wants you on. And he was glad that you were back. But I did the impromptu show that he did the other night. He put it to MP3 on his website.
Yeah, I remember.
He's treating it. Yeah, he's treating it as a podcast. But yeah, he's wanting to have the discussion. I was offering a more positive side to it. They were kind of slagging it, calling certain people, what's the word? They were calling certain people charlatans. I came in and was like, look, flat Earth it's an entryway. If you can get past the cognitive dissonance and push through and look at these topics, it's up to the individual. You can't protect anybody. There's going to be lies. There's going to be deception. It's up to the individual to discern this shit. You can't be a parent to them and protect them. But so I came in and made that argument, and we got along really well, and he's going to have me on a future show. So
yeah, good.
Nice. Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
I did listen to the I guess you can call it a debate that JLB had with Antonio. Well, actually, I thought Antonio didn't do a very good job, but I kind of, I don't see after listening to that, it just seems like he's kind of in the boat where he's very well spoken. He's kind of has an answer for everything. Is there a certain topic, or is it just a debate like, flat Earth against ball Earth, or is it just random conversation? Do you know what this is like? What it's going to all be about?
Show, the new show that he's going to be doing is called Meta Fae.
Yeah, can I just interject?
Sure.
He's described what it's going to be about to me during emails. Only maybe it's one or two. But what he's trying to get across is discussing the meta. The meta of like the surrounding contention, I suppose, of flat Earth, and it's not necessarily, it's absolutely not going to be strictly, points as in facts and figures and proofs and stuff like that.
No, he's looking into the social dynamic too.
Yeah, the social dynamics, the psychology.
That's it.
That I would like to listen to then, because I'm kind of pretty tired of the runaround. As far as me, I know I've proven to myself we don't live where they've told us. So it's I don't need to listen to all the garbage that constantly comes out unless there's new stuff. But the social dynamic, like I was talking about earlier with that flat Earth math guy, the people that are so set and they're not going to change their mind, that stuff really fascinates me.
He's also more into breaking. Sorry, this is the way I converse.
You're fine.
He's also more into the whole notion of pointing out scientism, pointing out that materialist paradigm, and trying to deprogram. We're offering a way for an individual to deprogram themselves. He uses this word and these rhetoric, and he's right to do that. I mean, I look at the past year and a half and 2 years, and really it's been a process of deprogramming. And I think that goes for all of us who's in this flat Earth scene. It's really the technical term for what we're doing. So he's investigating like the social dynamics of this, and he has a more negative filter because he's jaded and cynical. I mean, this is my impression. He agreed with me. He's jaded and cynical because he was there kind of in the beginning. He wanted to brand it correctly. That's why he called it baller skeptic. He's tried to stay away from the term flat Earth. Flat Earth is the fucking psyop. The term flat Earth has always been. It got beaten into our head with Bugs Bunny cartoons.
I almost agree with that.
Yeah, with Bugs Bunny cartoons, with it goes all the way back to when we were young. They've been doing this for years. So by
it's
using
not only
that,
just the words and the negative connotation that it has, but also the cognitive dissonance, mental picture of the contradictions between two models that form in people's mind when they hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and this will sound kind of stupid. But it also, I don't know if you guys, flat Earth and Chaldean is 33, but whatever. I totally agree. I firmly believe that nothing gets on the internet that they don't allow. So I believe this has been let out. And so that has led me to believe that I think that it may be true, but it's like nuclear bombs. It's a distraction, from something greater that's going on. And I've kind of moved past, for the most part, the whole flat Earth thing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Once you
Good
get
for
the
you.
a lot of people have been
message,
stuck here. A lot of people
once
have
you
been
get the
stuck.
message, but once you get the message, hang up the phone. That's what I've learned with through all of
Yeah,
this.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah, definitely. Because you can be hanging on and just experiencing shit for ages.
that's what you did, Chris. You hung up. Gosh,
Yeah,
about
well,
4 or 5 months
I
ago.
had to, man. I had to get away. I just had to, it
I
got to
wish
the
you
point.
didn't take
It
down
got
that
to,
hangout.
it got to the point where I was sending emails to some of the leading flat earthers, telling them how shit they were. I just thought, no, this is like.
I've gone too far.
I'm being offensive now. Like this is going to hurt their feelings. I'm going to have to stop doing this. You need a break, And it'd be very interesting for John to hear this conversation, whether it be live now, if he is listening to this, or later on. And I think he'd be very interested to hear this conversation because I am with you guys. I'm more interested now in learning the more social aspects, or at least digressing on what I've experienced, even though I know it's been 3 months of how we've got to this point, and I think flat Earth parties and fucking
there's a war.
It just got all a little bit too branded for me, and I'm just thinking, no, that is totally against anything that I wish to be part of. It just became like a club that I don't want to be involved in anymore.
And the main ones kept using the term flat Earth. That's not good marketing. Just like John said, baller skeptic. I try to brand it as alternative cosmology, or that it's like that. I'm investigating alternative cosmology, and it looks like we live on a level plane. You've got to stay away from the trigger words, when you're involved with this. But these people have latched on to that flat Earth, the title of that, and they're just. I think that's been the biggest problem, is because we're not it's not going anywhere anymore, like we talked about earlier. You brought it up. It's dead in the context that it had its run, and the X amount of people have figured it out, and that's it, and that's fine. It'll grow a little bit more, as every day goes on, but it's not going to go viral. It's not going to hit critical mass. It's just not.
Yeah.
So we just have to move on and find out what to do with this knowledge,
Yeah. There's a war. I believe it's a war against humanity right now, and this is like I said, kind of like the war and like the theater of politics. It's all a distraction to take us, to keep us sidetracked from this war against humanity, against all of us. And I think people are getting
briefly?
stuck. They're stuck on flat Earth. It's just like we need to move past it. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
What's up,
yeah,
brother?
Just something, even just to call it out, because I think you gentlemen are so, like, I think highly of all you gentlemen, is the idea that, even the definition for human. Like, let us be careful, because they've got a war on humans, because humans, the prefix "hu" means like
As or
unto,
of
but not
like.
the same. It's not the same as a man.
Yeah, I agree.
And so when we're talking about humanity or whatever like that, like, it's kind of like in the, I don't want to sound like mean to those who might not know, but at the same time, it's like, dude, humanity will rip itself apart. They're monsters in Bouvier's dictionary. Valentine's, like they're defined as such, and it's like, we have to distinguish ourselves as men and women. And I look at it like the Bible teaches that I have dominion over the earth, and if anyone's going to say anything to me about anything, where were you in the Garden of Eden when my father Adam was given dominion over the earth? Who are you? It's like, especially when you're talking with these people in power, who literally, in the highest of their courts, it says, "In God we trust." And if all this stuff leads back to Rome, then they're the ones talking about "In God we trust" too. And we have a remedy here that I think that's why I say, I think, are we so bold enough to think that our God wouldn't give us a fucking way? It's to say, to have no hope in this time or any of it is to say that your God didn't give you a way. And any one of us who struggled through something, whatever you had to rely on or whatever you had to have faith in yourself and prompted you to move, that's the thing. That's the thing I think that we, that any of us who are God-fearing, that's the thing. That motivation, all of that, and that appreciation, that's what I title is all the things good or God or whatever you want to look at it as.
I don't I don't think.
And I know
God
you
is-
understand it, brother.
I don't think God is giving us a way. I think it's up for us to find a way. I think we've all been given free will, and that's what the Lord gave us. And it's up to us to find things out and solve things for ourselves.
What?
I
That's what
I
I'm
hear
saying, though.
people
It's like-
waiting
Well-
for. Okay. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure.
No, I'm with you on that. It's like the idea that two sticks aren't gonna fucking make fire. It's your initiative to make the fucking friction, to make the fucking bow
Absolutely.
drill, to make the fucking thing. Yeah, brother, I'm with you on that.
I agree.
You know, that's why I only
Totally
say
agree.
I only say that, you know, about the definition of human, just because I think it would be something worthy of your consideration.
No, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. Yeah. The prefix "hu" means as or like, so it doesn't mean man. It means something different. Yeah, I think we're the seekers here.
Gotcha.
We're the seekers here. We're the unwashed masses are not ready for these type of truths, and this isn't to speak in a way to exalt us higher, you know, because it's not about that. It's about paths. That's what it is, and everybody's on their own path. But it appears to me that only about 85%. It's about 85% of the population who won't ever understand, and it's always been a minority that's ever changed anything. So I'm not worried about it going further. I'm not worried about that anymore. At one point, I was like, man, this would be great if it went critical mass. Da 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 da. Now I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
It's an inner journey. I believe it's it's an inner journey for.
We're on a
for
plane
yourself,
of experience. Yeah, we're on a plane of experience here. Like it's a dualistic plane.
Also, what I'd like to offer to this conversation right now is you've got to bear in mind as well, like we are random, not necessarily, obviously some of us have had conversations before and stuff, but however, we are not fame hungry, channel pushing people that necessarily are concerned about popularity in the grand schemes of a particular subject, whether it be the topic at hand, which would be Earth. However, what we're discussing here, in my opinion, is fundamental to the realization and understanding of how this subject is at its present moment, and it's very testament to our ability to perhaps in certain circumstances hold back, and then in other circumstances come forward and speak and be vocal about things. And it only takes one person, and none of us are anything special, and I'm sure you would agree. I don't hold any of you guys in idealistic terms, as I'm sure you don't me either, because I'm nobody. However, saying that as well is I would say a good thing, because there's many other people like us that maybe as well are contributors to this ongoing conversation and have a lot to offer. And I would encourage any of them people to take part and speak, just like we have done today, and come to some good conclusions, or at least bring the topic forward, converse about it on a realistic, more forthcoming scale.
I agree. As
not to leave anything out, but also to include anything specially.
I agree completely. I mean, the material's out there. You can point people in the direction. You can, explain your paradigm and perspective. But what I've noticed through this entire process is that what we're dealing with here are paradigms. And there is a problem with the public, is that they are conscripted a paradigm that was not of their choosing. This is what they don't seem to understand. It's a reality tunnel, and it wasn't constructed by them. It was constructed by media. It was constructed by erroneous philosophy. It was constructed by the military-industrial complex. It was constructed by astronomy. It was, all of these factors play into what they believe to be true, real, and right, and that also includes their morality. This is why we see so much atheism and nihilism, is because if you extrapolate the materialist perspective and take it to its logical conclusions, you're going to have, with the Big Bang cosmology, you're going to have atheism, and then that will lead to nihilism typically. So I think that it's up to them you can't walk somebody through that process. This is why we get attacked so hard when we even just offer a different perspective to someone who's in that paradigm, because they don't even know they're in a fucking paradigm.
Yep.
They don't even know what that means. There's like, what are you talking about? Space is real. What are you talking about? Aliens are going to come. My alien savior's coming any fucking day. Oh, my AI savior's coming any fucking day. Praise the great Elon Musk. Let me get my chip in my head. I can't wait for this.
Is there free,
exactly.
free Wi-Fi in the FEMA camp?
Yeah, man. And Larry,
Yeah,
play funky drummer for me, motherfucker.
For a while, and yeah, I've been listening. It's
your
really
laugh.
good.
I love
I
it,
didn't
man.
want to interrupt the mojo. I just
Oh, you're good, dude.
Just
But that's the way
chill, man.
that's the way I feel, man. And I really think, because that's been where I've come from. 3 years ago, I was saying, give me the chip. I'll be one of the first people to do it. I was saying, give me the transhumanism. Let me enhance myself. But, you know, and then it was funny. My brother said to me one day, it's kind of a joke. He was like, what if they're trying to make all this life extenuating technology to trap us here? And I stopped, and I had like this complete shattering of my paradigm. I was like, holy shit, that sounds like something they would do.
Yeah,
Okay,
hey, it's funny
I'm
you
not
mentioned
gonna
that.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna take chip. Nope, we're supposed to die. I'm not doing that shit. And well, here I am now.
Have you guys watched Nicholson 1968's latest video? Because
I've
it's
seen
pretty
some
much
of
like
his
spot
work.
on with what you're
I've seen some of his
what
stuff.
you were just talking about.
Yeah, I've seen some of his work, and I mean that's really what they're shooting for. You can see the propaganda starting to come up. There's this new show on HBO. I forgot the name of it, but it's about Westworld. It's about transhumanism, and you know the thing is like it's hard to argue against transhumanism. It really is, because if you can provide somebody with the sense of hearing, if you can provide somebody with a new limb who doesn't have one, if you can provide somebody with the mode of speech when they didn't have it before, you know, or regenerate something in their body by using a synthesized stem cell, you know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to argue against it. But if you look at it from like this, not a conspiracy
It
perspective,
wouldn't
but
stop
this,
there. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're right. It wouldn't stop there. If you look at it from
they bring it in with that aspect, but it would go. It would go. You know,
it
so
goes
much beyond that.
dystopian. Yeah, it goes dystopian, and it's ironically. An hour ago, before I jumped in here, or 2 hours ago, whatever, I went to go listen to Earth Discussions just for a moment, see who was on, and there was a commercial that opened with it, and because their shit's monetized, it was a 13-minute commercial by BMW, made by, you know, the guy who made Chappie. What is the guy's name? Okay, with that director, I forget his name, but anyways. He made Chappie. He made District 9, Blumpkinvich or something like that. Anyways, it was a 13-minute commercial, quote unquote. It was, I'll have to look it up. But anyways, a 13-minute movie that he made for BMW that starred kind of like a BMW vehicle that was in it. But what the premise was, it said in the beginning that this company had been cloning humans for the government, and that they were being raided by the military, and a paramilitary organization interceded and captured the cloned girl, one of the cloned girls, and was trying to evacuate her before the military got in there. That's what the fucking premise of the movie was. Like, it was just, and this was just 2 hours ago I saw this. I couldn't get over it. It's actually really good. It's 13. I watched all of it. It's very exciting.
Bloomkamp or Bloomkamp.
Yes,
Bloomkamp.
Actually,
it's really good though.
Yeah, the funny thing is actually Chappie is going to come on TMCW in about 14 minutes.
Well, thank you for
Thanks
that.
for the TV guide update, Larry.
Yeah, I don't own a TV.
Did you know that? Did you know that Diane World, they used one of Aphex Twin's really early rave songs, and they actually got permission from him. It's like this never ever happens, right? They actually
he's anti.
He doesn't work with anybody. Like, it's very rare. Even when he did his videos, like I said on a hangout, it was Chris Cunningham. I think it is
Chris Cunningham. Yeah.
that he did his videos with, and even then it was like hard to work with him. It's like really, he doesn't give his permissions to anybody, but he gave his permissions to Diane World to it's Dirty Boy. It's a really, you should watch it. It is really, really good. I mean, the production, the way they remixed it and everything is like they had the rights to either the DATs or the WAVs, or no, it wouldn't have even, it would have been DATs in them days. But yeah, it is really good. Also, another quick story about Aphex Twin. Madonna wanted a remix done by Aphex Twin.
No, he told her to fuck off, didn't he? I forgot.
He said, only if you phone me up and snort like a pig down the phone.
That's awesome.
No, in fact, he was one of my favorites.
No, she wouldn't do it. She was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, if you phone me up, like, all you have to, okay, I don't expect you to come around personally and snort and act like a pig, but if you phone me up and snort like a pig down the phone, yeah.
Aphex Twin is he was one of.
I'll do it.
You know what? Here, a crazy little story. The first time I ever saw "Come to Daddy" was on AMP, which was an old MTV electronic music thing that came on in like '95, '96, and it was Saturday night. And it was the premiere, the American premiere of "Come to Daddy." And I don't know if you remember it. The demon that comes.
MTV,
yeah. Well, the demon that comes out of the television in the video. I don't know if you remember this. Well, right when that happened, and that like synthesizer scream is going on, we had a fucking black. Yeah, we had a blackout right when it fucking happened. So the entire neighborhood went black. It was the weirdest experience I had as a kid.
I'm a massive fan of Aphex Twin. Like, I've got
he's amazing.
Like he did a thing, like it was 2 years ago. He released all of his really obscure
ambient works.
Ambient works, like his unfinished shit. You know, his DAT tapes on SoundCloud. Yeah. But he only released them he released them all like for download. But it was only for about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks. I downloaded all of them. I've got them all in several different folders on a couple of different cards and stuff, and on my hard drive. And but you know, it was all like really. Some of it were absolute. There was over 100 tunes that some of it was unfinished stuff. Some of it was like pre-release stuff that he'd worked on that was like parts of other tunes, and
that window liquor video was just everybody's got to see that thing. Like that video is just amazing. Everybody watch Aphex Twin window liquor when you get a chance. Just do it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Make your life better.
It really would, dude. Is that P?
Yeah.
Is that P Mars? What's up, brother?
Hey, Mars.
I'm glad you found your place here, man. You were floating around for a little bit. Now you're on FREECHAN a lot. Good for you. Are you a flat earther in spirit?
Yes.
Nice. Good for you. It's like the most punk rock thing you could do in this world. Fuck you. The earth is flat. Think about it.
No, I definitely.
So how's everybody? It hits mainstream. I'm out of it.
I definitely belong with flat earthers more than ball earthers.
Dude, it's punk rock, man. Fuck you. Fuck your ball. Fuck your little. Yeah, it's
You believe in a globe? You're such a conformist.
I liked flat Earth before it was popular.
Right? We're like flat Earth hipsters here. We're flat Earth hipsters here at FREECHAN, everyone. No, we're bald Earth skeptics.
It was good back in the day before everybody cottoned on to it. Yeah, man. Yeah. I remember when it was raw and it was all coming through. I remember when like people were even thinking, should we call it flat Earth? And then some plastic people decided to name it flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's but what I was saying earlier is like there's this mainstream paradigm which everybody is firmly, well, most people are firmly in, even if they know it or not. You know, my brother is pay attention to most of stuff. He'll see like space.com come up in his feed. He'll learn about Kepler's 1,024 planets, the Earth-like planets they just found. So like he's consistently seeing this stuff that's building this paradigm of potential aliens. I remember last time he visited, he mentioned it. He's like, oh yeah, I mean, how do you not know? Like, how do you think? Because I said aliens aren't real, and he was like, how do you know? Like the probability, they would have to be real. And I'm like, no, you've been sold a fiction. I'm sorry, we have no evidence whatsoever to base that on. And he's like, well, I just think it's possible. Well, you think it's possible because you think all these billions of light years exist. You know, and that's the thing, is they're just building this paradigm up.
I used to believe in ancient aliens and that they built the pyramids and all that bullshit. And then I took some acid this summer, and then I watched this guy Zenderus on YouTube. I don't know. He has a bunch of videos about how magicians use demons or jinn or whatever.
Nice. Yeah, I know you're talking about that. I think
demon magic.
Yeah, demon magic.
He kind of flipped my my perspective on the UFO phenomena from being alien to spiritual, and then shortly after that, I started looking into flat Earth because, like, I didn't look into I have some friends. I used to do podcasts, conspiracy podcasts, so I have some friends who were telling me about flat Earth, and I'd be like, no, I'm not even going to look into that. And I think it's pretty interesting now, but I prefer to call myself a ball skeptic than a flat earther because I'm just like too
alternative cosmology. Say you study alternative cosmology. That's what I say.
Well, I was well versed. I kind of still am, but I'm not really up to date. Say like the past year and a half, I've kind of fallen out of investigating it on a regular basis. However, saying that, before I got into the knowledge of the flat Earth information, my main thing was aliens, alien abduction, all of that whole UFO ET, alien UFO blah 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 realm, and I was like well into it. Like I was really up to date, knew all of the gossip that was going on and all of the latest things and stuff like that. So when I come across this information, it was like, you know, I'm going to carry on looking into it, but it's going to make a massive conflict of interest, because if we're not on a planet.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. People in the chat, can you stop doing this? It's lagging the whole hangout. Stop doing this.
I love it. Vincent,
Streamy's been a rebel.
Dude, Vincent, you have become the best FREECHAN hall monitor I've ever seen in my life.
Who's lagging? Is it me?
Absolutely.
I love you, brother.
It's better than the anarchists, yeah?
Go on, guys.
No. Shout out to Vincent. It's hard to get a word in sometimes because everybody has very much.
Oh, shut up, Larry. Shut up, Larry.
So
I'd like to say one thing quick about.
I'll just finish off my point and then come on to you. So it created a massive conflict of interest, because I had to let go of an awful lot of stuff which I thought to be true, you know, about other civilizations, planets, solar systems, you know, Galactic Federation of Light, all of that, you know, extra terrestrial, you know, hypothesis or summations, and I had to let go of. And I thought, well, what you're here for, really? You're in here. I had to say to myself, like, you're here for the truth, whatever it may be. If you have to change what you thought you knew, then so be it. You're here for the truth primarily, and anything else that comes along to challenge that, and you should welcome it and welcome the truth. And that's what it should mean.
Absolutely.
Mean to me.
Absolutely, dude.
Well said.
Well said.
Yeah, I like that. That's well said.
Hey, quick shout out to Turquoise. Didn't see you there in the room.
Yeah, bro.
Hopefully we can Turks.
Whenever everyone understands.
Yeah.
I was going to add that when I did believe in aliens, I was always suspicious of like the History Channel show Ancient Aliens, because I knew that the History Channel is owned by the military. So it's like on the one hand you have UFO communities saying that the military is covering up their knowledge of extraterrestrials, and on the other hand they're sponsoring a show that is like promoting the existence of extraterrestrials.
Look at Richard Greer. Look at Dr. Richard Greer. Isn't he literally ex-CIA? Fucking looks like he's still CIA, coming out acting like he's a whistleblower.
No, he's a country. He's a country doctor from I can't remember which state he said.
Wait,
one of the.
Richard Greer?
Area 30. It's near Area 51 anyway.
That's the story that he tells. He says, "I'm a country doctor from Kentucky or whatever."
No, he's a CIA agent in my book.
He always says that he's a country doctor. He trained as a medical doctor.
That's cool, but once you're in, you're in. Nope, you don't get out. Once you're in.
Even Bill Cooper says he's ex-military.
Well, he was. Bill Cooper, hold on. Bill Cooper was ex-naval intelligence, but later he recounted his, because in the beginning, I don't know if you recall this, in the 80s, he was saying they were hiding UFOs. But from 94 until his death, because he predicted 9/11, he ended up saying that it was all fake and they're planning a fake alien invasion.
So they were feeding him fake info because he was saying a bunch of shit that was not true.
Then that's probable. But the problem is most of the agents throughout history, even back to, believe it or not, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and a lot of those other guys who were operating at the time, these were naval intelligence guys. Like, they were on missions. Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard was naval intelligence, and they sent him to infiltrate Jack Parsons' little OTO, occult thing, because he was a prominent rocket scientist, and they wanted to know his occult and like his leanings. So I mean, yeah, I don't trust naval intelligence very much, but Bill Cooper I have a soft spot for.
Is Turquoise?
I like Bill Cooper
Turquoise
too.
Here?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
What's up, brother? What's you up to, man?
Just been on a hangout with one of my friends. We're kind of getting it together with like tarot and mysticism and astrology and stuff. We're gonna get my channel loaded with that stuff, really.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Sorcery and wizardry and witches and all that. Because that's what we are in essence, aren't we? That's what they're hiding from us.
We're wizards, brother.
Yeah, we're sorcerers, man. From source. We know how to use it.
Hey, yo.
No, I gotta talk to you, brother. I gotta talk to you.
Yeah, Turquoise.
I thought sorcerers were the ones that were like about manipulating people and enslaving people, and wizards.
Hey, Turquoise.
Natural magic.
Yeah. Turquoise.
Yes, man.
You were doing the 432 hertz. We were having that talk the other day, right?
Yes.
Yo, you remember I was like talking to you about how like I always felt like I lowered the E string down whenever I played, right?
Yeah.
So I fucking got an app that takes it and does the 432 hertz for tuning.
Oh man, go on.
And
I know what's coming.
Whether it's right at the, like, literally, it's actually exactly what I was talking to you about. Yeah. It's right down at the.
So you did it naturally through the way you played?
I always have done it with, like, there's certain songs that I have, like, this chord right here doesn't sound to me proper when I play it like this. That chord right there, I love that chord. And what do you call it? And then, like, it's like when it goes to the G, it never used to sound, it doesn't sound right to me when it's in 440. So I've always lowered it down, and it's just so cool that I was like,
yeah, man. Yeah, you found it.
Yeah, it's so dope, man.
You found it, but it was under your nose all along, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man. Well, you know, it's like I've always done it, I guess.
Naturally, yeah. You felt it and heard it.
Larry.
No, I'm just check up wide and Rob.
Larry. Larry.
Larry.
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry.
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 Yeah.
Larry.
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 You gotta say, no, you gotta say like
Larry. 3 times.
Larry.
Say it like you mean it.
Yeah, this is how it works. You say it there 3 times.
Larry.
no, You guys suck at it. You got to say it like Poncho P. Like Laurie.
You coot. You coot.
You
Answer the
wanker.
man, Larry. Answer the man.
Larry,
Yes.
are you a drummer?
Oh, God.
He's playing a guitar.
No.
He is a drummer, but he doesn't know the funky drummer break for some reason.
So what? Oh, the Amen break.
No, the funky drummer break, the more
Yeah.
simplistic.
Larry can't drum anymore. I sent those movers to his house, and they carried his drums back down
No,
to the basement.
Larry is a very good drummer. Okay.
That's called the
No,
Amen break.
no. Larry drove his car over his drum set.
Listen, he's damn good. Don't you be talking that trash.
I know.
I've heard him. He's pretty good.
No, to be honest, I heard him the past few days, and it does sound like he has been practicing. So good on you, Larry.
You got a drum kit, Larry?
What?
Larry, I
Larry,
love you. Larry, I love you. I love you. You know it.
Oh, fucking
I know, Vince. I know. Listen, everybody can tease and mess around stuff. I'm cool with it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Larry's got thick skin.
You got a drum kit.
I got it sitting right here.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. Seen it.
Sounds good too, actually.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that, man.
Someone put on a funky drummer break. Let him hear what I'm talking about. I just want to hear him do it once. I know he can do it.
It's called the Amen
No,
break.
no.
It's
That's
called the
different. I'm not
Amen
talking about the Winston's break. I'm talking about there's this. It's from James. It's an old James Brown song called "Funky Drummer."
Yeah. Oh yeah. When the drummer gets wicked.
You know
Yes.
what, Kath, actually, you posted that, and I actually did go into that, and it was more like a.
I'm gonna take my mic off real quick.
Oh, sorry. If it was too loud, I
No.
apologize.
No. It's not too loud. It
I
sounds.
was just teasing you.
It sounds good, actually.
I was being a jerk.
That's it. That's it. Let the drummer go wicked.
No, you don't want me to go wicked. I'll get the sticks out, and you won't be able to hear me play anything.
Just get the wiggles. Get the wiggles.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrupt the conversation. It was actually a great conversation, and please keep going.
Aliens are bullshit. Fuck aliens. They're stupid.
Yeah, aliens are really stupid, and like well, listen. I get like it's cringy when I'm around people who pretend that they're real. Like the only evidence, quote unquote, that they may have is through media and UFOs, which they haven't seen. And UFOs are quite likely military technology, in my view. So I think that that's a really shoddy, like, form of evidence for anything.
Yeah.
And yet they still believe it with, like, very, I don't know, it's weird. They're very adamant about it. I have a friend who won't talk to me anymore because he's one of these guys who is a Pleiadian. He believes the Pleiadians are going to save us from the reptilians and the Greys and all this shit. And like he does, he believes there's some galactic war going on outside of the moon's orbit and that they're waiting for. Yeah, he's into that.
Yeah,
so when I told he contacted me one day, he said disclosure is going to happen soon. The world's about to change. And I said, wait, you mean they're going to disclose that we live on a level Earth plane, and and I just went down the line and like blew his mind. He told me not to talk to him again. It was hilarious.
The thing is that they've always been going to disclose this for many years now. Like, just like it's going to happen in a few weeks or a few months or at the end of the year, and then like it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
And on. And the Galactic Federation of Light, because Barbara Manciniak said so.
Yep.
You know, and she can impact. She can internally interpret this telepathic.
They're channelers,
Yeah, this telepathic
Yeah.
telepathic information, and basically you're just gaining like her want, her best case scenario. You know, her psyche of what's going to, and many other people as well. Like is it Shatar or?
Oh yeah,
Shaitan.
Shaitan or somebody like that. And it just goes on and on every year, and they all say that, you know, that these, and there's other people as well. Like there's people from the UK, like what's his name, Simon Parks. Simon Parks, he was a councillor for the local government. You know, he was actually elected council member, and then he went on and he's been talking about all this stuff. And the more you actually scrutinise and listen to these people, you know, sometimes it's very questionable whether they're just making it up on the spot, like whether they're just like
they are.
People, you know, and they've obviously studied and listened to hours and hours of this information, you know, from other people, and they're just going along with the common census and then just editing their responses in order to fit with whatever the narrative is being you know, pushed at the time, and what sounds the most pleasable.
Yeah, I agree. And you kind of want to stay away from the. You want to stay away from the mediums, the channelers.
I agree.
mean, by the state of mind, I mean, they're in it for themselves. The ego is kind of.
Yeah, my family and my mother started listening to Abraham Hicks over the past year. Now, I will give her some credit. Like, I've listened to her before, and she has this very big positive, you know. She's the one who kind of, I think she wrote the book The Secret originally, or was very big part of it. She's very positive, and it's about being in a positive state of mind. She's helped, you know, my mother in that regard. Like, my mother was very negative all the time and was very consumed by television, media, all this stuff. And now she's more spiritual, what one would call spiritual, I guess you could say. So I do give credit to him in a small regard.
I'm with you. Just
But-
like Sean, he seems.
I would add to that the waking up process is exactly that. It's a process. Some maybe come out really quickly, you know, like, hey,
how old are you, Larry?
Can I make a point real quick on
Sure, what's up, man?
Talking earlier about your
Hold on,
friend,
Larry.
Cathexis, your friend was
What friend?
Sorry,
your friend was like waiting for the good aliens to come save us, basically.
Yeah, he was waiting for the disclosure of the Pleiadians to come save us.
And see, I'm into pattern recognition, and I like the Bible and I like Christians, but like this idea of like waiting for Jesus to come save us.
Yeah, it's the same.
Creatures of like waiting for the good aliens to come save us. So
And that's why I said they're either waiting for their alien savior, or they're waiting for,
go off.
or they're waiting for the AI savior. You know, once they flip on the AI switch, a lot of guys talk about, you know, it fixing all the world's problems, and you know, so they're always waiting for a savior. Everybody who's into this like non-religious atheistic paradigm, they're all waiting for a savior. Ironically.
Yeah, a little bit of wordplay too, just to point out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is
sure.
ironic. Yeah, that's ironic when they talk. And by the way, Kat, I'm actually 49. I'll be 50 next year.
So would you consider yourself a baby boomer?
No, that was.
Are you in that bracket?
I think baby boomers are like 70.
Yeah, they're like, I guess 55 to 75 at this point. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just something to consider.
Go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm an old soul. I think I've been around for several 100 years. I think I'm like 427 or something.
He's the Highlander,
Hey, Larry.
everyone.
Hey, Larry.
He's the Highlander.
Hey, Larry, do you have a dream catcher?
A dream catcher?
Do you have a dream catcher, Larry?
So, Issa, I will tell you about that. I will talk about that here, sir.
Yo, hold on. I got a question though, or just something to think about.
What's
with
up,
the word,
dude?
with the wordplay? It's like this. Like, yo, look, in the U.S., like just all I know about is the U.S. citizen thing. Is the U.S. citizen, right? Is an enemy of the states. The state citizens are considered non-resident aliens. So the idea is that if you understand who you are, this United States system has set it up so that the United States citizenry are afraid of anything, of aliens. You know, these aliens have this power that they don't have. And in my mind, I think of it like a psychological tell on the idea that us as recognizing who we are, you know, non-resident aliens.
Are we the aliens now?
That's my point. It's like, you
That's
know,
what
we're
I said before. I mean,
yeah.
there is extra terrain. There is extraterrestrials on that terrain. Those are us. And
Wait,
they've
what
set
if
up a new
we're
nation.
what if we're the fallen, and we're in hell already?
Well, I don't even. It's too many good-looking women to believe that.
I actually do think
I like
this
it.
is
You
hell.
Yeah.
Like, you think like hell wouldn't be just eternal torment. Hell would be like give you pleasure, torment. Give you pleasure.
Yeah,
torment.
it's possible that we're in hell and we're the fallen angels who are waking up. That's why 33 is so significant to these people. Like, we're the 1/3. I don't know. I had Chad Sinclair, if you know him or not, I don't know. He's got some flat earth material on YouTube. He did a video last night where he postulated this idea. He's like, does this seem like fucking normal to you? We're eating corpses. We're saying it's normal. There's wars and children missing every fucking day. And like, you know, he just named off all the terrible, horrible shit that it goes on in this place. And he's like, does this seem normal or does this seem like hell? Now we're waking up to the fact that we're special. Maybe we're the fucking fallen. Maybe that's what it is, that we're the fallen angels and we're cast down here in order to deal with it. It's interesting.
Not sure exactly what I did though. I mean, maybe I played the drums wrong or something. I'm not sure like where I am.
I mean,
only in Jibby's mind. Only in Jibby's mind.
Even in the Bible, the demons took Jesus on top of the mountain and like offered him all the kingdoms of earth, implying that the demons.
Have you seen that meme? That flat Earth meme where it shows Satan showing the kingdoms to Jesus, and it's just a black and white drawing, and it says, "Look, no curvature," because he's like looking at a horizon that's flat, and he's showing him the kingdom.
Come on,
that's awesome.
Fucking hilarious. It's so great. Yeah. You gotta find it. It's worth looking at.
Like, right, if Satan is able to tempt Jesus by offering him control over all the kingdoms of earth.
Oh, Satan is the king. No. They say Satan is the king of this world.
Yeah,
why
he's
would
the ruler of earth?
That's what we say about hell.
It's clear in the Bible.
That's what we say about hell. Like, really,
the Lord God. There's two gods in the Bible. The Lord God, he's the ruler of the domain, which is Satan.
So I think maybe our objective is just to be like good people and moral people and treat.
Or maybe our objective is to wake up to this whole thing and embrace our divine privileges, our birthright, and use it the way we're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a deep conversation.
I would say more of that. Yes. And by the way, we're going to be offering seats on the plane, getting us out of here, outside the dome. It'll be 45.
Wait, don't you? Don't you mean the Antarctica? Don't you mean the Antarctica at the center where all compasses point to tell you to come past? Where the light from the astral comes out?
No, they don't call it that. Pointed X or something like that.
No, I'm
about
just
it.
quoting quasi-luminous. It's fine. Have you not seen Quasi-Luminous's stuff? He's all over the place now. Never mind me, Larry.
I've seen him. I try to follow sometimes, and after
the guy's shy. The guy's hilarious, man. But anyways, no, I mean, it does make me think, though. I mean, what is up at the North Pole? What are they hiding? You know, they may have found something up there that is quite
Santa
important.
Claus,
I think it's Santa Claus and the nine
Fucking
reindeer.
Odin. It's fucking
It's
Odin.
Santa Claus.
It's Odin. Odin is up there.
Santa can't exist on a ball. You know, think about it.
Dude, did you know that every year
Santa Claus proves a flat Earth?
Did you know every year?
Well,
Spinning ball Earth.
here's the
Did
funny
you
thing.
know every year NORAD tracks?
I can go around the world in like seconds.
Fuck
And they're
you,
like,
Larry.
sorry, Kat. I'm going to interrupt here. Seconds. They're like, how would you do that? I was like, well, I'm going to go up to the North Pole and I'm going to sit my ass right on the pole and I'll be around in like seconds, like la 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 la.
I think the answer
They have no comeback. They're like, wait a second, that would actually work.
More of a clue to where we are and the nature of our reality lies south rather than north, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, that's the argument to be made. But I think that there hasn't been enough attention put on the North Pole, is all I'm saying.
Oh,
I mean, they militarized it in, I think it was 48 with the dew line. I don't know if you ever read up on that or seen any documentaries about this, but it was basically thousands of miles of radio tower establishments that they put in a circle around the North Pole, even leading into, like, Russia participated in it too during the Cold War, funny enough. So there's this whole circle around the North Pole called the dew line, which is an early warning system that they've used for Russian nukes. That's what they claimed, but it's basically just an amazing radar system that's encircling the North Pole. Why would they do that? You know what I mean? Like, there's aspects to it that makes me really wonder. Byrd went up there, and then he went to the South Pole, and stayed in the South Pole for 3 years, and that was after he was in the North Pole for 6 months or so. So, I mean, there's something going on at the poles that they don't want us to know, and maybe fucking Mount Meru's up there. Who knows, man? Maybe. How'd you put it, Issa? That one time with Charles?
What's up?
You were like, "How? I just don't understand how the fuck you can't understand that the sun might be a projection beaming off of Mount Meru in the North Pole." Charles, the fucking flat Earth math, never heard anything like that in his life, and that was
well. The thing is that this is the thing that irritates me, man. Is like when I'm in a conversation with someone and they show that they won't even entertain the idea. Like, you know, it's like it's the kind of thing like where this is actually the enemy of men. Is the idea that you're gonna not even entertain an idea because of your preconceived notion, and that's what makes me love that quote. I forget who it is that said it. Many a man has lost his fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of.
Yep.
And it's just like, you know, if you can't just open your head up, you might like never get the trick to get out.
But what's so funny though, because it's Charles. The man thinks we're going to.
Well, no, but like, all right, and that's why.
And you're just busted out with Mount Meru and Lake.
Well, you know, but like literally, that's after 2.5 hours of like trying to see if you can.
I know, but it was just there was no. It was such a gap between those possibilities. Is all I'm saying.
Well, you know, there's a time for there's a time to fucking exploit like the reality of something. Because like
I know
it's like I say, it's like, you know, it's like there's types of people that, you know, that the warriors and hunters don't go hunting with, and that's how I look at those people.
Yeah,
because,
I
like,
know.
you know, they don't think, and because they don't think, they'll get you killed. They'll get you killed, or they'll get you going hungry.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I really still think he says.
Oh, forgive me, guys.
He's from New York, man.
Yeah. So. I mean, New Yorkers are tough and shit.
Well, it's not even that. It's universal. It's like, you know, it's honestly, it's like, I think of like, I love Bill Hicks's line with the like when he called it his UFO tour when he was.
Oh,
like,
you mean Alex Jones?
Like his he was going through, like, he called it like the
Bill
you know,
Hicks is not Alex Jones.
I'm
where
just fucking around.
where he
dude.
was seeing, it wasn't, but the best joke of all is he goes like, he's sitting in a diner on his, you know, tour where nobody goes kind of thing, and he's like, you know, out in corn patch country, and he's like, the waitress says to him, "What's your reading for?" And he says, you know, and he thinks to himself, like, not what am I reading, but what am I reading for?
Yeah.
And like, you know, it's like there's certain people that are around the world that are reading. It's like I was talking with Weiss, Miss Weiss, sister, and like, you know, it's like, you know, what would happen if, like, you know, all the, he mentioned like what would happen if all the internet went down. And I thought to myself, well, you know what? I would be happy to know that there's all of you motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, yeah, I heard
you know
that.
What I mean? Like, I'm happy.
Yeah.
That you got. You know what I mean? I'd be happy to know that everybody is out there and everybody is like, you know, and like, you know, there's a shot that there's some fucking.
You're not alone.
There's some free thinkers out there in the rest of the world, and that, like, you know, even just being here is confirmation. It's like, you know, I think that some people like they've never had their freedom taken away for a night even. So it's like, you know, like you know, it's real easy to talk about, you know, certain things and postulate certain things, but until you've seen certain things, you know, like, again, it's like many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. And so, like, you know, just it's like, you know, you might not know. And it's like, that's how I feel with like this law shit even, is like, yo, you know, have the conviction and I think this is a thinking man's game. And I think for all of the thinking men out there, there's victory.
Yeah,
that's
well,
what
they can control their own mind, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
110%.
You've got to be able to see also the hope in it, though. You know, you've got to be able to, like, that's why, like, whether it be, you know, for me, it's like I grew up, you know, in a Christian household and just have faith in God, so it's easy for me to convey the message through that parable. The idea, though, of like that, like, you know, of that, like, you know, I believe that my Creator made a way for me. It's like, you know, I believe that it's like, you know, whether you played a sport or whatever, you went in and like any warrior, it's like, I love Theodore Roosevelt. It's like, it's not the critic that counts. It's the guy who's in there. And until you've ever been the guy who's in there, if you don't know that talk, you got no right.
No, I know exactly. I mean, critics are those who can't do.
And, well, yeah, but, you know, and even still, it's like, I would hope to inspire anyone out there to go and do it. Like, be free, be you. Be proud of who you are. It's like, you know, like, even like the term flat earth, it's like, you know, like when someone says like anything derogatory about flat earth, I feel like it's like that, what's his name? Doc Holliday. It's like, I'm a flat earther. What?
Yeah, you're taking it back. It's like Porch Monkey. You're in that movie. You're taking it back.
Yeah, like, I'm taking it, like, you know, in the sense of like, yo, like, even like, yo, to the point of like, get flirt, like it's like flat earth math.
What was
it's
it,
like,
Clerks too? Yeah.
Like, well, it's like, I was saying, like, get you know, it's like, and, you know, whatever, flat earth math is who he is, but it's almost like flat earth discussions. I was out there, you know, I was kind of saying like, yo, get flat earth out of your fucking mouth.
Yeah, but you know, Charles is one of the only nice ones, I'll be honest.
I didn't say that to Charles.
No, I know you didn't say that, Charles. And I know you mean it in general.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You just politely asked him to change his name.
If you're going to diminish, if you're going to diminish, like, you know, like, if you're going to lure people in with that term, clickbait, then you're no better. You're no better than doing.
I absolutely agree. That's, you know, his name and everything. It's like he's almost like baiting.
And then, dude, here's the problem. Here's the fucking problem. I think I said it to Netter. I think I've said it to Flat Earth Matt. I called him out. I was like, "You're a teacher, aren't you?" He's like, "Yeah." Because like I go like this. I was like, "What you're doing, and this is what they're doing." Like what they're doing. For those of us who aren't at the conviction point, you know, of like, for me, there's no, I don't know, there's waters level. So like, but like the idea that what they try to do is lull you back into the seat in the classroom when you were impressionable. So it's a psychological technique where they're pushing you into the classroom again and trying to discuss and tell you, like, whip out the blackboard, and you're falling asleep again, just like you were back in the day. But if you've got any inclination that you might be wrong about the flatness of water, then then you have to, like, you know, you're gonna maybe get pushed back into that chair. And so what they're doing is like a little psychological technique in my book. And I know he comes and says, I'm just trying to get people to do experiments.
He won't talk about Billy.
But he won't talk about my videos and, like, you know, and light and the fact that, like, you know, you can't see past, like, you know,
we had him on for 3 hours.
And he
scribbled over the most there were things that weren't exactly relevant to what we were saying. He kept changing the subject very quickly, very easily.
This is what irritates me too. This is the thing, and forgive me, Chris, for being like this, but this is where it's like I get real weary of when it's like, so like, hey, what do you call it? What are you having for dinner? Oh, well, I'm having like, one time last week I went down to the store down the street and I got a pair,
Chris,
and I had
Issa's
my
just trolling you right now.
No, but not you.
He's trolling you right now.
I'm saying like this though.
I know. I'm
Is
fucking
that like,
Issa.
when I hear that, like, it reminds me of what Flat Earth Math does. Is he just goes, well, what you have to see is that I just needed to get a pair of white laces because I needed white laces because it was Tuesday. And Tuesdays, me and my wife, we always go to the movies. So I was going to go to the movies and I was like, what movie am I going to? It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I want to smack somebody. Because, like, it's all this extension of fucking bullshit. And as soon as I hear it, I feel like, look, you're either dumbing everyone down or you're trying to waste time.
No, that's what and I'm not. I don't mean to speak out when he's not here. But I mean, Charles does have that habit.
He's not here?
I know.
Oh, forgive me. Oh, no, Chris is here.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you know damn well who else is here. But Charles knows Charles knows that I have a human. Well, forgive the word. A decent. I have a respect for him on a man to man level because I know where he's at.
It's very easy to get drawn back into the globular spinning ball.
Well, it's not.
But
it's not that's what he is.
If you've done enough kind of dedicated, absolute, real serious looking into. If you've really done enough, if you put
can't go back. Can't go back.
Like if you've looked at it all in every aspect, in every kind of morality, in every contention, in every aspect of both sides of the argument, not even both sides, but three sides, or you've even you've even stood away from yourself and looked at it from a third person. You've got to come to the realization eventually and be honest with yourself. Because at the end of the day, like with myself, there was only me that got into it. I don't have a long-term partner, or I don't have children or a wife that I have to persuade. However, you've got to know that really the only person that you're looking into it for is yourself, really, and you've got to come to if you've put enough dedication, enough time into all of the information that is out there. There's an awful wealth now, and there was back then as well. Not quite as much now. Not quite as much then as there is now. But you've got to be honest with yourself and come to the realization that that there's some massive questions here. You can't possibly be where they told you are, and you've got to take it from there. And there is no getting away from that. And if you're really like honest with yourself, if you're a true person, if you're really like dedicated to discovering the truth, no matter what the outcome may be, whether it may be a detriment to your psychology, your family, your situation, your monetary things, or whatever, you've got to come to the conclusion that whatever it may be, however ugly it is, however it may be a detriment to your well-being, etc., that it can't possibly be the globe. It just can't be that. It's not even fucking fathomable. It's not even possible in any kind of situation, any dimension, any reality, any well-being, any social standpoint, anything else. It just can't be that. So
yeah, I actually took that phrase from you. When the first time I had spoken with you, your conclusion to Jeremy was, Jeremy, stop arguing with me. I'm just telling you, man to man, I would not say this. We are not where they fucking say we are. That's what I took away from that day, and I've used it ever since. And it's exactly the case. Like, that's why I love that Tesla quote, and I say it all the time. But Earth is not a planet. Earth is a realm. This is it. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. This is why esoterics, metaphysics, and the occult play into this subject in my eyes. It's something that is very important to understand that there's a different paradigm, and it is rather fucking magical. It's just
Absolutely.
a lot of people can't. Yeah.
And then, like for me to expand on that, which I will very, very briefly go into, because I really don't want to, I don't want to do this fucking long monologue where I can't stop speaking.
You're all right, man. You're all right.
Yeah, I'm
You're
sorry,
good, brother.
but anyway,
You're all right.
it's about who we are. It's about like who me and if you look at it on an individual basis, that's fine. But it's about all of us. It's about our history. It's about who we are. It's about I strongly suspect that what this lie is for, and it's a fucking big one. Like it's a really fucking big lie. Yeah, what this lie is all about.
The biggest lie ever told.
Is to.
I don't think that. I wouldn't say that.
Not quite, but it is.
We can make it
certainly
worse.
up.
Yeah, we can make it
It's
worse,
certainly. It's certainly up there. It's certainly up there, and it's about us discovering who we are, and or at least at the very least, it's diversifying our expectations of who we are. So it's that's what the lie is. So you can delete all of that, and you can think, well, I'm a human, and I'm a man, and I can do anything that I really put my mind to, as long as it's not harming or hurting anything else. That's a good thing to do, and it's taking you out of that mindset. It's taking you out of the mindset to realize your importance, your capabilities, your self-respect, your demeanor, your everything, your social standpoint, who you are as a person, your integral being. It's taking all of that away from you, because you don't even know where you fucking are, right? And if you don't even know where you fucking are, like take SAS operatives or Navy SEAL operatives, they put them somewhere, and one of the first things that any of these people on training, really heavy training exercises, first thing that they do is try to establish very they try to establish where they are, their environments around them, so what they're dealing with, because that is the first battle. And once you understand your environments, where you are and what you're dealing with, then you can move forward. Then you can you can plan an attack or an escape or a means of surviving properly to what you are and who you are and where you've been placed. Once that's taken away from you in the fundamental aspects of you not realizing you're or at least you being under the impression that you're on a planet spinning around, you can't establish a point of proper you may well be able to survive, but you can't establish a proper way of escape or determining your options properly, because they do that to highly trained military personnel. Is they'll dump them in the middle of nowhere and try and give them no clue to where they are. And the first fundamental thing is they try and work out the surroundings, try and determine where they are, where they have to move towards, how they're going to survive around their provided terrain, what their options are. And you've got to think of it like that. And these people do think like that. That's why they do that to their most highly trained operatives within many armies, many fucking armies.
That's why it's so important that they have hidden this from us, because it gives, if we are able to be susceptible to such a large degree of deception, then the rest of them are easier. All the other deceptions are easy. And I mean, there's that great Hitler, I think it's even a Hitler quote, it says, make the lie big and repeat it over and over. And you can have anybody believe anything. So this is what we're dealing with.
The bigger the lie, the harder it is to believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Or easier it is to believe.
Yeah, but it's harder to tell people that they've been tricked. Mm-hmm. So I'm right there with you on that. It's go on, Larry.
No, go. No, please. That's the difficult part. Is after you say something like that to someone, they look at you like you have 3 heads, and they're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then you start to possibly lay out some different things.
Well, this is it's not for everyone though. It's not for everyone though.
I'm not saying that the information that you are not where they tell us you are is gonna make you superhuman, but it is certainly a step forward to where you were before. It really is. Like,
it puts you on a path, brother.
We know that like 40-year-old blokes can attain the most physical peak of activity as long as they practice every day. 50-year-old blokes who are into martial arts can absolutely defend themselves from any attack just by moving in a certain way and then pushing as the person is flailing past them, pushing them and then knocking them off balance. We know that can happen. So what I'm saying to you is that the physical aspects of ourselves has not even been realized yet, because we're only at like 5, 10, at the very most 15% of our full potential.
I agree, 100%.
If our full potential was realized mentally and physically, then we would be absolutely in the realms of being able to perhaps maybe jump for longer, or even shift our
But even more than that,
yeah, and
Turquoise was right. We're wizards. If you want to break it down,
achieve things that would be deemed as superhero kind of shit. We're not, and this is all going to be slowly. It's not going to like happen over one day or 3 weeks or a couple of years. It's going to happen slowly. However, at the moment we're held back to such a point that we don't even know where we are. Okay, and once we shatter the first objective, which would be, well, we can't be there, then the possibilities of the other things comes into our consciousness, and then we can move forward. When we do it collectively, then it's only going to be beneficial to everybody, humanity, and that's how we move forward, how we be better, how we treat our environment better, our animals better, we bring up children, and it's only going to get better from there, because at the moment you must agree that it is pretty shit. I mean, humanity, the way they treat each other, the way they behave to one another, the way they're competitive and detrimental to one another is not a service to humanity, and it really can only get better. But one of the best
keep in mind that humanity is human, which is not man. It's a likeness, but not actually. It's like a nominal.
Yeah, the language does matter. I mean, he's speaking in generalities, and we all kind of know, but it's a proper clarification. The word human, the word citizen, these are actually terms that are used against us in order for us to even speak improperly against our own selves. So, and words
we cast
matter.
spells on ourselves and each other with the words that we use.
Yeah, incantations and evocations are being done at this very moment, and if you put the wrong words on you or the wrong spell on you, like human, it does have an effect. We just aren't able to see it right now. So I agree with you.
I just have to take my hats off to Chris, because he actually talks longer than I do in a straight rant and just keeps on going. And I've actually put several people to sleep doing that. And I actually, oh shit, sorry.
Just walking a few up now. That's how you awaken everybody with your music, bro.
It's all in respect. It's all in respect.
No, thank you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
In The Simpsons, Lisa used music to wake everyone up in the Halloween episode when the advertising attacked everyone. And
saxophone. Yeah.
She wrote a song and told everyone to like not pay attention to the advertising, and then they lost their power and couldn't hurt anyone.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
No one listened to her until she wrote a song about it.
There, P. Morris, I actually had a chat with a couple people and told them a couple of things, and they really got it. And they were like, okay, really? All right. Okay. Okay, I'll look into it. Yeah, the more people that you speak with and talk to, I think that there are so many people that actually know, but they just want to ignore because of certain things they've got going on. Certain things,
I actually had a very educated, very intelligent boss of mine about 10 years ago when I was researching the Federal Reserve stuff. I sat down with him privately and, to kind of enlighten him about all these subjects. He's like, yeah, I'm aware of the stuff, but he goes, wait, you're a conspiracy theorist? And I was like, no, alternative researcher, blah, blah, blah. He goes, I thought you were smarter than that. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean by that? Well, listen. I said, what the fuck do you mean by that? And he goes, no. I thought that you were smart enough to know not to say anything. Implying that these things are true, but he gained his wealth nonetheless. And he was a very rich man, and he knew what was up. He just played into the systems and chose not to tell anyone.
So
that's what these rich people do.
So he deemed it wise not to give any kind of credence.
He punched his own ticket into the club.
He knew what was up. He knew all of everything I was saying, and he was just like, "Yeah, but you're not supposed to talk about it like that. I thought you were smart enough to."
Yes, so,
you know what I mean?
He deemed it wise not to upset the apple cart.
Because I was going around telling the unwashed masses. I was going around telling the sheeple, trying to wake them up. That was like my whole thing 10 years ago. You know what I mean? And not like I wasn't going on with the megaphone or anything like that. I was just, doing it casually. And he recognized that, and he said, I thought you were smarter than that, implying it.
I had a conversation like that on an air flight once. I was sitting next to a pretty big Wall Street guy, and we had pretty much about the same conversation. Was that, wow, you seem really smart. What the hell are you doing talking about this crazy shit?
Oh, wow.
It's true. I think these guys are right. Something I'm coming to recently is that
it's a barrier, isn't it? It's like
the Masons.
Wow, he's kind of smart. Maybe I should look into this.
Right. The Masons and all of these upper echelon groups, they call them the unwashed masses. They call them, that in particular, but there's many names. We call them sheep. All these names. I think that they're not supposed to be woken up. These are answers that only go to seekers. We have to seek this information. We have to be the one. You can't just go around telling everybody this, because everybody's going to think you're crazy. Nobody's going to take you seriously. And it's up to the individual to do this research themselves by their own desire.
I suppose
kind of reminds me of a Bertrand Russell quote. Bertrand Russell said in the Scientific Outlook, on those rare occasions when a boy or girl has passed the age at which it is usual to determine social status, shows such marked ability as to seem the intellectual equal of the rulers, a difficult situation will arise, requiring serious consideration. If the youth is content to abandon his previous associates and throw his lot wholeheartedly with the rulers, he may, after suitable tests, be promoted. But if he shows any regrettable solidarity with his previous associates, meaning the unwashed masses, the rulers will reluctantly conclude that there's nothing to be done but with him except send him to the lethal chamber before his ill-disciplined intelligence has had time to spread revolt. This will be a painful duty to the rulers, but I think they will not shrink from performing it. Bertrand Russell.
I think this happens all the way up the line, where basically you're tested, right? So any kind of whether it be a hierarchical structure to any social or workplace institution which you're invited into, and you're invited to climb the ladder, you're given a test, and this happens all the way up. Like, it's not one particular point of the ladder. This happens all the way up. Like, if you know anything about Freemasonry, this happens and you're tested and you're tested basically. If you're going to be clever about things, clever about things and not upset the apple cart and go along with the flow, you're gonna progress, and you're gonna be an asset to, you know, the greater good and the structure that already exists, which you're a part of, which is like made you who you are and given you cars and families and houses, well, not families, but houses and a social standpoint. So this happens, and as soon as anybody kind of says, well, this is like, maybe it's a little bit unfair, do you see the bigger picture? And
yep,
you know, that would be a big red flag, and you'd be deemed as like not part of the progression which you've already been born into, and many others. And you know, it's like, it's not even part of why would you even bring that up, man? You know, it's you. I thought you were clever than that. You know, I thought you were, you know, you're obviously displaying intelligence. I mean, the answer back to the person would obviously be, well, could you not see the bigger picture where the power is held within yourself? But then that would just like wasted on them. You know, it's just like, can you not see that the power is within us individually? Can you not see that we're being used? Can you not see that, you know, there is a bigger thing at play that we are not part of? Why are them people at the top being treated differently to us, where the distribution of wealth is so unfair? And obviously that answer would, you know, that response or that answer would be wasted on them. However,
are you practicing filibustering?
Issa, you are such a dick, dude. Man, Chris is just an elegant speaker who makes his points a little long.
No. Don't fight my corners for me. What's up, man?
Fair play. Anyways, hey, gentlemen, hold on. I got to take off for a little bit. I might be back a little bit later. It was great talking to everyone.
Peace, Cass. Good stuff, brother.
One final apology before you step out.
Issa.
Chris.
Yeah.
Issa, what's up, man?
What's up?
I'm just wondering.
Are you questioning with my genuine? What's up?
No. Actually, I'm serious. Obviously, I mean, homeboy Zach and like, you know, Cathexis, everyone is into, like, you know, has got your back, man. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just merely, I'm a bit of a, like, it just seems like it's very and I don't mean, I only say it so that we know in our own selves, I guess. It's just that it seems a little, I don't know what you're getting to, because it's a little long-winded. That's all. I'm just busting balls, bro. I really don't mean nothing by it, actually.
Okay.
Just so you know, I don't want you to take anything, like, I wouldn't want you to.
It's Issa's version of that's what I'm saying. Like Stephen has his thing, that's Isa's thing. That's what I.
Would you like me to be? Would you like me to be a little bit more concise?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The point that I'm getting to, I'm sorry for being long-winded. I think you know. Do you know what time it is? It's like nearly. It's like 6 minutes to 4. Yeah. 6 minutes to 4. Okay, I'll be a little bit more concise. The point that I was coming to was that in any stage of progression through the ladder, there's always a set pitfall which exists within them stages, and anybody who doesn't anybody who doesn't agree with it or doesn't go along with it is deemed as stupid and not included in that progression of the pyramid system. You know, and that's how it works, and it's not just at one level, it's at every level. If they don't agree, you know, it's like a fail safe that's built into it. And that's
right, but doesn't it, in a way though, doesn't it also, because I try to see the remedy in it, and it, like, it makes me think, like, having looked into this, or, like, you know, let's say for instance courts and law, like, I feel like everything sits right where it it's almost like at the height of some evolution, this is what it's become. And, like, you know, you think about it in realms of, like, conversation, like take it, like, you know, like, if you're well versed in a subject and you're talking to someone, there might be levels with which you might be able to take the conversation depending on the level of interest that somebody else takes the subject. In a certain way, it's like these gentlemen they've studied this subject, falls into a certain category. That subject entails a lot of stuff, but you know what I mean. It's also like it's such a rich subject where, like, it's like I mean, you know, I'm not trying to justify them. I'm just trying to say, like, the science behind how it ended up that way. You know what I mean? And like I see it, like just like that idea of that pyramid structure is kind of an evolutionary like. What else could there be? Like, you know, you think about it with conversational terms or something, or you think about it with like resources. People culminate and save their resources. You know, it's like it's almost people do that.
Well, some people like myself, you know, that you know they have learning difficulties like myself, which I've I've struggled with for years. However, I put the hours in, I put the time in to try and comprehend, fully. And sometimes it only takes somebody to explain it in simple terms, which I've tried to do. And I know I may well be, preaching to the choir, or being a little bit
You're well versed, bro. You're well versed, man. I really
I don't mean that. What I'm saying is I'm maybe talking down to people that are already well versed in the subject. I don't mean to do that. That's not what I'm doing it for. It's not because I think that I am more versed than you and you need it explained to you properly. It means that like I struggle to learn this firsthand, and it takes maybe 2 or 3 times, and sometimes it only takes one person to explain it properly. Just like when you're asking the teachers at school, which I did, and then eventually they'll come and sit next to you and explain it to you in very simplistic terms, whether it be a math problem or how to spell a word properly and the breaking down of the word. It just takes that, and that's how I kind of got to grips with learning and kind of got on board with learning more.
It's weird for me, bro. It's like, I got detentions for the questions that I asked.
Oh, I did.
You know what I mean? Like, I got put into trouble for the questions that I asked, and like had to like navigate through. So it's weird, like, like in one way it's like, and I can appreciate the idea of the open, honest discussion, but I've always learned it like, okay, like, you learn this stuff for yourself. And it's like, either you're into it or, because like, I don't know, there's certain elements of this where I also think we have to keep ourselves sharp. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, I saw you the other night on one of the shows, and I was like, who is this guy? And like, that's why, like, forgive me for being a little verbose earlier.
No,
I don't I don't know you, and like, and I said, it's just I make my case strongly.
That's fine. Listen,
from Jersey,
I am nobody. I'm nobody to be concerned about, honestly.
Hey, easy.
I used to moderate for Darwinism and Globebusters, like months and like back in the day when they were. I used to.
Weren't you one of their first guests, like on like for the ISS?
Yeah,
like
yeah, I got.
Yeah, I remember that. You were. I remember that. I didn't know who you were then, but you said something about like, isn't if we lived on a ball, wouldn't the like something about with the sides of the satellite would be bent, or I don't know, something with about the fisheye lens. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
the fins would be. Yeah. I was one of the first guests, but I was only selected by random, so I didn't like. I did
that, the random thing.
Yeah, and I got selected, and I was one of the guests. I didn't say an awful lot, but if you go back to like Globebusters, like one of their really early ones, I was on there. So my history goes back. I've had an internet presence for quite some time now, and I am who I say I am. So I'm no.
You're a fucking shill, man.
Yeah, I'm a fucking shill, and I've got all of your names and all of your numbers. I'm going to report it to the CIA and FBI tomorrow morning, and you're all fucked.
I just hacked your computer.
I'm only joking.
You got my number. What's wrong with you?
Was that your own idea, Chris, or did JLB put you up to that?
Well, he was one of the instrumental deciders, but it was a combination between him and his handlers. But
okay.
It was,
You have a horrible firewall because I'm already inside your computer.
Really? What sort of computer have I got then? No, even Yvette knows me from Yvette knows. Listen,
yes, I know. She invited you. I know.
I've got nothing to prove, honestly. No,
I don't mean nothing. But I never met you before. I mean, like, not that I'm anybody. I'm just like I'm a am who I am. I don't know what to say.
I did a 14-part series of me giving proofs, and they were only like 2-3 minutes long. But I did a 14-part series, and it was back in the day when the early channels were getting going. When I deleted my channel, and I did many Hangouts. Well, not many, but I did about 5, 6. One of which got over 1,000 views, so I didn't do too badly. It was in the days when Ace was doing stuff, and Jeff Stewart was doing stuff, and Yvette was starting to do stuff, and it was in them days, like 3 months ago, whatever it was. But yeah, I deleted my channel because I got sick of it all. I just got fucking sick of it.
I could see that. I could see that.
I thought you said a year ago.
Your story's not adding up, Shill.
Yeah, I thought you said a year ago. You said 3 months ago.
He did, yeah, Chris.
I don't know what else to say, man. Look, fucking hell, I've spoken to Bob privately. I've spoken to Jaren on a couple of occasions.
Well, you know, Xanadude 60 equals 33 in fucking Chaldean, so.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway, but what happened to Gavner? Is Gav gone away? Prop?
I think he's under a different name.
Is he? Is he still participating in like chats and moderating, or is he still doing stuff? Or
I haven't seen him in like a couple months.
No.
But I think I thought Gavner was the one doing the Flat Earth after party, the original one for Globebusters.
Yeah, same guy, yeah.
Yeah, and then I met him on like Pal Chat, like way back in the day, dude. When or what was it, Pal Talk? Yeah, Pal Talk.
Before that, we were all in Jeranism's chat, weren't we? When that was still going, when it was popular.
Actually, you're right. Jeranism chat. I forgot all about that, dude. That was like, I don't know, dude. That's like a lone star in the make-believe galaxy. It's weird.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, I used to have moderator privileges for that. I used to know everybody's IP address and everything.
I wasn't that cool.
including my own, which was given away. So, like, I'm definitely who I say I am.
Dude, I got banned from fucking Globebusters, like, because I still, I don't watch the show live, but I like tune in to, like at night and go to sleep to it or something. But I got banned from it, and I didn't know like who this like crazy A4 guy was. I had no idea he was some kind of like psycho, and like I get this random message like saying, yeah. Globebusters is ghost banning people, and like there's all this like, and so I made this mistake of like going to like some random video he just uploaded and posted on Globebusters, and I start like chatting with him, and the next thing I know I'm like getting like PMs from him for like 3 weeks straight, dude, just like hitting me like one after another, like meth style. Yeah, it was nuts, dude. I was like, oh my God, dude. I was like, please. And I didn't know, is there like a way you can stop someone from private messaging you on your channel?
No, unless you block
Peace,
them.
guys.
Okay, because like it was crazy.
No, I didn't realize it was like that. He went that way well after I'd gone from the scene.
Are you talking about Adam?
Yeah.
A4, like capital A4.
Before then, he was kind of all right. He would
join us in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you said his name at least 3 times. He's gonna show up.
I'm not joking.
But he goes back. He's caught a lot of shit too.
I'm not joking. I just sent him the Hangout link.
Yeah, great. I mean, kind of, but actually not really. But the guy, like, I never had that happen to me before. I just got like this like bombardment of like private messages, and then Bob from Globebusters, like, I sent him a message like, yeah, why am I ghost banned? Blah blah blah. A4, and he's like, you're unblocked. That dude's crazy. And I'm like, well,
he's fucking mental, man.
Let me figure this out for myself. Like, and then I did. He was like, okay, this guy is crazy.
we used to have to ban him like from chats like every episode. It wasn't until like the later days really, but then he'd have like several stock accounts added up, and they'd all be called like a variation of A4 or A4, and it would just go on. It's just like fucking like maybe 6 or 7, and it takes maybe 5 minutes to create one account. So it sat there and created loads of accounts ready for it. It just went on and on and on. But in them days, he wasn't threatening people's lives and stuff and getting mental over Hangouts and stuff, because he wasn't even given that airspace. He was only like, he had the access to live chats. But as I've heard, as things have gone on, he's started threatening people's lives and getting quite mental, over voice. And
he went on to tell me, they stole my material and all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, like, why did I come into this fucking hangout like to talk to him? And I'm like, I mean, I just it was just really random, but I was like intrigued because like, wait a minute, I'm ghost banned and I don't know why. I've like talked to Bob like numerous times, like, this is very, so that was what lured me in. But like, yeah, I just,
is your account
it was a little
banned?
extreme. No, it's not. As soon as I sent Bob a message, he said, like, right back said, "I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know. You're unbanned." But I was
the
like,
only thing that I can say is when you're getting trolled, like when unless you've got a really fast processor and a very, very high ping internet connection, when you're getting trolled like that, the chat moves really fucking fast. So you can click on, you think you click on one name, and which will be a left click, and then you go to like a permanent ban. Especially when you're getting trolled, and there may well be somebody chat something in between, and then you've actually fucking banned the person in between, because chat is like moving because you're getting permanently spammed.
Right, it's scrolling too fast for you to catch it.
Yeah, basically.
But no, A4's been on here since then. I mean, everybody I think has their bad days. I mean, A4 maybe a few more than everybody else.
Fine.
And of course, people select him as a target because he has those reactions. It's triggered in that way, and then that's what gets reported and recorded and repeated. So the other day he was in here, and he's been cordial and he's fine. I mean, so I don't know.
Yeah,
give him another chance.
You're right. I shouldn't have said that publicly.
Yeah,
so you're right. I shouldn't. Okay,
yeah,
so I will apologize if he comes in here. You're right. I probably shouldn't have done that.
I've never talked to him, so I would also retract any judgment, and I think the best idea is to talk to him person to person, and then if you're clearly agitating him,
I just invited him. So if he's coming in, he's normal now. He's easy. He's cool. He's been here.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's been.
Well, I will repeat to him what I said. I don't want him to think I'm like some. I don't want to. I mean, I'm not gonna be rude, but I'll tell.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. He's been here for a couple of times now after he's been into Thailand, and he's welcome here. So I invited him. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
so no, I will not say anything to wind him up or agitate him either. There's no point. I don't work like that anyway. So
no, there's not the way that I mean it, but everybody's welcome here, so no problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I figured there was some kind of like crazy, like something that happened with like Glowbusters, something for you to like, because you like dropped out and stopped moderating, and then your channel was closed. So I thought maybe something happened. So
I got sick of it all, Prop.
Okay. Yeah.
No, there was nothing that happened that made me fuck off. Like there was, I just got sick of it all. What did happen really was I sent a couple of emails to one of the very big channels and said, like, your content is shit. I don't appreciate it. Can you please stop doing what you're doing? it's pointless. There's no money to be made of this. Your intentions are not genuine. And then I got no response. Everybody just carried on with their silly games, and I just saw it getting worse and worse. And I just thought, you know what, I've had a fucking enough, because if I carry on now being involved, I'm going to send more emails to more people and piss more people off.
Chris,
and
can I ask you a question?
Alienate myself from more people, and it's going to get worse, and I'm going to end up either having to apologize or making a fool of myself and getting it wrong. But I don't think I got it wrong on that particular occasion. But
Can I ask you a question then along that line?
Yeah, of course, man.
With coming onto questioning reality, or coming to a shift in your paradigm or your perspective, what about that process, or the information that led you to that experience? What is incorrect or wrong about developing a entrepreneurial spirit and trying to make yourself self-sufficient in that process, or create a business, or create something of value?
Great question. I'd like to answer that as honestly as I can, because when it's from the heart, when it's from your pure intentions, when it's really from something that could potentially have the power to change people's reality and then everybody else's reality collectively, as in the world. And I don't think that coming from it from any kind of money-making, entrepreneurial, business-making attitude is the same mentality in which to change that paradigm. In order to, that mentality is got to come from somebody or something or many people's way of thinking. That is not going to come from any kind of money-making, business-making, self-sufficient making, entrepreneurial. It's got to be literally service to others, not any kind of service to self or your family or anything like that. I think it's got to be pure and as pure as possible. And I felt at the time there was lots of impure things going on, and I didn't want any part of it. And and there was like cliques and games going on, and kind of popularity games and all that sort of bullshit in my eyes. And I know everything can't be perfect. However, there's a fine line between somebody thinking things can be perfect and just finding mistakes in things that are obvious that could easily be corrected. You shouldn't be banded into the hang on, Chris. Are you a perfectionist? Well, I suppose you could say that in one respect. But however, if these things could easily be perfected, as in you're doing this for no gain, no public and kind of group.
But we live in a society structure where we need to have a medium of exchange for exchange of goods. Like doing things like that, taking time and spending time, does take the expenditure of value in one way or another, and we can't always just use the barter system, right?
No, I get that. There's always got to be merits on your behaviour. I understand that, but the merits on your behaviour should be gauged by the actions that you do. If you do a good to somebody else for no reason, then that should
right.
give you
But
merit on
is it also much easier just to sit on the sidelines and do nothing and criticize people who are actually doing something than actually going out and doing something yourself? Like which one has more merit?
The money system.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take that accusation on the chin. Yeah, I will do.
The money system.
So
the money system.
You're saying somebody like me who literally had zero gain from it for more than 6 months, who dedicated absolutely every hour of their waking hour for days on end, months on end, weeks on end. And I got literally no thanks for it. No, don't get me wrong. There was people who privately messaged me and said thank you, whatever you. But I got no gain from it apart from trying to carry on a message that was absolutely true to myself and something that I absolutely thought that would be a catalyst in order to change people's perceptions, their consciousness, in order to make the world a better place. So, saying here, what you're saying, I don't get what you're saying, man. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, I can agree with what you've said because I was right there with you and I experienced kind of the same thing you just talked about as far as the timeline and and I do know that people did thank you, and I know that I did personally as well for your time and your assistance and some of the things that I did, and I still didn't.
Are you Rev? Are you Reverend?
No.
Rev?
No.
I don't know who you are.
It
Then.
used to be Discworld. D.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
But
yeah, I remember you.
But,
I remember you.
There's a point where the people who are going to try to take back the word flat Earth. I mean, even though it is a psyop term and a concept in and of itself, there's going to be people that go and do that, and there's going to be people that make videos or write books or make T-shirts or sweatshirts to try to get the message out, and maybe ask for money if you want to buy a clock or a hoodie or whatever it is. And I could care less. They're going out and they're doing something, right? What I have a tendency to, for the people who don't want to associate themselves with flat Earth, don't want to use that terminology, want to maybe sit more towards the fence and attack heliocentrism as it is, that's fine. Go ahead and go do that. But for those same intelligent people who are questioning their reality, for them to then turn around and look at the other people doing their own thing with that term and use that term as it is meant to be used as like a derogatory term towards them, or like shift the focus onto what they're doing or how they're doing it, and like from an armchair critic, not be really doing anything themselves except just criticizing others. I don't see there's any value in that either. Like I find, those other people, however misguided they may or may not be, I'm not one to judge them, but they're doing something. They're just not, sitting back and critiquing.
Can I answer?
And screaming, "Oh, money's horrible. These people are trying to make money," and that makes what they're doing disingenuous.
Can I answer you?
Of course.
Okay. Can I get a drink first, or do you want me to answer you?
Sure. I'm gonna get a refill of water as well.
Right. I'll be two.
I did a
podcast. 2 minutes.
I did a podcast about conspiracies, and I kind of like said the same thing. Like, I don't think you should be like trying to make money off this shit, because like money is a tool for slavery, basically, in my opinion. And anyone who's really interested in the truth wouldn't really be trying to like get money off of people. And I just would do a show and for free and.
What about this though?
Shit out there.
How about look at like this, like even like the animosity of feeling like you were owed thanks. What about that? Is that not just as bad as monetizing your channel? Like not getting that appreciation.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you should feel like. I don't think anyone should expect anything of anyone else.
All right then.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking that. I'm glad you brought that up, because just the thought or the idea that I did this and this and I didn't get this or that, which is what I was expecting, and now I feel let down and kind of betrayed. I'm gonna pick part at this and this and this and make a judgment about it. Like that for an enlightened person doesn't comport with the knowledge of such.
Yeah.
Just some, or I guess homeboy isn't there.
I think once it gets corrupted and like gross to me, because like the whole money system is logical to me. Like the medical industry, right? It's supposed to make people healthy, but ultimately it's there to earn money. And if it's there to earn money, it doesn't earn money off healthy people, does it? It earns money off sick people. So you're giving these
how about
rich-ass corporations incentive to make people sick.
I have a question. Like, let's say, like for myself, right? I kind of like, like what World mentioned. It's like I look at it like, I'm like, like I said, it's like, I'm your flat earther. Like what? Like, and so it's like, for me, I look at it like, let's say I make music, and I consider like I write my music for people that think the earth is flat. Like I do. You know what I mean? Because I look at it like, you know, there's not many people that I relate to other than a lot of the people that I've found out in these rooms that are out here. And so it's like that would identify as flat earthers. And it's like, you know, so it's like, is that an issue? Like, let's say if I wanted to sell my song, like, is that an issue?
No.
You know? And like, you know, so why would it be an issue for like somebody who's going to make their presentation of something, an idea that they see in a unique way, and make their presentation you know, like be able to make some money off of it because it's their effort, right? You know what I mean? And I understand the argument. Like, believe me, man, I have marched, I have been arrested, I you know, all about it. Thought fucking, you know, Che Guevara was the shit at one point. Like, I've been through, read all the books, love all the fucking stuff. You know, read Hannah Arendt, or Hannah Arendt on revolution. That'll change your mind about revolution, and then start thinking. And like, you know, and I've been through that gamut of like idealism, and I look at it like I don't, you know, really have much faith in the proletariat anymore. Not that I'm into the bourgeois, but I'm into the thinking man, you know, which is like maybe even more bourgeois or somehow, but like at the same time I look at it more of a vanguard as opposed to a bourgeois. So, you know, I look at it like, you know, and the idea that we're just like, we have to put these thoughts together. I think we need to culminate the correct use of our language so that we can better express some of these ideas when it counts.
Okay, but there's a difference. There is also a difference between like maybe once in a while asking for a donation here and there or something,
right?
To a guy like, I don't know if anyone's listened to Josh Reeves, but Josh Reeves will just like constantly like please donate, like some people
right.
like badger it.
Oh
like,
yeah, no. Dude,
of...
I agree 100%. There's a certain element of decorum. Like, you know what I started thinking about doing was like, I started thinking like, if, you know, if someone wants to, like, if you send me, if you send me a story and a picture of someone, I'll write a song about them. You know, and you could donate to like, you know, your song. You know, so if you send me like an email of a picture and like somebody and a funny story, we could do a quick song for that story, and that be, you know, that like, you know, just like, but certain like little fun things where it's like, you know, like look at Pancho Pete. Pancho.
Yeah, I don't think there's.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it's like when you try and make a business and make a living off of like waking people up, I think that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, but you don't have to. But you don't have to listen to it though. That's the glory. That's the beauty of like
talking shit about
the internet. You know.
Can I answer?
You don't have to like.
Who is talking shit about Pancho Pete?
Can I answer Discworld, please?
No. Who's
just D? Just D, Chris.
Who is talking shit about Pancho Pete?
Me.
Nobody's talking shit about Pancho Pete.
Nobody's talking anything about Pancho Pete.
I'm the time clock.
Pancho Pete?
You're okay. Do you have a wig on?
I eject you. Goodbye.
Come back with the wig. You got the wig on? I hope you do.
No, I cannot do it now.
The wig with the mustache.
Oh, it's so good.
Behind bars.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, good. Thank you. To answer you properly, first of all, I've got absolutely no desire on becoming a spectator. Excuse me. I've got absolutely no desire in becoming a spectator or critic that sits on the sideline observing things. That I want to participate and I want to see this through. I really do. I absolutely really do. I've decided that more than recently. I'd like to see where this goes, and I would like to participate, not be a spectator or a critic. And one of the main reasons I would not like to be a spectator or critic is because I don't think it really serves any legitimate purpose in this. I think there's many people within the comments, within the live chats, within anything that is already going to fill them boots, and time again and time over. You know, people that even when they're not heard, they get abusive after a while, and I've got no desire to be in that realm of people. I've already kind of proved my dedication, my legitimacy, my morality, my sensibility, respect, and humility towards other fellow people over the time that I've been involved. I would like to utilize that in order to, and even say, for instance, even if I was bullshitting right now and then I became a critic and a spectator, nobody would pay attention, because literally at the height of my subscriber base, I had 350 getting on for 400 subscribers, which is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Okay, people knew who I was and knew me in chat, and they would pay attention to my videos. However, in the grand scheme of things, if you're talking about numbers, people who are swayed by fashions or numbers or trends or opinions, then I have literally no standpoint whatsoever. So that, first of all. Secondly, the reason that I wouldn't want to do that is because it would just antagonize the ongoing project, which I believe is to, in my opinion, let people know that at least, you know, they can't be where they say we are. And that would be my primary goal and my intentions and desires, and my reason for rejoining or getting back into this subject would be to try and persuade people fundamentally that we can all, at least anybody who's involved in the alternative to the reality we're presented with, we can get back to a standpoint and unite, and be a possibility of uniting and using all of our subscriber base, all of our influence, all of our credibility, all of our everything, in order to say to people, look, we can't possibly be where they say we are, and these are the reasons why. You know, really solid reasons between us all. I mean, everybody, Lord Stephen Christ, John Le Bon, Globebusters, Journalism, Morgan, everybody, Hot Potato, all of them guys, all of us, like literally can all, it's a possibility in my eyes for us, and this is what I'm going to be strongly suggesting. And if I don't do this, then pick me up and call me out. However, these are my intentions for getting back involved, because I want to see this through. I want to see where this goes, not out of interest, because I do strongly believe that there is a possibility that we can get through to more and more people. And I think that the best plan of action, or the best way forward, would be for all of us to put our differences aside, anything that we've had fallen outs or bad behavior or whatever, and just say, get a standpoint that we have common ground on, absolute common ground, common senses ground on, that we can't possibly be where they tell us we are, whether it be concave earthers, cell earthers.
I like that, man. That's what's up.
Everything.
Yeah, I look forward to see that. Thank you.
That is my answer to you.
Okay, thank you.
That is the most honest.
No, I appreciate that. I expected nothing less.
I mean it. I mean it. So, and I really do mean it. And if I don't, if my behaviour over the coming weeks or months or whatever is anything different to what you've said, I expect you, out of respect.
Oh, you know I will.
For the question that you've asked me to call me out, and anybody else here as well, please do, and say, Chris,
so
you're not, this is not what you're saying.
I disagree with you, Nigel.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we should all be lone wolf, because I think every time you unite and organize, you'll get infiltrated and taken over, because every time throughout history they do that to every organization. They turn the Black Panthers into the Bloods and the Crips, and now they're shooting at each other in the streets of Chicago. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is to be lone wolves with independent ideas, and everyone be thinking for themselves, and everyone be your own champion.
Yeah, but I don't see.
I like that. How about this? Yeah, I like that mentality.
Yeah,
hold on one second, brother. I like that mentality, but I think you're dead on with the idea of supporting each other. I agree with that 100%. I think we have to celebrate our differences realize that the fact that we have so many differences could be our best asset because we can reach so many different people.
Yeah. If we can find a common consensus, you know, and I know this may well be idealistic and fantastical, and it may well you know, not manifest as achievable in reality. So I get that, you know. However, I think it is a tangible you know, possibility if we all work together, and perhaps, you know, find something that we can agree on. And I know it could be taken even further back to the New World Order and
Yeah,
there
you can make
being
it simple. We
yeah,
can all
it
agree
could be
that we're
taken.
just being lied to, because we can all agree we're being lied to, right? We can all agree that our leaders are lying to us.
Yep.
Even
I would
people
agree
who
that
aren't
I would agree that
conspiracy
for a
theorists
long
will say that.
time, our parents and ourselves, we've allowed ourselves to be deceived. We've deceived ourselves. Yeah, a lot of other people had a hand in it, but really, what it comes down to at some point is looking in the mirror.
See, like, even people who don't believe in like 9/11 or chemtrails, they even think the government and the media lies. So like that's something that like 99% of fucking people we can all agree we're being lied to.
Yeah, I like the idea too. It's like, you know, they lied to you about this. Why wouldn't they have lied to you about that? It's like, you know, like the idea that whatever they're agreeing on, like make them open their head up to the idea that, and like really, it's like for any of us out there with any particular subject matter that we might be dealing with, or if we got a channel or whatever it may be, is the idea that, yo, if they'd lie to you about fluoride, what else would they lie to you about?
Exactly.
If they'd lie to you about cigarettes, what else would they lie to you about?
Like, why trust them on this? Why trust them on A?
And you know the thing is, most people out there have like 6 things right off the top of the dome they'd be lying about. Weed, whatever the fuck it would be.
Cigarettes is a really good one because it really reaches like the generations that we're in touch with. Like my parents, for example, they were told during their like coming of age, like going into from childhood into teenagehood, that smoking cigarettes was calming and it was good for you, and you know there was no health risk there. And then like 30 years later or 20 years later, you know that the government are just saying, well, you know, that's why so many people are dying of cancer now, and it's so bad for you. And
yeah, you get to a point that's common fucking sense.
How did they not know? It's like how would they have not have known that? It's just like, you know,
it's common sense that if you inhale shit, like what the fuck?
Yeah, I find it funny that now, you know, I see Chris with the vape pen, and you know I know a bunch of people that use the vape pens now, and they think that they're better for them, and you know there's a lot of reports on it. I'm going to tell you right now, I would be willing to bet those are way worse for you than smoking cigarettes.
Yes, I agree.
I mean,
like
it's the metal heating element. The metal heating element.
Yes.
Everything is the opposite. Everything's the opposite of what we're told, isn't it? Like that's the bottom line. It seems like.
Could I just very quickly address that? I actually source all of my own ingredients and then mix my own stuff. And I literally sourced all of my own ingredients and then mix it to the specifications which an online calculator does for me. You know, just to get the mix of like nicotine, flavoring, and organic vegetable glycerin. And I pay extra to get organic stuff. And the only thing that's coming into my lungs when I do this is basically nicotine, organic flavoring, and organic.
Right, but the heating element. What's the heating element?
I think organic is a scam
exactly
too, from what I understand.
Is what I would think would be the big issue. I mean it. Yeah,
it oxidizes. It oxidates, and that's a problem, man. That metal.
I get that,
and from what I understand,
I know. So what you do?
These are labeled organic. So it's like
what you do is when you first get the heating element, and I've got coils that I can replace. I spin my own coils. I make my own coils as well. What you do is you burn all of the gases off it. Like you give it like maybe it depends. You've just got to watch the coils burn, light up like from the inside out and glow, and you watch all the vapor coming off it. And then you just basically keep on doing that until there's no there's nothing coming off it, and that's when your coils are ready to use. So that's what you do.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's still.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I quit smoking 5 years ago, and I went to vaping, and I started with the little cartridges and the ones that look like cigarettes, and now I'm to the tank. And I went from 24 milligram oil, and I'm down to 0 as of like 3 months ago. So I feel great. I've never felt better. I find vaping is much more healthy than smoking cigarettes because I'm not getting the tar, the arsenic, the fiberglass of the cigarette butts, and now I don't even have the nicotine. So do what you got to do, and maybe try to have balance.
I wasn't knocking anybody. I just was.
I went to smoking 50 grams of
much healthier, and
tobacco to 32 grams of nicotine, and now I'm down to 3 milligrams. I'm down to I mix my liquid at 3, right? Every time I put a new coil on it, every time before I put the organic cotton. Oh, sorry, wrong way. The organic cotton wicks into it. I dry burn it several times until all of the vapor stops producing, and it glows. Like, I'll turn it up to 100 watts. Yeah, I vape at anywhere between 40 and 60 watts. Yeah, on a dual coil system. Turn it at like 100 watts and just keep doing it, and it gets really fucking hot. Don't get me wrong, and there is vapor coming off it. But I keep on doing it until there is no vapor coming off it, until the coils are bedded in, until they are bedded in, and that there is no.
Yeah, I never really went that far into it. I'm actually gonna stop it completely here fairly soon. So I might just go back to chewing gum.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but like, if you talk to me 10, 15 years ago, I used to snort stuff off the pavement. When I was really partying, like, it didn't even matter to me. Like I used
this guy.
No,
Who brought this guy?
No, seriously, I used to. In fact, oh no, I don't want to tell you about that particular time, but
no, please go on.
No, don't listen to him. We don't want you to tell it either.
Okay, well, some mates of mine that they just done like some lines, right? Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, Chris, do you want one?" And
I was kidding, brother. Don't even bother. Forgive me.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, no. It's all good,
no. I'll tell you.
It's okay, brother. I really, it's okay. I don't want you to go there, man.
They knew that I didn't have the money to pay them straight away, so they did me a line of I think it was bold or something like that. I think it was like fucking.
Oh, brother, nah, man, really.
Purcell or bold or something. Anyway, I did this line of bold, and
I hope you're making this shit up, bro. I hope you're making this shit up. Oh my God.
I am not. I am not making.
I know you are. You're adorable now.
No, they did
this line of fantasy story minute.
You're either triple X troll or fucking very naive.
No, mate. I didn't see them doing it. Anyway, we'd all been doing lines all night, and like, I'd just run out of money, and they're like, "Oh, well, I've just done a load of nice lines. Do you want one?" And it was a big fat line. I didn't even know. Anyway, I'd done this line of bold. It was like fucking washing detergent. Anyway, for the next 3 hours, I was just. It was a nightmare, man. Honestly,
bro, who put you up to coming over here with this stuff? Come on, bro.
Isa, can you play Fake Me?
You don't even believe me, do you? Honestly, you don't even believe me. I could tell you some stories.
Oh, bro, it's all good.
You would not even believe. You would not even believe. Ozzy Osbourne was once with the Motley Crue, and he said, "Do you reckon you guys are fucking hardcore?" And then he snorted a line of ants, yeah, and then pissed in his own mouth to stop the acidity from making him puke up. He did a lineup. He said, "You think you guys are hardcore?" And then he saw a line of ants like transferring food to their nest.
Yeah, but why would he piss? I used to eat ants as a kid. Like, when anyone ever thought it was like funny or something like that, like, I would fucking eat ants. So I don't know why you piss in your mouth, dude.
They taste tart. They taste kind of tarty.
Yeah,
eaten
right,
ants.
dude.
Because
Remember, you know what it
They're
is.
like
the
kind of
alkali,
tiny.
the alkali
used to eat
in
them. I used to
the
fucking
alkali,
had no problem. I'd take your money for
the
that. Bro.
alkali in your
I was
piss
either eating them or killing them with a magnifying
counteracts
glass.
Yeah, eat
counteracts
worms and
the
shit.
acid
You guys are
in the ants.
psychos.
Seriously.
No, we're just country boys, man. That's all.
Yeah, that's where I grew up. I grew
But
up,
I never do no line of fucking bulb though. I'll tell you that much. Man, shit. Where the fuck?
I was tricked into that, man. I was tricked into
Is that a serious story, bro? Because like, I mean, I feel bad. Like, I mean,
mate,
shit.
my nostrils were like fucking just like exploded, like fucking just like dribble and drool, and it was just horrible for hours.
I would have fucking knocked someone's fucking head in for doing that to me. I'll tell you straight up right now.
Straight up, man.
There was
I would have
nothing.
knocked their fucking head off.
There was nothing I could do. There's nothing. They were all
Nah,
like,
man. Yeah. Well, yeah, that
they
sucks,
were
bro.
all in on it. So I couldn't. There's nothing I could do.
That makes me feel real fucking sad, dude.
No, man, I deserved it. For that.
I don't.
I would have.
no money.
I'm the type of dude that would have picked on the dude that tried to do that to you, dude. Seriously, man. I hate that shit, dude.
But there was other nights where I hung around with gangsters in the local city, and we were doing.
Oh, there's no gangsters in the UK.
Do you think so? Do you think
Actually,
so?
yeah. I moved to the UK
I'm just
when I was.
kidding.
Check it
I'm
out, yo,
kidding.
dude.
All right.
I moved to the UK when I was like 13.
Come to Rotterdam.
Dude, those suckers scrap more. Like they scrap a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
They're
dude.
not gangsters like
I
gangsters.
respect them. I
Firefighting.
respect those boys,
They're
man. I
like
definitely.
fucking mafioso.
I worked.
You ever see the
I
movie
worked
The Craze? That shit's the shit. If
I
anyone
worked in.
knows
I worked in
It's
two
like
different
Snatch, right?
as head doorman.
I snipe every gangster.
like the early '90s version of Snatch. It's fucking better though.
Listening.
Forgive me.
No, I worked in two different cities. I worked in Nottingham.
Yeah, forgive me. We
City
talked for 2 seconds.
Hello.
Fade me again.
Merry Christmas.
Fade me.
I could tell you some stories that you would not believe. Honestly, you would not.
I
believe
bet you I wouldn't. I bet you I wouldn't believe them.
Okay, right. There was this. There was this.
Rotterdam, I think.
There was this one night. Yeah. We'd done a rave in a disused old, like country house type of dilapidated, semi-dilapidated building. We broke in using a sledgehammer. I was one of the people to hit down the breeze block wall. We set a sound system up in the main room. Then we had another one in the outsides, right in the middle. And then we had another one in the corner. And anyway, some of the local gangsters got wind that we're having a party, and they all came down, and they were being really, really, really boisterous, like to the point where they were getting all of their mates and that to go out into the dilapidated windows, and then they were hanging each other by the legs from windows, testing their strength, getting like the younger lads and stuff, and then come here. It was just like no, and it's like grabbing hold of them, hanging them out of the fucking window. If they dropped them, they would have killed them. It was fucking mental. I think they were high on maybe it's cocaine or whatever it was, but they were hanging these younger wannabe gangsters by their legs with one hand out of the fucking window at arm's length and seeing how long they could hold them for before they had to fucking bring them back in. It was crazy, man. Honestly, some of the shit I've seen is absolutely crazy. Look, these were the nice guys as well. Some of the nice gangsters that I was hanging around with when I was in my late teens, early 20s. They used to give me like because they knew I was a DJ and they knew I was kind of worth knowing because I was good at what I did and stuff. And they'd give me like 3 lines of coke and ketamine, which was like a mixture of ketamine and cocaine.
Oh, ketamine, dude! I love ketamine.
Yeah, but it was just like if you got greedy with it, they'd be just like, oh, you can have this, but you know, if you ask us for any more, you know, we'll stitch you up. So if I never made that mistake, thankfully, but there was other people that did. And I just give them a line of pure
sex on ketamine, dude. It's fucking unbelievable.
And you'd see these guys like in the corner just going, and then they'd just be laughing. These guys would be laughing, be shouting like, "Martin, come on, what you doing? Sniffing the floor? Get up, come on!" This would be like in the local pub, you know, like, and they're trying to serve people that come in and it's crazy stuff, man. Really fucking crazy. Another night, we went back and because a guy, he'd run out of cannabis, we'd gone back to his house, and on the way back, he said, "Right, both of you get out the car." I was like, "Why?" It's like, "Oh, we're gonna go car surfing." It's like, "What you on about?" So, "Oh no, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Just trust me." Anyway, I was like 17 then, and we're both on the top of this car going down this hill on the way to this rave. Yeah, just after going back and getting another skunk because he'd run out, and maybe he's doing, I don't know, 30, 40 miles an hour, and just fucking surfing this car on the bonnet with nothing, literally nothing to grab hold of apart from the windows were wind down so I could grab onto the inside of the roof, but that was it. It was fucking crazy. Another guy as well, he got on a hay bale, you know, when grass is put up, is baled up into a big hail, a big hay bale. He got on it, and it was rolling down the hill, and he just laid on it, and it rolled over. He looked around at everybody, and he did it again. He didn't even let go. It's just like he let it happen. Like, I don't know, nearly, I don't know, quarter of a ton, third of a ton of weight on his whole body. And then he looked round and he just let it happen again. This guy going round on top of this hay bale as it's rolling down this hill. And then they set fire to it afterwards. It was crazy. Another guy as well, on that particular party, this is the same party, he'd fucked one of the older guy's younger sisters. And he was bragging about it, saying how easy she was, and he fucked her. Anyway, they waited until he was really off his head, and they took all of his clothes off him and burnt all of his clothes. Then put him in. I think they tried to put things up his arse, but then they woke him up, and he was just like completely naked, and he had no clothes or anything. That's crazy.
Chris, the parties you go to, man, they seem pretty wild.
Mate, these were 15 years ago. This was a long time ago.
But he won't talk shit about somebody's, anybody's whatever again.
Later, Mars. Have a good one, man.
Later, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. Healthy. David Quintana. Rob. JW.
This same party, we didn't realise that we were using like a decorator's scaffolding, and we'd connected it wrong, and it was actually live. It was giving off a current of the spark plug from the generator. So every time somebody touched the scaffolding, they got an electric shock, as like a 12-volt electric shock off the generator. And we didn't put ratchet straps on the speakers, so inevitably the top end of the speakers fell off halfway through the party, and fucked the speakers. It's
perfect.
And before that, we did a rave that was I got one of the friends of the dealers who organised the rave. He was actually a sound system hire, PA hire worker, and he got access to a lot of spare speakers for that night. And we had a 32k rig, which is 32,000 watts of power, and 4k of that was sub bass. Now, if you've ever played on a 2k or a 4k or a 6k rig, that is fucking loud. If you've ever played on a 32k rig, which 4k of that is sub bass, that is really fucking loud, especially when you're playing like really heavy drum and bass in the morning. And it went on for 3 days. Yeah, mental parties, man. Mental stuff. And there was this guy as well on that particular night. Oh, this was a mad night, man. And he made a bong, but it was using an apple, a cored out apple, and all of the flavour went through the apple as you were smoking anything in your bong. And there was a girl as well. Not long after I was really coming up, and it was getting towards this was New Year's Eve, 1999/2000, and she was sat by the caravan, because we had caravans within this massive grain store. We had permission by the farmer, who was well into his coke, and anyway, this girl was crying, and I was like, oh, I can't ignore that. So I said to this girl, like, you know, what's wrong? What are you crying for? What's up with you? And she's like, oh, my granddad's just died. And I'm just thinking, oh fuck, you know, what have you just found out? I'm like fucking 16, 17 at this point. And I was like, oh, what have you just found out or something? And she was just like, yeah, and like inconsolable. And then some of the older guys just said, oh, just get on with your night, mate. Just leave her alone. You know, we saw what you did there. These are like gangsters, not, you know, only like small time gangsters. And they were just like, look, we saw your concern. We saw what you did. Just get on with your night. Forget about what you've just seen. Just get on with it. We saw what you did there. You're a good lad. You know, just get on with it. You know, mental stuff, man. Fucking mental. We had people from all over the country go to that rave. All over, from Bradford, from down south as well, from Lancashire, from our area, all over, all the towns, all over. It went on for 3 days. It was mental.
Yeah, I've been to some of those. What's up, Healthy? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, D?
Not much, man.
Hi, man. I can't really think of any other stories apart from.
Hey, Healthy. How are you doing, Healthy?
Hey, Vincent, I'm good. Just having some breakfast.
Yeah, good morning.
Oh, thank you.
What do you have for breakfast?
I got tea and egg sandwich.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
It's a tea and egg sandwich.
Woohoo!
So I'm looking online. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I just was looking. We have like a serious like homeless problem here, and there's this place called the Springwater Corridor. It's like this kind of wilderness area just on the edge of town, and it's now been dubbed it's the largest homeless camp in the nation. There's like over 500 people there, 300 to 400 tents. It's totally madness, dude. It's like a Road Warrior style down there. It's just crazy, man. It's just so crazy.
Where's this at in Oregon?
I live in Portland, Oregon, but it's called the Clearwater Corridor. They've dubbed it the jungle. You can go online. You can see pictures of it. It's just insane, dude. I mean, yeah, people are getting shot down there and like mugged and just like, yeah, it's just nuts. But like Portland, we have such mild weather here, and it's like really easy to get services. Like everyone from the nation, around the nation, like all the homeless people have been moving here, and like other states have been paying like, tickets, then they're homeless to here. It's just crazy.
And it's like a camp city, it's like a
yeah, exactly. It's like
a refugee
like a camp city. We call them crime camps. Yeah, pretty much. It reminds me of like the days of Babylon, dude. Like, you know, like just when you look at like movies and you see people like back in those times, there was just tons of homeless people on the street and like, you know, with fires going out of like barrels or whatever. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. I mean, there's so many homeless people here.
It's like a whole bunch of people really camping in the woods.
Pretty much. It's like it's right on the edge of town. But like 2 blocks from my house is the railroad tracks and like the subway. And so there's like tons of homeless people right there. I mean, it's weird because like you kind of slowly get acclimated to it. But like if it was like 1991 and I was to like flash forward to like right now, I would just be in like awe. Like
Springwater Corridor, not Clearwater.
Yeah, no, Springwater Corridor. Maybe it is. Hold on.
It's spring.
Just closed
You
it.
said clear.
Because there is two. There's a spring water corridor and a clear water corridor. Hold on, damn it.
Yeah, it's spring water.
Yeah, that's it. It's crazy. There's an article on it. You put like the jungle, Portland, Oregon, homeless camp, it'll come up. Here, let me get the, okay, here it is all.
My cat's about to become homeless.
Sounds like it's gonna die of starvation.
Hey, Healthy, did you already kill the chicken?
Kill the chicken? What are you talking about?
The one from the garden, or the ducks.
Oh, the ducks? Nah, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, they're not ready.
I'm waiting for it to be a little bit more cooler, because I think duck meat makes you warm inside.
So if I'm gauging things correctly, I mean, is there some like a shit conversation going on about me and my presence here, or you know,
Is that you, Chris, Truth Seeker? What's up, man? It's been a while.
How you doing? Yeah, you too, man. I remember your icon.
Fine, man.
I hope so.
Is that it? I mean, like if there's cool, yeah. If there's any problem, I'd rather address it, you know, personally. So, you know, there's
with what? The homeless?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just came here. I missed it.
No, I heard half of the conversation that was going on that I maybe perhaps shouldn't have heard on though. If there's any problems, I'm more than willing to, you know, discuss it. You know, I'm not a.
What was it? I don't know. I was. I was listening to another video for a while.
No,
what I missed. I must have missed it.
No, that must have been it. It must have been like the bit of the video that I heard coming through or whatever. I know I've known you for a bit. And
It's coming through my mic.
I doubt
it's coming through my mic.
I doubt it because you've got headphones on it, so it might have been from somewhere else. But if there's any problems, I'm willing to answer any questions or you know whatever. If there's any you know doubt or I'm not here for any nefarious reasons. I'm not pushing any kind of.
We're just giving you a hard time, Chris. I don't think anybody actually thinks that.
No, I don't mind that. I'd rather have that than anything you know kind of pent up and build up or no. So yeah.
Spring water corridor. Wow.
Yeah, I was looking at that, man. That's
Did you see the picture of the guy with the mask on? He's got he's sitting there. He's got
it's like an orange and black mask.
Like of course, there's like a bong sitting in the background. If you go to the page, or like just like where before you go to the page, you can scroll down. There's like so you can like click on. It's just nuts, dude. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just weird.
I don't know, the first picture's got like the tent, and they got like sunflowers and like their own little garden growing.
Yeah.
Little
garden. But that's like that. That's not how it looks, though. I mean, it's just so much garbage. They kicked everybody out like 6 months ago, and I guess they all came back, but they hauled like 15 tons of garbage out of there. Went through there with the cops and got everyone out. Just nuts. You know, you think of like the amount of money it must have cost to like get all that garbage out of there.
Maybe the city could like set up a couple dumpsters for them to throw it in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle because I understand, but the problem is we offer all these services here. They don't want them because they want to be able to use drugs and you know do a lot of them do crime and stuff like that, so they don't want to go into these services. The ones that want the help, they seek it out, but they want to, you know, they can't live a criminal life, you know, in the services that we offer. I mean, in Portland there's huge sky rises that you can go there, live in for free, literally for free. I mean, you get on the list, it takes like 3 to 4 months, and you get a room. You know, you have a shower that you share. They give you 3 meals a day and you don't have to pay for anything. So the services are in place, but people, they don't want them.
Has Oregon legalized and recreationalized yet?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, we've been. It was medical like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer than that. But it was about. We're just finishing up our first year for recreational marijuana. The state cleared 43 million in taxes in the first. I think it was like 9 months.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, I can literally walk in any direction from where I live and come to a dispensary within, a couple blocks. There's about 7 or 8 of them within a mile from me. You'd think you couldn't support that many dispensaries, but they're not closing. They're all open.
Right.
It's like they're all making it. It's just crazy.
Do you have to have any kind of license in order to buy small quantities?
No, all you have to have is an ID. So it doesn't have to be an Oregon ID. It can be an ID from I don't know if you can be from out of the country, but people come across Washington is legal too. But people come from California, Idaho, and they go crazy. I mean, it's illegal for them to go across the border with it in their car, but nobody's enforcing it. Why would you? There's too much other shit going on in the country to worry about marijuana.
Do you remember Davy from journalism chat? Davy, Davv.
Yeah, I think so.
He sent me a couple of links of some of the shops in Oregon. Do you remember Davy from journalism chat?
Oh, is that me?
No, that's Vincent.
Okay.
Yeah, he sent me a couple of links of some of the.
Thank you, Vincent.
So, thank you, Vincent.
Yeah, it was me. No, I did something wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, he
all right.
sent me a couple of links. Okay, so yes, and it was just showcasing the types and the different strains and some of the best shops in Oregon that you could go to, and I mean, like, these were absolute connoisseurs, and they even had like different sections where you could choose which mood of weed that you wanted.
Totally.
It was just like fucking hell. It was just like, wow. It was just like, oh my god, I didn't even realize this was available on the planet.
Yeah, it's insane, dude. I mean, there's like the one up the street from my house that I go to. It's like, I mean, there's probably at least 30 to 40 different types of weed they have, and they have like big like magnifying glasses that like are on these like big extended arms, so anything you walk by you can like put a magnifying glass up to it and check it out. They'll put it on a mirror for you and you can just sit there and examine it, and it's got like all the specs on it, the THC, the CBD count. I mean, it's just nuts, dude. And then we got concentrates here now too, so you can get dabs, you can get wax, you can get all the oils. Man, it's kind of fun to go in and just browse. What about you, World? Where are you at?
I'm in North Dakota, so my state is not as enlightened as the others.
Yeah.
Hopefully on Tuesday that'll change. We'll see.
Oh, really? Is this the first time it's gone to ballot, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it'll probably fail, and then it'll pass the second time. That's always how it goes. That's how it was here. That's how it was in Washington. That's how it was in Colorado. It failed the first time around. First time it went to vote, and then second time it passed. You know, not that I think the vote even really mattered. It's just a way of like predictive programming the public. You know, I don't know.
This kind of shit makes me want to move to one of them states. It really does. Honestly, I would have no other reason to move to America apart from something like that. Really, to be honest with you, apart from maybe the landscape and sorry, yeah.
Did you just put some red stuff in the vaporizer?
Yeah.
What is that? Strawberry or what?
It's red berry, so it's like.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of a. It's. Have you heard of tea juice at all? What's it called? It's a famous one. It's called.
Tea tree oil.
No, it's called Red Astaire, as in Fred Astaire, but it's called Red Astaire, which is like a red berry. This is a mixture of artificial and natural flavorings. However, most of my mixes are completely organic, as much as I can get it to, apart from the raw nicotine, which I can't determine that it's organic because it's undeterminable and it's not on the market. But yeah, that's what I'm using at the moment. It's Red Astaire flavoring.
Do you mix it? Do you mix it with wheat oil or what?
I mix it with organic vegetable glycerin. So it's
okay. Yeah, what you told me. Okay.
Yeah, it's got no PG. It's got no added PG, but there is some PG in the flavoring which I've added to this, which is very, very, very minimal. Like even if I was mixing, say, 50 milliliters, the percentage would be like 2%. So it is very minimal.
Okay. I'm gonna buy some. I'm gonna buy one, I think.
Well,
I'm smoking too much cigarettes.
The outlay is expensive, but the reward is good. So I mix it like 3% because I was a very, very heavy smoker.
I am.
Yeah.
I quit for 1 year, and then I don't know what happened, but I was drunk in a bar, and somebody gave me a cigarette, and the next day I was going to the gas station, and I bought a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, I mean, once you realise how much smoking smells, like it makes your top lip smell, it makes your fingers smell, it makes
everything, your hair, your clothes, everything.
Your apartment,
yeah,
you know, especially your apartment. Mm-hmm. That's what really did it for me. Like when my parents come round to visit me, they're both smokers, so I can't expect them to go outside for a cigarette. Like I just can't do it because, you know, they're smokers for 30 years and they just refuse to give up. You know, I've told them all about this, and the outlay is okay. I could afford to do it because I was saving a lot of money anyway due to not spending it on tobacco. But yeah, I would recommend it to anybody. Once you get into it and you get into like the different products and stuff, you can spend an awful lot of money on products and a lot of devices and tanks. I would just say go for the best first and then work your way back from there and see what you're happy with. A really, really, really good site for sourcing cheap products, especially if you're in the EU. Is a site called Gear Best, GB. So Gear Best, Gear.
Like gear, like gear.
Yeah, Gear Best.
Gear Best. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a look here in the Netherlands, in Holland. There must be something.
Gear Best is really good for me anyway. Saved me a lot of money, and I mix it like. Hang on, let me just show you.
What do you think, Healthy? Do you smoke?
He smokes ducks.
Yeah, I smoke my ducks.
Smoky Ducks. Get some hookahs out there.
So when I mix it in bottles this size, yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
So I've got like half a liter. Well, obviously not now, but I did have half a liter. Now to buy that, it costs anywhere between £10 and £20 for 30 milliliters, and you can see how much money I've saved, because this is the way that they get you. They get you into the nice flavors and the expensive mixes that you can buy, and the little bottles, you know, the little tiny 30 milliliter bottles that you can do in 3 days, you know, and they're like £10, £15, £20 per bottle.
Whoa.
Sometimes more, but when you mix your own, like
I'm figuring out how many euros is it?
it's about the same. Euros to pounds is about the same now. So,
oh, it's about the same. Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, so I can make a bottle of this, yeah, for maybe it's 55, 60 euros, 55, 60 euros, a whole bottle of this. Yeah, this will last me 2-3 months.
Whoa, that's cheap. I spent €9 a day on a package of Marlboro.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, well, I go and take a look at it. One moment. I'll be back soon. Have fun, guys. I'll be searching for it.
So Zach, what do you think about the jungle? What do you think should be done over there about that? Is there a solution?
I don't know. I really don't. I was homeless once when I was younger. Actually, you know, I'm 43.
Hey, sorry, Zach, I gotta stop you. Your mic's messing up. Do you want to reconnect or try?
Thank you, Walbody. Thank you, Walbody. By the way, I gave you the controls. So
thanks, Vincent. Cheers, man.
Yeah.
No, I was just looking at that case that Zach was talking about a little bit more, and it's evidently it's a fairly large homeless camp, and from what Zach had told me, like it takes 3 to 4 months to get into like a shelter or a home. So there's not a whole lot of quick turnaround from people being homeless to having them have a place to live. And some people here, you know, they could have some criminal background history, which is why they are unable to be employed. And then they have no home, and they're not actually criminals, so they have no place to live. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to go find a place where they can somewhat live off the land, and not a whole lot of them know how to hunt or live off the land. So you got a big, huge pile of refuse that's compounding, and nowhere to go with it. Like, it seems like the city has, you know, done garbages and porta-johns for health and safety, but with 300-400 people living in the wilderness right next door, things might get a little bit out of control, depending on personalities.
I think we lost the guy.
Yeah, he had to relog for his mic. What do you think, Healthy? Do you guys have a large homeless problem
you know,
over there?
that's a very interesting question you ask, D, because you know, Bangladesh is an overpopulated country, but you know, we don't have this homeless issue, you know, because in order to be homeless, you would first require to have a home, and many of these people in my country, they never had a home, so we can't really call them homeless.
They're impoverished.
Yeah, pretty much they never had a home to begin with, so they can't be homeless. They gotta like be something else.
Right. Welcome back, Zach.
Hey, welcome back.
Goodbye, Zach.
Goodbye, Zach.
Later, man. Seeing a few.
I don't know what happened, but
so what do you guys do
I
with
can't
your
see the
impoverished
screen.
over there? What happens? What's the system of governance or a solution over there in Bangladesh for the impoverished? Since you're not calling them homeless.
We'll see. I was kind of making a joke in the sense that in the U.S. they have what they call homeless because they previously had homes and then they got kicked out or they chose to be on the street, right? Whereas
well, maybe some of them also never had homes because it's so it's so rigorous to get a home. You have to have so much money or so much credit. And some of these people have never had that, so no, they've never had a home either. They've either rented or squatted somewhere else.
Right, and that's pretty much how it is over here as well. They'll go to like the public places, squat over there, public parks, they'll squat over there. It's better than maybe some of the places where it's like really cold. That's what really kills. I feel like really affects the homeless people is these extreme weathers. So I don't know what's gonna happen during this winter, but it usually gets bad.
Is my mic any better?
Yeah, much better. Thank you. Welcome back.
yeah, it is great. We can hear you eating.
Shout out to
know
Rob
what
Taylor
to-
down there in chat. Go ahead. Sorry
I'm
about
not
that. Go
sure.
ahead,
You
Ted.
asked me about. Oh, sorry. You'd asked me my opinion on what to do about the homeless. I really don't know. I have a lot of compassion because, I was homeless at one time. I've lived on my own since I was 15, and spent a lot of time on the streets. So, I don't know. I really don't. It's hard to help people that don't want help, but then again, there's a lot of people that have mental conditions that need to be helped by, someone needs to help, they can't make decisions on their own, but I don't know. It's, I like up the way it is up the street for me, I really don't mind them there, but they don't police their area. There's garbage everywhere. They just throw it in the street. And that's kind of when I have a problem. It's, that you're not being responsible for even the public land that you're staying on. But
Well, are they?
I don't know. I have a lot of compassion.
Yeah. Well, they are the public, aren't they?
Yeah.
Or used to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. There's some people that don't understand the concept or the principle of leave no trace or pack out what you pack in.
How can they? They've got nowhere to dispose of it. There's nowhere to. I can only imagine.
Well, no, it's beyond that because there is places of disposing of it, and people can hang on to something with their hands or stick it in a sack and carry it with them until they can find a place to dispose of it. It's just people don't care and they just chuck it.
What do you mean?
Yes,
you mean
the city here provides garbage bags for people that are homeless. They give them bags of food and they give them garbage bags to take, where
And
they can put all their garbage in it.
They also
and
put
then
up
they can
dumpsters
take it
and
to-
porta potties.
Yeah, but they don't choose to do it. A lot of the ones that it's really messy and bad are the meth addicts because they just collect stuff and it's just built up everywhere and it's just really bad. It's really upsetting. One minute I'll be very sad for them, and then the next day I'll be angry, and that's just the reality of where I'm at with it.
Right.
But I can't imagine there being much of a homeless problem in North Dakota. It's like so extreme there.
Right.
It's like really hot or really cold.
Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to get fairly cold.
I bet. Do you guys even get a spring?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we get a 4 full seasons here.
Right on. I almost moved there to go work for one of the fracking outfits. So 9 years ago, or no, less than that, about 7 years ago. Did those all close up shop because the gas prices went back down?
Yeah,
or the oil
it's
prices went
slowed
back
down quite a bit over the last year. And recently it seems like it's picking up. It's like ramping up to something. Like we'll see here in the next week what changes are made. But I've heard it from a source that one of the major companies have activated like six more crews, which is huge. It's a lot of people just on one crew because there's like everything involved in that as far as logistics goes. And they're probably going to be moving from the south up towards the north through the formation, drilling more. So we'll see what happens. It's just
Yeah, I remember seeing like pictures. I think it was a Target down somewhere in North Dakota that like all the supplies in the Target.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
On the floor
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they couldn't get people
yeah. It was
to work for them because
right. Yeah,
money going to work.
yeah. And your mic's messing up, but I know what you're saying. What he's talking about is there's the Walmarts here were so busy that they couldn't keep enough people to stock the shelves, even at like 19 or 20 bucks an hour. So what they had to do was just leave things on pallets in the middle of the aisles, and people were just picking things off the pallets because, everybody else is working for a higher wage, making upwards of 19, 20 bucks an hour. Some guys were killing it, crushing it in Walmart, making like 17, 18, 19 bucks just for stocking shelves. And there was never ending need for stocking shelves because there's so many people. It was crazy. Like, and you get a whole bunch of different people from all the different states on the same roads that drive differently, through extreme conditions. There were some pretty bad accidents and fatalities. So it does get pretty sketchy when that many people are around and the weather's bad.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Sorry.
You just sound garbled. Like there's a bad connection. Like there's an intermittent wire somewhere, or it could just be lag if you're on your phone.
It sounds like lag.
No, we cannot hear you if you don't talk in your mic. I saw you talking, but we don't hear you.
Chris, how are you doing? It's probably early morning for you. You gonna get some rest, or are you gonna keep going?
Yeah, Chris, I'm 1 hour ahead of you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go very soon. I'm sorry, but yeah, I am actually starting to close my eyes now. So
I saw it. Yes, that's why I typed the text to you.
oh yeah, I see. Yeah.
I see you yawning and going away slowly.
Yeah, I'm knackered. I'm absolutely.
Had some Mountain Dew.
I've only got water.
Yeah. Oh,
it's going to help me anyway.
6:30 in the morning now.
+5 here.
Yeah. So how long is this Hangout open? I have to open a new one. Oops. Oh, 5 hours ago.
That's
3
what it
hours
said
ago.
when I came in. Oh, he left.
Yeah, well, he's got connection problems, I think. No problem, you were back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to go too.
Okay,
I'm
Chris.
absolutely
Well,
shattered.
Yes.
Well,
thanks for dropping by, and have a good sleep.
Yeah, thank you,
yeah.
guys.
Till next time. Have a good one.
Night. Good night.
Till next time, later.
See you, Chris.
And here we are. Hello.
Did he mention what happened? Like I was gonna ask him, but he seemed a bit sleepy or whatever. Used to see him like several months back, and then he just stopped coming. I figured he just switched over to the globe. The globe. Oh my God, there's a lot of mosquitoes here.
You had a vacation or something that I hear. I don't know. I was not here. I was downstairs cooking soup.
Oh, okay.
I hear.
Did he say what happened?
Well, he was on vacation or something, and he came back, and he's been away for a while.
I think he was gone for a while. He kind of just got burned out, I guess. He got tired of it. He got, I guess, uninterested in
Flat Earth overload.
Yeah, and I went through kind of the same thing, but for me it happened like beginning of last year and went through like June, July, somewhere in there. So I took my own 5 or 6 month break off, just kind of get things figured out.
Recharge yourself.
Yeah.
Recharge your energies. All the vampires took it.
Vampire.
The dampires. There's energy vampires out there. Suck your energy.
It's possible.
Internet vampires. Oh, I'm going to pass out.
It's late for you, Vincent. Early.
It's early.
Early, late.
It's 6:30 in the morning. But my soup is finished, so I'm gonna take some soup and some coffee, my breakfast.
So what do you think, Healthy? Do you think there's like only certain people are energy vampires, or do you think everyone to some extent is an energy vampire?
I think everyone can be an energy vampire. It's like possible to become an energy vampire. Just depends on like what kind of energy you're channeling. Yeah, because let's say if you just got on here and you were extremely annoying, that would be channeling a certain type of energy.
Right.
And a lot of people would be like, "Oh, I'm just tired of this guy. Stop talking."
Right.
Like I see in the chat sometimes. See Rob Taylor over there. Oh, stop talking, man. I mean, I can see myself like, or I can see Rob Taylor getting, I guess, like affected really quickly.
Right. But also, doesn't it depend on like whatever thing that you're doing? You're actually radiating a certain energy, so certain people are going to absorb some of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why angry people make other angry people.
Yeah. Especially
funny people make other people laugh and things like that. Mm-hmm. So everybody's, somewhat of a.
They're like a receiver.
Yeah,
to receive the emotions.
Yeah, we're all interactive energy vampire wizards.
I think just certain people, they have a way about them, and I guess we kind of call it charisma, in a sense. Like we call those people charismatic. But I mean, that's what it is. It's like they have that way of talking. They have that way of carrying themselves that they can influence others. I would say Donald Trump, even though he's like a fucking gorilla-looking guy, but he still, you know, I think he still inspires people. He still gets people to, like, you know, back him up. Just seems that way. He does it better than Hillary.
I was thinking about it the other day. I think he could be, you know, because whenever something happens to him, you know, he automatically goes out and sues somebody, right? He's like a sue happy kind of guy, like, and that's all he's doing.
All those women.
he's like the guy that's, you know, going to go out there and stake his claim. Like, he's the priority security interest holder, and he's gonna do some administrative process on your ass by suing you.
Oh yeah. I was so surprised and, like, I don't know, like, kind of baffled a little bit. I heard that news report where there's like several women have come forward to discuss this locker room talk that Donald Trump has had, you know, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna get my. He's like, gets up there. I'm gonna get my lawyers to go after each and every single one of these women, and they will never be able to, like, lie again and all this stuff. I'm like, damn, dude. You know, if you're gonna become like a president, so you're gonna have to learn to forgive, whether or not it was true or not. You know, just kind of seems so odd that he's so vindictive. I'll sue you.
Yeah, those are fighting words.
Those are fighting words.
We'll let a judge decide.
You can't sue Hillary though. Hillary's a little bit higher in the pay grade than him. Oh, ooh, my uncle just got here.
Well, that's cool. Were you expecting him? You have to go?
No, I was expecting him to come tomorrow, maybe. I don't have to go, but I think he brought some booze. I'll be right back. I just gotta go.
Oh, okay. Go get that. Go get those bottles of poison.
Bottles of moonshine, baby.
Moonshine. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Shroomy, JW, RT. How are you guys? Just hanging out on Thursday night on FREECHAN.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all good.
It's Friday here today, so it's a weekend. But I've got, you know, some stuff to do. Kind of like running around all over the place, getting ready.
Yeah. That's another. I think it was Phantom Prophet that put up a link the other day, or had a kid talking about a whole bunch of language, and we have weekdays to make us weak, and
make us weak.
Yeah, we're waiting for everybody's waiting for the week to end on the weekend, and then we go back to the same routine on Monday or Monday, where we're mourning.
Mourn Day.
Yeah.
Oh wow, some good shit.
It's pretty good.
Shout out to Issa on the panel.
What's up, y'all?
Welcome back.
Couldn't sleep, Issa?
I'm just fucking handling shit over here. Figured I'd
What's been
check
happening
in
with you, bro?
before I crash out. Chilling, man. Freaking just
You off the weed or something?
No.
No? Last few times I checked in, you're all going crazy up on this panel.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, yeah. No,
What happened
weed,
tonight?
No, weed keeps me from being like that, like, all the time. Yeah. So, like, but still, it's sometimes not enough. What was it, though?
I don't know. I think I saw a little bit of you going after this one dude yesterday. I couldn't join in. I wanted to, but some Glover.
He's talking about the guy when
the frame rate guy. The frame rate.
Yeah, the frame rate guy. It was horror movie critic guy.
Yeah.
Or horror movie critic review guy.
Yeah, he's cool. He just was talking with Itmar, and then like, it's just like when people take a certain, I don't know what it is. Actually, I really don't even know. Sometimes it's just the spirit moves me, and I have to.
Yeah. Well, see, this is what surprised me a little bit, Issa. It's usually you're very calm and cool and collective. I like that about you, and didn't feel like it yesterday.
Does that disappoint you, Healthy?
Yeah, slightly, a little bit.
No, I actually see where East was coming from, because as an outsider also listening in, I heard Itmar specifically speaking about different shapes and the numbers behind the circles that he was drawing, and how it multiplied from 6 to 12 to 24, and how 24 was like the base standard for frame rate, or what your eyes could perceive in like fluid motion. And the kid just took that one statement or one premise and went off on a tangent about frame rate and his speciality in the field of that, which was completely unrelated to what Itmar was getting at.
And then what happened
as a diversion.
What put me over the edge, because like I thought I was real cordial with him, like I was just trying to make the point. And
you were cordial with him.
And I was in the beginning. What do you call it? Like I am with everyone. It's like but like what happened was, if I remember correctly, is like because I think I made I really wanted to chime in and just say, hey, Luke, dude, do you not think that the eye can be tricked? Because like I just wanted him to understand and get it, because he was fighting the idea that there was any way for a flicker rate or something like that to go undetected or actually that there was no way that he was aware of to be able to influence and not see a flicker rate or not notice some kind of subliminal something in the flicker. And the point is, I just wanted to get across to him was, hey, like, do you not think that the eye can be deceived? And that, like, if the eye is going to see everything and there is this, like, underlying, it is going to see everything. Well, I don't know. And that was my point. And then we started talking. He started going off on a tangent about flat Earth. And I said, whoa. And I brought it back to that. And then I said, okay, let's talk about the flatness of water. And he told me that I was stupid and that I didn't, or he said like actually that I probably didn't have an education and that I needed, there was like, he was bringing up like, he was looking for scientific review papers at one point from Itmar. And then he was like, he was saying like, I don't even know what, at one point he called me boy. I remember that much. I think that and that might have been where I went a little like red with them, because my problem is that like if you can't like show that you logically are gonna have a chain of reasoning, then like and then don't pretend like you're smart.
Right.
At least not around, not like don't talk down to anyone around me, because I think that I'm gonna make it known that what I mean, it's not acceptable in my presence.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like so.
So from just what I gathered, or just from just a little bit I heard, was that I think it was like something to do with Itmar said 24 frames, and he went off saying that there's a system the European system where it's 25 frames per minute or something, which is like completely irrelevant, you know. You can lift 100 pounds. Doesn't mean that I can lift 100 pounds. It could be more that I can lift. We're all not built the same. So I do think that there is like, you know, this is just like an average scale that they've made out. And I could completely understand where Itmar was coming from. It doesn't have to be exactly 25 or whatever the number is.
Well,
and
I guess the point, yeah, like that's where it was like.
I think the tipping point though, was when you said, well, you know, if you need to consult an expert for everything, would you go ahead and consult a book if you needed to get laid? And that's where he's like, oh my God, no, you didn't. You know, well, I knew how to lay when I got on my belly.
I mean, basically what he's trying to do. I mean, he was trying to take a metaphysical concept like Itmar's sacred geometry interpretation of his drawings and try to go a rational, materialistic, practical science route with the fine minutia of frame rates and flicker rates with the eye. Which, you know, he's not an eye expert either. He just knows about film and doing film because he's the horror movie review guy. And it was a complete disaster. Like, and
I told him about the Earth curve calculator. And he was like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." And I was like, "Dude." And then he asked me how old I was. And
how
then
old?
Well, no, and that's what I said to him. Well, no, I made the point. If I remember correctly, I think I made the point. I was like, you know, why would I give you a set of numbers when you clearly don't understand how to use numbers? Because you're fucking, you know what I mean? You couldn't even understand the Earth curve calculation idea. Because, like, really, it's like, you go down the line of reasoning, then don't make fun of it. And if you are going to make fun of it, then, you know, I got a couple questions for your ass. That's all. You know, but I don't know what happened. Like, I've been a little bit tense off of just the last couple of days. I think FREECHAN kind of went through a little something the last couple of days. I was just feeling a certain way, and also like, you know, like I look at it like if I hear any condescension in someone's voice and regarding, especially one of their elders like Itmar or someone like that who maybe has something to teach us, then like, you know what I mean? You know, I don't know, man. I'm not like literally. I'm not like. I don't know, man. I take a position. I've always just been like that. You know what I mean? Like I know that, and it's weird. It's like a lot of people don't understand it or whatever. But as soon as I sense it is something, I don't know what it is. I've always just said, just count it up to me being crazy.
It's the instinct to like spot a bully and point him out when he shows himself. And I mean, and sometimes you make that leap, sometimes you end up looking like the bully.
I don't mind though.
Well, that's why you need an apologist.
Like,
yeah, I was gonna get on as the global apologist to even things out.
I appreciate the concern. I mean, like, well, my thing is this though, is that like, and this is the thing, guys, is that I've been called crazy my whole life. Like, I'm cool with like, you know, it's like I'm cool with like standing alone and everyone being like, I don't know, and I'll be like, it's okay. You're still my friend. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be mad with you if you don't join sides with me. I'm used to standing in battles alone. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't look at it. I mean, of course, I hope everyone sees what I'm doing or whatever. But in also another sense, it's like I've had to do it when no one understands me. So it's all right.
Well, see, the way I kind of I'm interpreting things is that I can learn from you guys. Like, I learned a whole lot of shit from Itmar all the time. So much that I had to keep a journal where I'm writing down like the materials.
Bro. I gotta say, you're healthy, man. I have like, for some reason, dude, I really just like you, dude. Just want you to know that. I fucking like your vibes, bro. I dig it, man. I dig how fucking earnest you are on this subject. And all of it, dude. And honestly, man, like I felt like really, I love hearing when you talk about what I talk about in law and jest, because I really feel like you get it, man. Like you have a really like I fucking don't know what it is, but I feel like I wanted to say that. So, you know.
Oh, thank you, Yusuf. That means a lot.
Yeah. Mangoes.
Well, dude, yeah, I think highly, like healthy. I do. I think highly of you. I think highly of World. You know what I mean? It's like, Like there's certain, it's like really like I was looking on it and I saw you guys on and I was like, shit, I gotta hop on with my boys because like plus even if I'm gonna go to sleep, whatever, it's like go. You know, I enjoy your company.
Thank you, man. I feel the same.
It's cool, like to feel like, you know, understood. You guys are like smart enough to get it, and it's like not just like, you know, I don't know. I feel like we get to really have conversations when there's certain panels here. Like we can really have some fucking great conversations. I just love it.
Yeah, we do. And actually, that was one of my points that I kind of wanted to tell you is that when we become defensive or when we become like a little bit aggressive, it becomes difficult to communicate with the other person. And that's how I felt a little bit towards that dude yesterday. But I mean, I'm not blaming you specifically, or you know, blaming him specifically. It's just that you know you got to have a little bit of self-control when we're debating the shape of the earth because it kind of gets out of hand, it seems.
Oh no, forgive me about that. I can agree that like there's always a certain element. I think, you know, it's one of the things I tried to kind of bring to the table when I, you know, stepped out here because I felt like a lot of people were ripping each other and and I don't mean to be part of the problem, but I also feel like it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just like I tuned in. I was listening to Itmar drone on, and to be honest, it's like I love Itmar. He's a tough sell, though. I get it. He's tough to listen to sometimes because of the language barrier and different, you know, esoteric ideas. But also like there's a certain element of like I expected, you know, I don't know, like there would have been a way to direct the course with Itmar in that conversation.
I encountered them both later on after that because they both left, kind of cooled down. I think it started a new chat, and I went in and he was back, you know, trying to speak with Itmar, and you know he had his question again, and instead of addressing his question, I tried to relate with what Itmar was saying and kind of lead him to the next thing, because rather than stopping and going off on a tangent about 24 frame rates, this or that, why don't you just let Itmar continue his point, and then maybe you'll see more of the perspective that he's coming from, and maybe not necessarily your, you know, specific educational approach that you're hearing. You know, it's all part of listening to what the other person is saying rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. So Itmar was able to continue, and I think for the next 15 minutes, the guy might have learned something, and then he left. There was nothing else left to say because Itmar was allowed to continue.
Yeah,
and by following that, the guy could see that his line of questioning or his tangent was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't. It's like, you know, you just can't tell anymore who's really like, you know, because my thing is like if you're out here and you know about this, it's like, you know, you're onto something. Like, you know, you've got to have enough time to look at the subject matter for yourself. Like, why would you go on? Like, I don't know. Like, you know, how could you go on in defense? Like, you know, it's like, okay, like imagine like me giving you a pair of boxing gloves and being like, okay, go in there and get them. What would be the first question? Who am I fighting? You know, like, you know, it's, I feel like it's like they're coming in here like what? Just with their gloves on, like it's just like they haven't even looked into any of the subject matter. They don't know any. Like, are you fucking serious? Of course they fucking. They're just like, you know, poo-pooed it and looked at it like it's like stupid. So already it's like, if you're not even mystified by the idea that you can't detect the curvature, it's like that's what did it for me. I was like, fuck you, man. I was like, I can't see the curvature at the fucking prescribed mathematics. You know what I mean? Like, what are you telling me the mathematics for then?
No, it's actually actually, yeah, yesterday morning, later on after that, after he left, I think later on, a couple hours later maybe, Jazzaconda came in, And he's like, oh, well, I'm not very much liked by anybody here. And I'm just like, I don't even think I know you. How could I like not like you? And like he came in like already had his boxing gloves on, and I'm just like, you know, you do seem kind of familiar. And what it was like, I don't know, maybe a week or so ago, he came in and we were all here, and you and Poncho and give him a hard time. I think we all kind of went off into selling him some Coriolis insurance or some property on the moon or a few parsecs, but
selling new Coriolis insurance.
But no, we actually had a fairly decent conversation without, you know, throwing punches.
With who?
With Jazzaconda yesterday morning.
Use the right name. What is Asconda?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pete.
Use the right name.
I forgot.
I don't make up these names for nothing. What the Tampa?
Okay. All right.
I mean,
All right. I don't know these guys like you do, so I guess I'll take your word for it. But I've actually had my own experience, which has been different than yours. So I just thought I'd let you know.
More than Poncho.
He was one of my first trolls. When I started my channel, he was one of the first ones to come and ridicule me. That's why he named him Asconda. You want to see what I've done to him in this movie?
He showed up and you fucking lost your head when he did. You were like, what? Like, what?
Did you just woke up, Pancho, or did you wake up?
He's chipper.
I didn't know he was here. He just spoke and I recognized his voice.
No, I said, did you just woke up, or did you make some videos last night?
I made a few. It was like the time when he had Keemstar's voice for the second time instead. I was in the fingers doing pictures and stuff, and I just heard his voice. He must have been laughing his head off seeing me on camera. It was a Scooby-Doo moment, yeah.
Nice.
Scooby-Doo moment. Because you went away in the last hangout. You went away when Yika was here.
Who went away?
You.
Yeah, because I need a little bit of iPhone.
Oh yeah, well I saw you thinking, and I saw you thinking about something, and then you left. I think, he's going to make some videos.
No, my head was pounding.
Oh. Good morning.
Sorry, Jay Lawyer. I'd have saved you one of these now. Good night, chat.
Do you have your Mountain Dew?
Yeah. Hula hoops, Mountain Dew, and about to have a bifter. Good night, Pancho, 'cause it's time to go. Bo, 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 bo.
I think I was in the debates room yesterday, and they were playing an old clip of Poncho, Jeff Stewart, and A4. I think it was versus Jim Panda and Mark Taylor, I guess, or Mark something.
Yeah, we bitch slapped them.
Interesting conversation.
I missed those. Those chats.
It was funny because it wasn't A4 acting out. It was Poncho in the background going, "You cunt, you fat cunt." A4's like remaining so silent and calm, trying to address the points.
That's what we did. We took it in turns. Once we knew who each other was, that was it. High five, your turn.
Some crazy times.
I missed it. I do. It was a lot of fun. But in the end, it was just banging my head against the brick wall. It was the same arguments over and over and over. No proofs. All they got to do is give
Lots
me.
of yelling.
Huh?
Lots of yelling.
Well, that comes as standard, doesn't it?
Sometimes.
When it's
Yeah.
1 versus 6, what day? I don't give a fuck. I'm going to shout my head off.
Right. And then you're gonna get muted for it.
But you don't find me doing that in here, do you?
No. Vincent won't let you get out of hand like that. Neither will I. I'd mute you.
Oh wait, what's this button? Oh, it's that.
See you. Bye bye. You're kicked. Vincent, where's your wig and mustache?
No. Come on. Put your green screen on. Make yourself a judge. No, don't. They're all pedos.
Oh.
Yeah, that Fanny Lancer video kills me.
Yeah, me too. God damn it. I asked him to make the sound a little bit lower, because you hear that hardcore music from the Netherlands. You cannot hear me talking. I was talking.
I just feel like those last 3 sentences he's gonna make into the next song.
Vince, that's why he gave you subtitles.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
I found it okay.
Oh god, so funny.
Yeah, I know. But before that, I was talking to this girl on the desk with my mask on, and then you cannot hear what I'm saying.
They're like, yo, what's up, bitch? You want to do this?
No, they haven't deleted, you know.
It's so funny.
Do you want to know the Earth is round or flat? What do you want? What do you want?
You're like, what? Tell me, bitch.
Ask me a question.
So stupid.
Ask me a question.
Yeah.
I like when you're asking the question in the wig.
Yes.
Hello. Oh god. So
David asked me a question. How did you find this channel? We were just a couple of hours before, we were talking about the text in the description. You know, and I said, just type in game, desk, and everything. And then he asked me the question, hey, how did you find this channel? Oh, I find it on game. But I wanted to say something else.
Yo, that's so fucking funny though. How did you find this channel?
I don't know. I can't remember what he was calling me. He had a name for me. No.
He asked it, yeah, what's so funny is he asked it so seriously. It just works so perfect. It's just so good. Oh my god, it's so funny. I'm like crying because it's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So how did you find that shit?
I was going to say, JW, I've been watching them and downloading them just recently. I can't find the one where Rex was really, really pissed up. I cannot find it. I don't know how many times I've been through them shows.
Was it here on FREECHAN?
Yeah, no, on Fed when Rex was fucking leathered. And I started playing Jurassic Park music instantly. He went, I'm going downstairs to get another scotch. I'll be right back. And when I heard his footsteps coming in the background, the orchestral music started.
How long ago was that?
About 2 months ago. I ain't been back on there for about 2 months. Well, Fed shut down, didn't it? And then discussions came.
Yeah. Well, wasn't that the time that you jump over in my hangout that they? Oh no, that was not a different. No, no, no. Let it go. It was this time.
Huh?
Oh, the cops are coming for you, Isa. Oh, it's not Isa.
Call the police. Call the police.
Yeah, they know they're going after Healthy.
Yeah, they're going up to help you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a flat earther or something.
Yeah.
No, you're duck killer. Duck killer.
He didn't go to Friday prayer. He's fucking done in.
No, it's 12 right now. I've got another 30, about in 1 hour.
Oh, you got. That's a
12?
Yeah, it's noon.
You know, Fanny's next song has got to be this. It's going to be the intro to a new dubstep beat, I bet. Check this out. This is going to be the intro of the song. That Fanny Lancer video kills me.
Yeah, me too. You're there. I asked him to make the sound a little bit lower because you hear that hardcore music. What are you doing?
Yeah, things twice.
Because he had that hardcore music from the Netherlands. And then the beat's going to drop right there. And it's going to be... it's going to be Vincent in another wig and a mustache.
Yeah. Well, we got Pancho Pete in the house, and he's really slow in making videos.
Look at your old mouths watering to see what the finished product is.
Oh, what do you got? Zorder. That's the prayer.
No, take your time. It must be correct. It must be good. Just make it a small trailer or something. Isa, are you okay? Isa.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I thought you were falling asleep or something. I don't know.
No, forgive me. I was taking my hoodie off. But my speakers in the mix.
Hey, Pancho, can you make a trailer?
Let me finish the bloody movie first. I'll get somewhere near to finishing it.
Coming up in 2017.
Hey, Healthy.
Reminds me, I just remember the clip. Don't talk. Quick before I forget it. I'm on YouTube. Just have to click that. All I want is a little bit of A4.
Well, I sent him a link, so he must be doing very well. I don't know. What time is it where he is?
Oh, there it is.
I think he's 24 hours ahead of me or something. No, 12 hours. I don't know.
Hey, Healthy.
Yeah.
Did you ever check out any of those Black Mirror episodes?
I checked out that first one, and then I've been like really busy. But I plan to. I've got like at least 10 of them downloaded. So
sweet.
I'll be watching. Oh, hey, Issa, the moon and the stars, that song you uploaded, that's pretty damn cool.
Thanks, brother.
But my only comment on that is that sometimes it's like your voice is a bit distant. Is that like maybe it's an issue on my end? It could be.
No. You know, it's probably just the recording quality. I think of the mic and how I'm doing it, because I'm just going through the speakers on the headphones. Plus, also like it's weird. Like I'm not, it's weird. Like there's like ranges for my voice, and whenever I'm recording inside, I always feel like a little bit like like hesitant. You know, it's weird. I feel like I have two different kinds of voices. Like I have like, you know, like let's say like I really like singing like that softer style. But
Yeah.
I also have like a very like if I raise the pitch and it's like, you know, I gotta be loud, I can be loud too. So it's kind of weird like controlling it and like trying to keep it like, I don't know, I gotta work on it.
Good morning, Fiona.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I gotta work on it, you know. I'll put it together.
Yeah, I thought it was just part of the song. I know what Healthy's talking about. I thought it was just how you were trying to convey it. If it was softer or more distant.
Yeah, this song, yeah, definitely has a little bit of texture to it. At least, like, you know, it depends. Each time I sing it, it's different. You know.
It is a bit different each time. I figured the reason you were doing that was kind of to illustrate that the sun and the moon are going further away, just like your voice.
But, oh, that's interesting. That's cool, man. That's a cool. That's a cool. That's wild, man. I like the way you think.
I like that other one too. You have that "Who Taught You Not to Fight."
Oh yeah.
That's
got that
I like
one
that
too.
one a lot.
Oh cool.
And, of course, there's always "Smoke One for Me."
Oh yeah. I forget about that. And then I got like the couple other ones that I was thinking about just recording them. Like I've been recording them and just putting them up there, and just like, you know, just because like, I don't know, like I like the Moon Star song.
You got that other one. I think I'm really important, or something like that. It's like a punk song.
Oh yeah.
I'm really important. I think highly of myself, or something like that.
Oh yeah. But I don't think I've done anything with that one yet. I think I did play that one. Oh yeah. I think I might have played it on FREECHAN even.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that one, and then there's the It Takes All Kinds to Get Around. And then I can't, you know, I like the one I came up with just last couple of days. I've been writing a little bit. I'm trying to get more into like guitar soloing, like being able to incorporate soloing when I play, so it's not just like just backing chords, which it's like that's the kind of it's just so much easier when you got somebody playing guitar behind you.
If we were to play play your songs on this channel, would it give us a copyright?
I mean, I don't know, but you have my permission to.
Because it's got a standard YouTube license. I think we can only play like creative license or something. But you need a standard YouTube license for your stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
No, healthy. I asked Funnylancer if I can screen share or play his video, and if he says yes, you're allowed to, then it's okay.
Well, he says yes in the chat. I mean, how would YouTube's algorithm or YouTube's officials know that he said yes?
We played it about 4 or 5 times, and we never had a copyright strike.
All right. Well, you know, that's very promising. I just wanted to make sure how to do that. You know, not get in trouble.
Yeah, I think it would be, you know, common courtesy. I mean, thank you for that, Issa. I think that's awesome. I think more people, if they want FREECHAN to share their stuff and they have a standard YouTube license, and at least come on here and say that it's okay and put it on the record. It's okay that FREECHAN uses my stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you know, actually even like I started, you know, it's kind of partially the reason why I look at it like recording any of it is like, you know, it's like I kind of brought up earlier in the discussion tonight, it was like the idea that like, you know, I think my music or the music that I've been writing lately really is like, I like, you know, it's like I said, it's like the resident, like, I'm your flat earther. Like, you know, I also like feel like I'm making music for flat earthers or people that understand the struggle of what it is to be in this flat earth kind of world, whether you title yourself a flat earther or not. But I write it from, you know, so it's like, you know, like the line in the one song, it's like, you know, remember you told me that the sun would never set. You know, like the moon is in my eyes. Like, you know, it makes me think of it. Like, is it a projection? You know, I don't know. Go shit. Kind of shit we on. Not many people really relate with that. So I want us flat earthers. You know, I want everyone in these rooms to come check out what I'm doing in the music. If you like it, you know, I want you to play it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I see it. I've been playing it a lot.
Awesome. Man.
I think there's a lot of other people, a lot of flat earthers are playing as well. We're hoping that you're
so
gonna.
Happy to hear it, man.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping you're gonna sign with Columbia House Records or something.
Yeah. Do a global tour.
Yeah. Do a global tour. Find out if the world is flat or not.
Totally. Like, yeah, like trying to set up all my gigs like down on the Antarctica, like so it's like around like all the perimeter.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
You be quiet. Oh, okay.
Here we go.
What if we all just got together and like made a badass song with lyrics and like sold it to B.O.B. and he made it part of his next album?
Yeah, he's on his own thing. I
I'm
think.
playing this song.
I love it. Thank you, Vince.
Shout out to Kathleen out there.
Shout out Kathleen.
Shout out to Shumanati.
Yeah, Shroomy, man. Bless.
Killuminati now.
Oh yeah,
Stab
it's
him, stab him,
unfortunate.
stab him.
It's unfortunate.
He's growing up so fast, you know.
Well, you know, before you know it, he'll be like the elected one.
Before you know, he'll be just Illuminati.
Yeah, Shroom's cool in my book. Yeah, what were we looking up again? I forget.
Pete, any word on the 2 weeks? No?
Oh, he might be busy.
Yeah, no, he can't talk. He's got a cigarette in his mouth. Issa, you know, do you ever use the Hangouts app?
For the phone?
Or on the computer, if you have a computer.
Yeah.
For what?
Well, it's called a Hangouts app on the phones and tablets and whatnot. And on desktop, it'd be like a regular website. It'd be called hangouts.google.com.
Oh yeah, but for what? What would I use it for?
Well, to message. It's like a messenger.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, 'cause, like I've sent you the link sometimes, but first of all, it won't go because you haven't accepted.
Really?
I guess like a friend request or something.
Oh shit! Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, so that way Vincent can, you know, pull you in, or any of us can pull you in.
Cool.
We can still pull you in, but it's just we can't talk to you.
I got you. See, paper tag. Oh, okay. Did you get me now?
Yeah.
What?
I think I'm in. Maybe in there now.
Are you on the Hangouts app?
Yes, I just
Me?
accepted the.
I hear my name, so I asked you, but
No, not you, Vincent.
No, you're good,
bye
brother.
bye.
He's
Cool,
like, bye
thank-
bye, going to sleep.
Shit.
Oh well, if I fall asleep now, you don't have an hangout anymore.
Let's see how long this one's got.
Issa, did you see that message I sent you? Do you want to cover a little bit of that? I mean, there's nothing specific.
Let's see.
Hi, Nano. Nah, I mean by the.
Yeah, I would say just I would just make it including but not limited to, and just
Right.
go
No,
right.
I got the spelling right there. I know that.
Or no, not like take out 4.
Right.
That's all. And what else?
Should it just be and?
Oh, you know what? How about this? You could be agreed that you have accepted liability as surety to this case.
Okay.
You know, he's just one of, or just, you know, as surety. He's one of the.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a. That puts them in their place.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Should it be and or just?
Oh, where? Oh, I hear you. A liability. Okay, let me see. Or maybe agreed that you have accepted liability as surety, or as a surety to this case, because he's just one. He's just one of the players.
Right, and then below that, 2 lines and or. Treble.
Or, you know, I think actually, like even you know, yeah. I mean, is that that because there's the first part too, right? You got the first part. As long as the first part clarifies it, and then this is perfect because that's what he's agreed to.
Okay. Cool.
Look.
Did somebody fufu?
What?
Fufu. Isn't that like an African dish from Ghana? The fuck? Fufu. It is.
Yes, I know.
Wait, do you know that? Do you know fufu?
Yeah, I heard it on TV, but
Fufu.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw it on TV.
It's like a starch.
And
they make like a soup with it. It's actually really fucking good.
James always says, "Uh-oh, a fufu," and then he mute. I didn't see James for a couple of days.
Yeah, good point. I hope he's all right.
I've had Momo.
James.
Oh, goodbye, Pancho. Thanks for saying goodbye.
Is the old French goodbye?
He'll be back. He's just waking up. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah.
I think he was awake for all night, or not?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, me too. It's now almost 8 o'clock. No, 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, you're a trooper.
Well,
I know it's like 2 over here. I'm fucking knackered.
I did always pass out, but I have to wait until this one is over. I can start a new one.
What'd you do today, Issa? Were you in court all day?
I'm always in court. Yeah, no, I'm working to like put new flooring into this apartment here. So I got some soundproofing stuff delivered today. And I'm getting some wood delivered, I got soundproofing stuff delivered yesterday. I'm getting wood delivered today. And then,
You own that property?
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm trying to, I want to just rent. I'm going to get the fuck out. You know the deal.
You probably fetch a nice amount of rent. You're in Jersey, right?
I'm in New York.
Oh, yeah. You'll get nice rent.
Yeah, so I just want to try to set it up so it's a nice, decent place.
So what are you going to do? Like move in with Tom Osmond?
If he'll have me. He wouldn't
If you'll
even
have you?
he wouldn't even shout me out the other day, so I don't know if he loves me anymore.
Oh. Were you like Ace in the chat? Were you like
Feel so
Ace
neglected.
Yeah.
Shout me out. Shout me
Yeah, I
out.
was like, Tim, shout me out, Tim. Because I was bringing up, like, it's funny, too. I could hear him, like, laugh when he reads my comments. I was like, actually, I think that guy's hilarious. I actually have a good time talking with him. I wish, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But the conversations I've had with him have been pretty interesting. Although he plays his part, in the conversation. We all know, I feel like, where he stands regarding some of the issues. So,
Oh, he's total top brass.
yeah, top brass, Tim. I mean, I don't know.
Whatever he does is sanctioned.
Right?
Yeah, like he's like, he's a smart dude. So I guess if anything, that's the only thing I respect. Intelligence. I think he's playing the wrong moral side of the game. And I'm sure he could make the argument and try to justify that he isn't. But it's just how the cookie crumbles. I mean, I fucking, I respect intelligence. I don't know what to say. And I've had good talks with him. It's just like I feel like he plays dumb well.
Do you find it kind of odd or somewhat chilly that Tim doesn't go after Lord Stephen Christ as much? Like it seems like LSC gets a free pass from him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like I don't. I think Tim takes an interest in whoever he takes an interest in. Whether he's not going to attack. I think the reason that he doesn't attack LSC is because LSC already is like, it's like, I look at LSC as like, he's like, one of those like, those like, metal bands where like the guy walks out, like, and he's like, yeah, worship your Lord. And everyone's like, like, joking around half. It's half joking around. It's like theater. So I think that's acceptable to Tim. Because it's like a rock show. That's why I don't think any of LSC's people take him seriously. They're trolling the people that would think that they would take it seriously. Now, granted, they might believe in this model of Earth. But I think it's also part of their creed, if you will, to be able to, like, they don't worship LSC. It's just like, it's literally like a metal, like, band.
Metal band.
Where they're like, yeah, like, they worship me, ha 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 ha. And they're all like, we worship you, LSC. It's like a joke. It's like a play. It's like a pantomime.
Guys, can you wake me up?
What happened?
Can you wake me up in 2 hours?
We'll try to get.
No guarantees.
We'll call Larry. No promises, because I don't know. I might be knocked out.
Do something else. I can stop this one and make a new one. Then we got another 8 hours, and I give you guys controls.
Right, Vincent. That's actually a great idea. Before you pass out, I'd recommend you
because I don't know if somebody's awake or I don't know what the time is now for that.
No,
What's the time now?
no problem, man. If you want to make a new one, let's go.
I know, but what time is it there? Where they are now?
It's 1:30 in the morning here. 1:30 a.m.
Yeah, so it's 2:30 in the city. Figure it's like 12 out by them.
Oh, they'll be awake maybe, or not. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
They might be
I'll
asleep
wait. I'll wait for another hour, and if nothing
Okay.
happens, then
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out to Sean and Gollum and Kathleen.
Sean's out there.
Yeah, I called
What's up,
Sean
Sean?
and
So Sean,
Come on and show us your tattoo, buddy.
Who else was out there?
Kathleen's out there. Shroomy, Rob Taylor, Gollum.
Yeah, Gollum. Shout out Gollum. I haven't seen you in a while, man. That's weird. You got like picked up on a warrant, running into fucking for trespassing.
What's that?
Gollum. I haven't seen him on the panel in a while. I was just hoping he's alright.
I didn't know he got. I don't know he got held up.
Shout out to the panel.
He's fine. I was busting balls because I hadn't seen him in a while. And he was always going on to the like the Freemasonic Lodge territories. So I was saying he probably got a warrant for trespassing.
Oh, that's why he disappeared. That was his
Yeah,
backstory.
that's all I was wondering where he went.
I gotcha.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh.
I'll be right. I'll be back.
It sucks when like these little things that like you still think like little like things that were funny with you and like an ex or something that still are funny. Like you still think about it.
Is there some of that in Moon and Stars?
Yeah, there's some of that in the Moon and the Stars. Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome, man. I'm so happy everyone hearing all the love for the music. I appreciate it, everybody. I'm gonna fucking
You gotta put some more out there, dude.
Yeah,
you got
I will.
2 songs on your channel. You've been doing music for 18 years.
So, yeah, I should. I mean, shoot, I only started my YouTube channel to join these chats and get the Google Hangouts and shit. So it's like,
Did you like give up on the music and then like just restart it again, maybe?
yeah, kind of, man. Honestly, to be honest, like finding everybody out here on the Flat Earth shit was really what kind of prompted me even, getting into playing out in front of, playing around at all, or like, just playing in the company of others. I would just play by myself, play for myself. So it's nice to like, actually it was Lady. Actually, when I met Lady, we were talking, felt nice to play music with her. And it was like kind of what started it.
Yeah, nice, man.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's cool, man. This whole little trip out here in the Flat Earth world has been, a wild ride. I've enjoyed it.
Sean in the chat is claiming that Flat Earth kills music careers. What do you think about that? Do you think do you think that it does kill flat Earth, or do you think there's a whole bunch of music out there, like Pink Floyd's and fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers, all just kind of pointing it to us? What do you think?
I mean, I think a lot of those guys didn't even choose their album covers.
Yeah.
And I think if there is flat Earth referencing or anything like that, it was done outside of their influence, maybe.
Well, not flat Earth in this sense, but some of the topics that we discuss in flat Earth, like for instance, space being a hoax.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that have had that reaction, and I'm sure there were some people that were in the know in some way or another. And and I'm sure that's an issue. I'm sure, even like when people talk about like, oh, flat Earth killed your career. What the thing is for me, it's like people like have always said that to me about my music. Like, like, oh, why don't you just, like, because I used to sing like about Palestine and like, that was kind of my thing, was that, and like
protest songs.
Yeah, so it was like, and I was like, like I played, I remember I played keyboard for this one chick, a reggae girl, and it was like a Jewish, like she used to literally, every show that I went to, she had a shirt for me. She would always have a shirt because I would inevitably be in some pro-Palestinian fucking t-shirt, and she'd be like, here, wear this. Like, it would always be like some generic Bob Marley shirt or something, and I'd be like, come on, and she'd be like, please, that we'd always have this like this kind of dialogue before the shows, because I always wore like I don't know, and everyone would tell me, why don't you just stop singing about that, all this shit. So it's like I make my music, it's like that's it, I make, it's like I don't know, man, if nobody else, if someone doesn't like my music because of what I fucking think, then I don't know what to do about that.
Well, see, it's a lot of people might listen to music and not realize what you're saying even. For instance, just going back to that Red Hot Chili Pepper song where it goes like, space may be made in a Hollywood basement, right? And, when I heard it first time, I was like, okay, so it's just part of the lyrics, maybe they're just goofing off. But then, as I grew older, I started questioning it, and I figured, why would they say that? Is it because they have freedom of speech that nobody would stop them from saying it? Is it just like for shock values?
I think it's an accepted rebel iconic kind of notion also. Like it's like not that, I don't want to, like, I like Red Hot Chili Peppers, so I don't want to talk shit. But it's also like, it's like acceptable. It's digestible. You know what I mean? Because like, there's always those crazy guys out there that think that the government didn't go to the moon.
Right. And when you say it's digestible, it's being digested by both people that believe the moon landings and those people that don't believe in the moon landings.
Yeah.
I mean, it's digestible by both.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's
because they can classify that idea as being, it's like this, what it's like? It's like, like the banker that goes out, like, with his friends and is like, I look at it like, I don't know, I guess is a bad way to look at it, but like the idea, it's like, someone who's a normal person, like they classify like
a normie.
Yeah, like there you go, like that's such a good term, like the when they go and like get high, like, you know what I mean, like, if you will, like, like do mushrooms or go to like a show or something like that, like it's like, for that Saturday night, the earth might be flat. It's like, for that Saturday night, the moon landings may not have been real. and then on Sunday morning they're back at it, and it doesn't matter. It's like I used to know chicks that would dreadlock their hair just to go to the Grateful Dead show. It's just part of the scene. In a certain way.
I got you.
I don't know.
I think you got something there. Like,
yeah, it becomes like this Saturday night, like, it's like it's acceptable on Saturday night.
yeah.
It's not acceptable. Like that idea of the moon landing concept, being fake. That's acceptable on a Friday night when you're smoking weed with your hippie friend.
Right.
Otherwise, not in the real world. And that's the difference between us and them. If you and other people, I don't like. I've taken it to the nth degree where it's like I haven't let it. There's certain people that can do mushrooms and then just go back to the rest of their life, and it's like flat Earth. It's like it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. What does it matter if the Earth is flat or round? I can't see that. It doesn't matter. Well, there's certain people that don't see it like that. And then there's certain people that take mushrooms and really are affected by it, or there's certain people that aren't. And I think if you've done mushrooms or something and you haven't been profoundly affected, or at least to let that effect impact your regular life, then I think you're missing out on what the psychedelic experience has to offer. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think people limit themselves, or their perception is limited by their experience, and that kind of, in an experience like that, can pigeonhole somebody to react or experience things a certain way, which may not be beneficial to them by design. What do you think, Healthy?
My net just kind of dropped out for a second.
Oh.
I missed a little bit of that. Can you repeat it a little bit? Just the gist of it?
Yeah, he was talking about how the people who do hallucinogens or psychedelics at just like a one-time thing or a temporary thing, and then back to whatever, and they they'll do it but not consistently, and they don't maybe do it for the right reasons or have the impactful experience to change their perspective or outlook on their normie type of life. Is that?
I see. Yeah. But I mean, that's the same thing with like all of us. I think whenever we do take drugs, I guess we do have a altered state of being. I don't know if that's like I guess it could be like an inherent thing. Like some people can be an angry drunk, but other people could be like a really nice person on drugs or on alcohol. I don't think a lot of people are willing to just accept it. They're afraid to kind of like commit to this idea that our government's out there to hurt us. I think it's a scary thought for a lot of people to just plainly accept that into their normal lives.
Right. Well, that's kind of goes, and I think this is absolutely hilarious. And shout out to Bucky in the chat. So he was just telling a story about how he got a death threat earlier, and it was because he went on to a chat of somebody who was talking about Nibiru, like the rogue satellite who's going to collide with Earth and cause the apocalypse.
That sucks, getting death threats. Sorry to hear that, bro.
Well, he went on this chat and decided to, give the guy a hard time and tell him, the way to see Nibiru through your telescope is to put super glue on your mirror and your reflector. And had him going for like 45 seconds until the rest of the chat stopped him.
No
He was going to
shit.
do it. Yeah. It's like a special super glue technique with telescopes. Pouring super glue on your mirror helps you detect planets like Nibiru. It's great.
Man, I heard you gotta use wood putty. I heard you gotta
And,
use wood putty, space putty.
Space Buddy.
It's what they use on the O-rings for the ISS.
Perfect.
Space oh God, that's why the wires are everywhere. It's all the space putty. Oh God.
Oh, Bucky, you gotta link it. I gotta see that. That's hilarious. I was actually looking at telescopes the other day again, Mr. B, and I looked at that. Was it the Skywatcher 400p? And is that the one you have? Like that huge, like 2-meter monstrosity that extends and has like a programmed controller for it to auto, locate like 3,000 different or 30,000 different objects. It's like $4,000. If I had a little bit more space, I might get one. But it's hardcore, dude.
I love I was gonna get the telescope, but I got the app instead.
I got the what? The app?
I got the app instead, yeah.
The app instead.
That's what Bukaki, you should start selling them the telescopic app. The apps to see Nibiru.
No, it's the special space putty to put on the mirror to see the cloaked planets. Like Nibiru. You mix it with super glue, and it creates a new fine sheen across the surface. Lets you see things in a different wavelength.
Yeah, a little bit of baking soda. How is that not a thing already? Space putty.
Space putty. I'm sure they have space putty. Because how do you think they seal up the little micrometeor holes?
That's what I'm thinking, man. I'm wondering if Lego sells them that.
Yeah, probably.
Some like a professional space putty. As opposed to the cheap shit. the China uses.
I think they use space as a marketing strategy. Like anything space, I think you'll just sell it a little bit more than it'll just sound cooler as well.
I think I'm like almost convinced they really just their banking, like their economic situation is hanging on whether or not they'll be able to monetize space. Because they're going to monetize whatever the Earth planet that they find. So they're going to monetize, like they have to, because everything is built and being monetized. Everything's being monetized. They've got to have space out there. So if you believe in space, then you'll believe in all that currency and all that forward progress of bonds.
They push it real hard. It seems they push it real hard, but I don't think the people are really that interested. There might be some people that like them, but for the most part, I don't think most people are interested anymore.
Most people, I am convinced most people stay in touch with space exploration and NASA. In like, you know, outside of like the general curiosity of like this, if you're taking it all for real, you know, and then also some people check in as a barometer for what they think is their intelligence.
They check into space to see how intelligent they are.
Well, no, to make sure that they're up to speed.
Oh, okay.
Like they feel like it, like, you know, by understanding the new technology of what's going on in space, you're now capable of sitting in a room with Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yeah.
Like, you know, well, I'm saying, like, you could have coffee talk with Elon Musk because you understand about whatever Newsweek said this week about fucking space.
The reason why I say that I don't think a lot of people are interested is because I don't know if you saw this documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. You see that one?
Yep.
In it, I think it mentions that some people were watching the I Love Lucy show, and that's when they decided to air like a mission to moon, like a moon mission, like live on the TV, and it's interrupting that broadcast. People were calling in saying that, you know, their reruns of I Love Lucy was being interrupted. So I don't know, was that like an indication that the American public was no longer interested in seeing that? Like, you know, you've been there once, that's it. No more interest.
I think also too, you got to remember, like, they know how to oversaturate it. It's like, imagine for the umpteenth time you see a fucking rocket ship and everyone's talking about Buzz Aldrin, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I'm over it. Like, I think, like, that's also a planned thing too. That was also, I think, part of what they were really, that's really the psyop, is actually, in a way, is to just get you like, oh God, good, are we going back to the moon yet? Oh good, we're going? Okay, good, we already got that. Because, like, once you explain it away, it's no longer mysterious. And that's why, that's the thing, is like, they've taken our moon and our stars away in the sense by explaining it. By trying to say that they know
away
exactly.
the mystery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's back for me though.
You know, so, like, you know, if they're gonna, like, you know, now that it's explained away, exactly, it's back. And that's the thing, is when they can explain it away, you no longer give a shit. It's like, now it's just about how many fucking pounds of gasoline do you need to get to do the math equation to get back to the moon or go to Mars, or it's just a matter of, like, you know, how much gas do we need? It's not a matter of, like, you know, there's no understanding of it. I mean, think about it. Most people don't even know where a potato grows, and they love French fries.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
that's a bit of a fallacy, Issa,
What's
because, you
that?
know, there are types of potatoes that can grow on above ground. I've got pictures. I've got them. You know,
no
you
doubt,
gotta go.
man.
You gotta go with carrots or maybe garlic.
Yeah.
Well, still, I mean, even to that point, Healthy, people don't know where potatoes are grown. Whether it's possible to be one or the other or both. They don't know.
All right, yeah, okay, all right, you make it valid.
But they still love French fries.
Yeah. I recant my last statement.
All right, when you get that potato tree cooking, you let us know. Fucking LV.
Potato trees and mango bushels.
Yeah, mango roots. What do they call them? What's the term? When the little things grow. Damn, tuber. You know, mango tubers.
Look at the tuber. Let me see. Oh,
it's like a yam.
It's like a potato.
Exactly.
Like a yam. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, like.
So what were you saying? Some people don't even know, like, where potatoes are coming from, and they love French fries. Yeah, that's true. Where were you going with that?
Like, people don't really comprehend what NASA's doing, but they love them for it anyway.
Oh, right. Like, they don't even check it out. They don't even know anything about the basics of anything. So how the fuck could they? How could they even? How could they conceptualize what a vacuum would do to something? They can't even do it. Like, they can't even, like, they've never even seen it. Like, you know, like they don't, like, you know, like when they collapse like a train car because of a vacuum or something like that. Like, people don't understand what that power is. There's no reference. I mean, shit. People talk shit, and I don't even know. People act like they know a lot of shit, and they might not. And like, you know, it's like you see, I've seen, I don't know, you know, when you just see someone who like all the when you see someone have all their illusions destroyed and they're just like helpless, and you're like, yeah, welcome to the real world in a way. And you know, I don't think many people understand the severity of what it would take to go to space, and they don't even care. You just think of it, it's already done, it's already explained. It's like flying. People just go and just get in a fucking plane and have no respect for the fact that they're 30,000 feet without a parachute.
Without a parachute, absolutely. But that's kind of catered to you, you know. Like you can learn how to drive, but you don't have to know like the moving parts and stuff. You know?
Right, but the point is that my point is that, you know, you're at the whim of somebody else's discretion.
Oh yeah, at the mercy of somebody else.
Yeah, so like, you know, that's really that's where it comes into. It's like if you're gonna get on the plane, and you're on there with everybody else, and you're on there just like it would be like a boat and a captain. The captain is the boss. If you fuck up, he will have you fucking chained to a chair. You know what I mean? Because he's got the right to do it for the safety of the whole vessel. But, you know, if you're going to take that flight, you know, then it's best, you know, it's for everyone's safety and yours included. You know what I mean? You stay in your seat when they put the fucking seat, when they put the sign up. That's all. But like, you know, these guys don't even have a clue that they're even in the air. Like that's how I look, like, you know, they're just like, what? I mean, I just get on the plane. They're like, you know, it's like talking to someone who's like, dude, it's crazy. I just walk on the plane, I get off, and I'm in fucking like 6,000 miles away. Fucking crazy. I don't know how it happens. Like they don't consider any of the details and the fucking violence of what an air flight, or what a flight is. You're going 500 miles an hour up the runway or whatever the fuck, or 300, or trying to get up to 200, 300 miles an hour and then fucking zooming off. It's a violent fucking experience. And, you know, and just to belittle it, people have no idea what it takes. Never mind, they think because they can do that they can go to outer space. Got no bearing on what's really going on.
Yeah, but there are people that would just be more comfortable, you know, taking the ride and not having to know all that details. They might like it, so it's left up to the experts. Like it's not their field of expertise, as they say. Having a general knowledge about it, I don't doubt that would have, you know, some sort of helpful impact on you. That's obviously good, but I don't see the average person, you know, learning about how planes fly before they get on it. And I don't see them learning about, in the same respect, learning about how the moon works before looking at it or understanding how it's doing what it's doing. You know, they just don't care, I guess. It doesn't affect them or something.
Well, and that's where it's like, you know, they are content with their position, and it's okay. It's like we have to be content with ours. I'm content with I'm content with like knowing what I know about all the cool different things that I know about. And it enriches my life. And like, you know, and I've said it before, it's like, you know, my victory is the life that I'm living. Whether anyone else ever finds out about it. It's like, you know, my victory is in the little things and the people that I get to, you know, be with. And like, you know what I mean? And whatever that I might be doing, or even like, you know, my solitude is my victory, my own, you know, peace of mind. And, you know, like, you know, that's where like the victory, it's like, you know, like, I mean, I tend to go to this analogy, but it makes sense to me. It's the idea of like, you know, like, it's like, it's like getting to be with a beautiful woman, but knowing that you'll never be able to tell anyone about it. Like, you know what I mean? Is it, you know, can you handle the suffering of not being able to tell your friends? You know, of keeping the secret. And, you know, and are you willing to experience the you know, the experience with be okay with not being able to tell anyone about it? It's kind of like the way I would look at it. You know, it's like knowing you have a very beautiful woman that you're going to be with, and everyone is telling you like, "Oh, you don't get no love." You know, women don't, and you're just like, got to take the abuse because you know at the end of the day you're going to be with someone beautiful, so it doesn't matter what they say.
Yeah, it's never mattered. Why would it start mattering?
Yeah, it's like it doesn't. You know, it's like that's why I like. You know, why I dig Christianity, why I dig like the stories of the ancient, you know, all this thing. It's like you're supposed to be fought against. You know, like I like Islam. Like Islam says, like, you know, it talks about how, like, you know, wherever the believers are, they've been considered strange. They're always strange. So you know, it's okay. You're supposed to be strange. You're not supposed to fit in with this fucking sick world. You know, it's like you're supposed to be strange. You know, so that your so that the other strangers can see it and say, "Hey." So that's how I look at it. But you know, it's weird.
Well, I see it, dude. I see it in the way you do things. So yeah, I see that. I see you got strength within you, man. You show it, and sometimes it's a little too much, but that's what apologists are for.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, I have, you know, it's like, I love your laugh, Healthy. So, it's so funny. I think I told you about why I love your laugh.
Yeah, I don't want you to say it, please. Thanks.
Don't worry, no worries. I actually did it, but it's so fucking, I love it, dude. And it's like,
Wait, I don't know this one.
Uh-oh.
No, you don't need to know this one.
Okay.
Healthy has a laugh that reminds me of, like, you know, good people that I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it? Yeah, it's like that. I dig it, man. Like your laugh. What were we talking about? I forget. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. It's like I'm a little
Well,
bit.
having the strength of conviction to have a position and not worry about what anybody else says or does or whatever. Like it's
Yeah.
your life, and you come into some comprehension of your own personal practical power. I mean, it makes sense that nobody but you could affect that, since you're,
Yeah, that's
it's
it, man.
returning to you, like the memory of that. So, of course, you wouldn't let anything but yourself affect you. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it comes, you know. I mean, it comes. Like, I don't know too. It's like I've had to fail. In order to feel like, you know. It's like, again, it's like I'm not trying to. I don't know. It's like, you know, I've made my mistakes. I've made my, you know, I have my failures. I've learned from them, and you know, I would love to see this discussion taken to its, the heights of, the beautiful heights of its that it's capable to take us. And I don't like seeing, that opportunity squandered. At least when I'm around. Always I want to hear these good conversations. I love hearing everyone here in these rooms talk and think out loud. That's why it's even I don't want any of us to fight because we're all fragile. And especially in coming to for lack of a better term for some people is when you're coming to flat earth, it's isolating as it is. And it makes me sad to think that people would be isolated from the one community that shares this, this passion for a subject that isolates people. It's it really saddens me and it gets me to be mad in a way when I see that, and it's I get I just don't when anyone, when someone takes advantage of the weak, it just strikes an emotional chord with me that I feel sometimes I'm ready to die for. And I don't, I don't even know how to, sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. So whether it be especially for flat earthers, I look at flat earthers as my family in that way, and anyone who comes to attack, my friends and family and my, this dysfunctional, this oddball group of fucking awesome people. If someone's going to attack any one of us, and I take it, almost personally. Now, if we're in a discussion of ideas and I might have a difference of opinion with any one of us, and I might be intellectually a bit of a dick, that might be one thing just because we're sussing out the arguments. And I'm not necessarily a nice guy. I'm not pretending to be someone who's, nice. I cringe when it gets nice and emotional and everyone, in a way. When it's done in a certain way, I'm easily I cringe when people show I didn't grow up, or I don't know. It's to me, it's showing love was saying how how stupid you looked or something. You know what I mean? I don't show affection like that in a way. I mean, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's the respect between comics. They don't introduce each other as my good friend. It's this is the worst piece of garbage, horrible person, and this
there's
is
a time for
code.
sensitivity.
Right.
There's a time for sensitivity, and there's a time for the pep talks, but there's also a time when there's time to make fun of the people having the pep talks because you should have been grown up enough to know why it's fucking funny that you're still talking about it. I don't know. There's this fine line of I look at it wit and if something's funny, it's fucking funny, and I don't know what to tell anyone. If something's funny, it's funny. And so if someone brings it out, as long as it's intellectually funny, then it's a fair game. But back to my point, if anyone, so I'm, I look at it I'm playful like that. And when it gets to ideas, but if anyone is going to attack our, our, I don't know what to say, our family of flat earthers out here, whether you be a cellular, because if you're a concaver and cellular, this, that, the other, you're still in the mix. You're still in the conversation. You're still a flat earther to me. And you're punk rock for, you said, it's a punk rock thing. Or
That's a punk rock thing. Dude,
it's yeah.
It's the most punk rock thing ever. Like,
Right.
how more non-conformist can you get?
It's fucking, yeah, it's so rock and roll. I love it. And it's also, it's like, it just happens to be punk rock. It's just not even that it's like, but I guess, so for when I was looking at, I think what happened for me the other day, to be honest, is like I was seeing this internal struggle going on at FREECHAN. And I hope, like, literally, let's all just come together and be cool, you know, because there's enough problems out there to really be fighting against, that we don't have to take umbrage with certain points. And, like, you know, but again, it's like, you know, we're going to have these little discussions as our family goes. But, you know, when I saw Homeboy talking down to Itmar, and, you know, I was kind of just trying to lay low at the time. But when I saw that, I just was like, you know what? Let me rip into someone who's fair game. In my eyes, it's like I kind of like, because, like, you know, look, if you're gonna make fun of Itmar, like, I'm sorry, bud.
I guess we do have those urges, you know. Sometimes I wonder why, let's say, like someone like John Watson or someone like YouTube, why do they hang out at that other channel, you know, that flat earth level chat, whatever? But I realized that, you know, they kind of like that sort of little, you know, banter or whatever you want to call it, the back and forth. Yeah, they kind of, Pancho loves it too, I know. He's sometimes over there.
I was over there for a minute.
Yeah, you were? Yeah.
Yeah,
were you
I was
craving
over
it? Like,
well, no,
sometimes
I
you
wasn't
need that
craving it.
fix?
I actually, well, my problem is I was naive, because I was going over there with the intention of changing someone's mind. But then I found out that that's not what's going on over there. They're just merely trying to create arguments and create like, you know, inflammatory statements to try to get a reaction from people. And, like, you know, and when, you know, if that's the game, I mean, like, that's where I look at it. Like, you know, you know, really what, you know, my game involves this idea of back and forth in conversation. So if we're going to go there, you know, I don't know, I like it.
Let's have a conversation. Like,
well, there's having a conversation, and then there's the idea of, okay, we're negotiating now. And, like, you know, when I flip that switch in the sense of now we're going to abandon the idea that we're having a rational conversation between two men, to the point where now it's going to be tit for tat, and it's going to be, like, you know, and done in a certain way. Like, you know what I mean? Well, I don't know. It's like, you know, it's kind of like the ability to test your skills. And so, like, you know, I look at it like, you know, it's weird. Like, I used to think there was some kind of impetus for change that could happen, but I almost feel like there's, like, at those guys' station, it's like, it's a bunch of bots, like Snack pointed out, and it's like nobody's really watching. Nobody really cares. I mean, really, what the fuck would you watch their shit for? I don't know. Really, to, like, you know, to listen to the most uncreative people try to make fun of one another, it's like, that's stupid. I'd rather listen to creative people try to make fun of one another. That's why I come here.
Oh yeah. James is a nice way to put it, you know. You've got people who are creators, and you've got people who are replicators, you know.
That's it. Creditors and debtors, man. Creditors and debtors. That's it. There's people who create, and there's people who complain. And, like, you know, and that's where, like, you know, it's like when anyone starts, like when with Homeboy on it earlier, when anyone starts up with that, oh, the Vatican, that this, that, the evil empire, the pedophiles, the fucking whoever it is, I want to say to them, you know, go write a fucking song. Go fucking sing about it. Go tell, you know what I mean? Like, go, like, that's why I write my music, so I don't have to sit here and tell, what am I going to tell everybody here stories? Try to bring everybody to tears in my little story? No, I'll fucking write a song about it. Wrap it up in that. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like, you know, it's nobody's business, or it's no, I feel, you know, whatever. It's like, you know, I don't want to, I don't have to do that.
I'm talking about
And I'm also trying.
writing a song about
Yes.
it, or discussing how to solve it.
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing? You know, because like if we're trying to solve the problem, like, you know, that's why when I get into the topic of law in particular, or any of this stuff, it's like, you know, can you handle, you know, it's like, where are you at in this discussion? Because you can't actually assess the situation if you're still emotionally invested on some moral naivety. I like that, moral naivety. Because really, it's like to think that some like, you're like, but how could they do that to us? It's like, because you're stupid. That's how. You know, or not that you're, you know, like, or any of us were stupid. And now we have the opportunity to teach one another about all the different information that we've learned. I fucking love everybody here. Shit, man. I mean, I think literally, like, with the people in these fucking rooms, you could, like, you could actually really, you know, like, create a fucking university.
Don't you love her madly?
Yeah.
I love you guys too.
Welcome back,
Like, we could
Vincent.
do,
It hasn't been
well,
2 hours.
what's up, Vincent? We could do like a
Oh
free
yeah, I've been
FREECHAN
downstairs.
university.
I was going outside and take a fresh breath, and I woke up again. I did not sleep. Just go out and have a fresh breath and a breakfast, and I feel good. But I will go to sleep in an hour or two.
What, did you go outside?
Sleep outside?
No, did you go outside?
Yeah, just
okay, listen. So, or okay, so like what we call it is a breath of fresh air.
A breath of fresh air.
Yeah, like I went outside for a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, but it's not fresh air, I know.
Yeah, dude, that's like mind programming. It's not really fresh air. Come on, man.
Well,
Come
no,
on.
I'm reading cold air. Let's say let's make it cold. Then I wake up. Okay, it's not fresh air, but cold air.
I don't know. Cold air could feel fresh, right? With a little bit of chemtrails in it.
Well, it freshed me up, so I will be awake for a couple of minutes. Smoke a cigarette, and leave you guys alone. Well, Yvette is here too now. I see.
Who's here?
Yvette is here now.
Oh, Yvette is here. Okay.
Hello, Yvette.
She's busy with something. She'll be back in a couple of
So
seconds.
you were saying we should start a university?
I mean, you look at like, you know, the yeah. So I was saying, like, you have enough smart people around here where you could almost, you know, you could literally put together like a university, you know, like, you know, you have different subject matter. I think that all of us are, you know, like, I think each one of us has a relevant subject matter. You could almost, and you know, that's the kind of things you could build a community with, is the actual intelligence, the working know-how of a lot of the people here. You know, shoot, I'm sure like freaking guys like, you know, I don't know off the gate, but it's like a guy like Agave, and like, you know, there's different guys out there that could freaking build a house, come up with some new energy source, teach everyone else how to do it. I'm sure the homeboy's probably got a whole actual way that he lays out building a house. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these, I think, smart guys out here that have like a way about them that would be able to teach others how to live.
You're thinking too small, though, Issa. Come on now. You had it almost. You just added the city at the end. You just should have just left it at universe.
Well,
The FREECHAN universe.
University. Oh, you're
See
right.
that?
Universe. I got you.
Yeah. Cause see, I feel like the university approach. I don't know. It's like I've been to university. I don't think I learned all that I could. over here, I think that's a bit different. It's like in the universe, you know, you can teach yourself whatever you want to learn. You've got all these cool people that are out here in the universe that can, you know, kind of support you if they, you know, if that was their field of expertise or something. You know, there's a lot of people in the universe.
Well,
that's what I'm doing right now, you know?
Look at it like this. Let's say like it could be like one of those, let's say you could almost have it like this. It'd be like, okay, I'll meet you on FREECHAN at this time. And then you get together on FREECHAN and you could go create your own hangout for a specific subject matter. So each like, it's almost like, you know, I look at it like let's say like for like, or whatever, you'd have like FREECHAN is like the neutral, the common ground.
The hub.
And then yeah, and then from everywhere from there, you'd almost have like a resident like mathematician, a resident, you know, like let's say engineer. You know, you'd be able to almost acquire, or not acquire, but like, you know, be able to link up with any one of those people. And then, like, instead of clouding the chat room, you could go open up another chat designated to that.
And I'm already ahead of you, I guess, because I've already done this. Because I was here yesterday, and I saw James in the chat. So I borrowed James. We went to another hangout, like a private hangout. Of course, it wasn't, you know, broadcasted or anything, because we were just talking about a project I was doing, and he helped me out. And he gave me some great tips. Let me know, had me advance to the next step. So it was awesome.
I knew I liked you healthy. That's exactly it. So I don't think, you know, like, dude, it's like, even like, I like the way, I gotta stay healthy. I noticed something about it. It's like, you know, you always take advantage of whoever the guest is and you ask them a pertinent question.
Very selfish that way. Taking advantage of the guest.
Well, you know, it's like, you know, that it's smart. It's not like, I mean, shit, anyone who comes on the panel, I mean, you better be, you know, you're expected to have something to say, I'd imagine. If not, why are you here? So, and I noticed it. They're just like, you always take advantage of the opportunity to ask somebody a question, which is smart. You know, so the fact that you already grabbed up Jimbo to go and like have a talk about it makes total sense to me.
So what do you think about you guys posed this question? I think it was John Watson who said this earlier. Said he thought it was, he thinks going on panels and hangouts just diminishes you in learning shit. I guess it does, because if you're taught a whole bunch of shit, then coming on panels and speaking with intelligent people would diminish your ability to be affected by the shit that they program you with. So,
well, I think again, though, it's to say that you can't develop some kind of immunity to this. That's why it's like, I'm not worried about subliminal marketing or this or the other thing, because I'm aware of it.
Right, you get your bullshit radar up.
Right, so it's like, you know, and like, you know, that's where it's like, just because the woods has poison ivy in it doesn't mean don't go to the woods. It just means watch out for the poison ivy. It's like, you know, like if we are on these panels and stuff, like for me, this has been some of the best stuff, because I get to think out some of the thoughts that helps me think more. And like, you know, there's only so many experiments you can do with the P900 to try and, or, you know, I mean, you know, I don't know, you know, that it doesn't hinder it, but I don't think that it does. And for some people, I'd imagine it could, because you get wrapped up in the drama. So there is that world. But then, you know, for those of us, I think, or, you know, for anyone who can use it effective, or, you know, down the middle of the road and it's not affecting their studies, you know, then it's not affecting their studies.
Well, let's say it would depend on the subject matter, of course. If you're trying to do something practical, like if you're trying to learn how to weld, and you're on the Hangout trying to learn how to weld, well, that's not going to work out that well unless you're taking advice from somebody on the panel or something, or just watching YouTube videos and then doing it yourself in real life. That would be like a practical example of that. However, if you already know how to, what was it called, welding? If you already know how to weld, but you're trying to learn some special techniques, something extras, and there's some specialists around, that's a big bonus for me.
Right. But I tell you what, I've seen some of his John Watson's comments, and he's on point most of the time. I'm on YouTube. Like I haven't seen anything too much, or that I can remember that I've disagreed with. Like, I think I'm sure going on panels. Really, if anything, it's like we're not. What is it? Man does not live by bread alone. So it's like the idea that we need our community, we need our family, and I think a lot of us are. This is why I get so almost, I could get emotional about it in a way. It's like, it's like I don't want to see any flat earther kicked out of flat Earth or pushed away from flat Earth. There's too much. It's like you have big giant elephants in the room to attack. There's no reason to attack the small little fucking crumb eating, mouse, or the cat that's just getting a crumb to eat. Like, it's like, don't go after the little guys that know something's wrong. Go after the people that are perpetrating the lie against the people. Otherwise, or if you're not, then don't pretend like you're about free speech. Don't pretend that you're in some fucking way, shape, or form, like doing some service for humanity or something. Or don't lie to yourself. Like, I mean, most people do lie to themselves, so it surprised me. But it's like,
be real, man. That's what it is.
Be real.
You gotta
don't masquerade as something that you're not. Because like if you are, you're gonna get found out, and it's just when that day comes, are you gonna be able to handle it? Because everyone gets their day. There's no escaping your day. It's just how hard you're gonna make it for yourself.
I can't see myself, being too concerned about all the small things when we're talking about such things that make such great impacts, in the world. And I don't know. I tend to ignore all the petty stuff.
No, I see that. That's why I fucking think you're cool, man. It's like, even like when I came out here, it's like I felt like you were one of the first. I remember you being like one of the first people to ask me like a friendly, question that was actually relevant to what I'd been talking about, and I was like, "That's a fuck."
No, I think you misunderstood me though. I was playing good cop. Pitch was bad cop.
Oh yeah, no. See, that was all even escaping me, even if there was any of that, because but I remember it was like it wasn't a silly question. And that's what I remember. Is like all I remember is it was like a sound question that was on point to what I'd been talking about, and I was like, I remembered it because it made sense to me.
But kind of to shift gears, I'm kind of curious about this observation deck that Mr. D over here is building.
Oh, it was just an idea. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it before winter hits.
Even though you've got this, idea, this conception going on in your mind. So if I were to ask you that, hey, can this hangout help you out some way, towards that goal? I mean, you can kind of think of it as an educational goal if you want to. That's up to you. But I would think that you'd find some help here. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So it was kind of to go back to what John Watson was saying, that does it like really hinder learning to be on the Hangouts? I guess it would depend on the subject matter, but I think overall it can be a positive thing.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's I think whatever happens in a forum like this, you're gonna have lots of different people with lots of different personalities and lots of people communicating in different ways and hearing things differently. And there's a complete difference between what somebody says and what somebody hears. And there's a lot of misunderstandings and miscommunications, and those are bound to happen. And sometimes there's going to be blow-ups or knockdown, drag-out fights. And that's not what should be focused on. What should be focused on is how those things are recovered from, how those things are resolved, and bridging the gap for when they happen to avoid them, because they're really not necessary. Yeah, they can push some of the argument forward in a different way, or deal with some of the raw emotion that comes from, polarizing topics, but it doesn't have to be such a divisive construct.
Well, yeah, it's just like, I mean, like I think of it, and I guess this is the last I'll really into it. It's just that like we're such a small group of people throughout the world that like to isolate or to like try to push any one of us away from each other is like an extra, I would hope that anyone who whatever just takes into consideration that you're pushing someone further down not like you're pushing anyone in particular, but I mean like just I particularly can sense how it would push someone down deeper into depression, down deeper into isolation, down deeper into a rabbit hole of negativity. And it's like, if you can live that you may have done that to someone who's questioning the shape of the earth, who's in a position of isolation, if you can live with the idea that you're going to push them to further isolation, then like, it's like you're not someone who's good. Like I don't necessarily have to be the one that reprimands or changes someone like that, but I think it should be mentioned that it's not good.
Well, also sometimes people also pick their own cages. They pick their own isolation.
No, I mean, yeah, but that aside, like, I mean, yeah, no doubt, but I think also like in understanding like the grander dynamic of like the need for community and like for intelligent men, intelligent men understand that they have to care for the welfare of their whole society because it's what we're all a part of. And therefore in this small little community, and that this is our little society, if you will, I think, it's like like I say, it's like our family, and like, we have to look after one another and understand the mental, what's it? Like, I don't know, for like mental isolation that we're all suffering. Like, that it has an impact. Like, and for me personally, it's like, I had a friend, who killed himself on Christmas last year. And like, out of isolation, out of like, and I can only imagine what, but it's like, I've seen it. I've seen too much drug abuse. And it stems from this depression and this lack of fortitude. And now, granted, I could sit here and try to call someone out for their lack of fortitude, or I can try to befriend them and let them know, like, yo, you're right. Shit's crazy. You're not wrong for feeling like shit's crazy. And if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. Those are the people that I'm friends with. Those are the people that I will give an extra you know, I will give them whatever they want so that they can feel at home and at peace. But if someone's going to come and bring regular shit my way, I have zero tolerance for that. But like, you know, just in my presence. But like, I can't change what anyone does, but I would hope that people consider it that, you know, if you're going to hurt people, you may be guilty for pushing someone over the edge. So, you know, keep your, you know, like, especially amongst our community here, you know, keep it dignified. Again, intellectual arguments, that's one thing. Make your intellectual arguments. Don't be childish about your intellectual arguments. I can understand trolling somebody who's coming here to troll. I think that's funny. But, you know, let's be friendly with each other.
You kind of mentioned something about, you know, like needing society. And I think a group of people that really understand this this responsibility to society, their obligations to society, is the Japanese people. Shout out to the Japanese people. I would say that because, like, I feel like all these technologies that have, like, some of these technologies that have, you know, been suppressed by these major corporations, they were eventually let out to the public by the Japanese people. You can think about digital cameras. You know what happened? Kodak discovered, it practically invented the digital camera, and then they were just greedy. You know, they didn't want their film business to go out of go out of business, and they kept the technology from the public to the point where the Japanese people then later on, you know, they found out or something, or they developed their own shit or something happened. But what happened was it eventually made it to the public. And that's like a sense of responsibility to society. That's a responsibility that I can, like, you know, I can respect.
Also look at it like Japan lost World War II and they're not allowed to have a military. You know, they're a completely controlled state. I'm sure Kodak or whatever company with whatever technology was a fully rolled out operation. You know what I mean? Because of the idea that, like, you know, if they're ahead of their game on technology, you know, it's just a rollout. In my opinion, I don't think anything's new under the sun almost anymore. And it's like, you know, it's just like a rollout of, you know, I don't know if it was chalk it up, you know, as one a victory for the people. Like, I don't know about that. I think it almost, like, you know, you got to remember they needed photographs to be able to make sure that everyone could spy on themselves with their iPhone. You know, it's like they needed all this, you know, or whatever.
It is a double-edged sword. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I don't use a camera. Like, it would be very irresponsible of me to say or that I don't like these features. I use it. You know, I'm using one right now to talk to you. You know, so obviously I need it, and overall, it's helped my life.
Oh yeah, no, I take it to the point of like this. It's like, I don't own a phone. It's like, you know, it's my person that does. You know, it's like, who'd you get a picture of when you got a picture? You get a picture of me? You sure? Or did you get a picture of my body?
Are you not the same?
Well, you know, how could I be my body?
How could, what? Aren't you inside your body?
I know, but how could I be my body? Think about it like this. If my arm gets cut off, am I less of a man?
Yeah, you're like a one-armed man.
Right, but am I less of a spirit?
You're a wounded spirit.
You know, well, that's it. It's like, you know, like the idea that, like, how could I, you know, how could I be my body? Again, it's like the question of, like, when you're, you know, if you die, is it your body that's put into the ground or is it you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if it's your body, then that means you can identify with the fact that you're not your body. So if you can identify with the fact that you're not your body at death, why wait so long? Recognize you're not your body.
I see where you're coming from. Like, if you had a car, if you owned a car, and you're inside the car, so are you the car? Right? Is that what you're saying? Like, you're not the car, right?
That's it.
And you can change cars, but you can't really change bodies.
Well, no, but I can change capacity. 1 minute I might be like 1 minute I might be with my aunt, so I'm a nephew. The next minute I might be with like a girl that I think's pretty, where I'll be a lover.
Oh yeah.
You know, those are two different capacities for the same thing.
Some deep stuff, man.
Yeah, it's like a teacher at a school who is also a parent, and their kid might be in a different class, but they can be a parent, a teacher, and they might also be on the PTA or a civic governing board. So they can wear lots of different hats, but they're still the same thing. And you how can you be a name? How can you be a body? Like, where's the distinction? Or I guess the trick is, how do you perceive it? How do you perceive you?
Right, like that's the thing. It's like it's one thing to like ponder this. It's another thing to do it, in the sense that like like I'm not going to be asking someone like infinitely like, well, what do you think? Well, what do you think? Well, it's like it's about like hey, how you doing? Well, today I'm here as so and so, here to do this, that, the other thing. Is there anything I can do for you? If not, I gotta go. It's like it's just like I'm gonna wrap it all up in one fucking go. If I don't want to sit around and suss out all the details. It's like kind of like or I don't know. Like I remember a little bit of the conversation I had with that kid yesterday. And just the way that it went down. And like, how I'm not going to explain, certain stuff at certain times. But, help them work through why it is.
So that's an interesting thing. Yvette's here, and she
What's up with that?
she ran into 3 people who had come into their mineral shop and started talking about making necklaces, and then they dropped flat Earth right on her and Snack, and I'll start talking about it. It's like random people just showing up, meeting other flat earthers.
Oh, cool. Good stuff.
How did they know if it was a flat earther or whatever?
I don't think they did. I don't even think that's a flat earther, per se.
It's funny that there's like this one chick she was like at the college. She's like, she said she saw one kid with a flat earth tattoo. And I was like, dude, I was like, find him. Like, that's what's up. Or, I was like, because she knows it, like, she knows I'm a flat earth, but she's not, she thinks I'm retarded because of it.
No, they stopped in a random shop. Total dead shop.
Oh, they stopped in a random shop?
Yeah, just read the chat.
Yeah, I was scrolling back.
So they stopped at a store, and the store people in the store, they're like, oh, flat earth this. Have you heard about flat earth?
Ask her.
Snack's like, here's my t-shirt. My FREECHAN t-shirt. My
YouTube,
FREECHAN cap.
Telling me that Snack sent you.
Snack's like, yeah, I know. I'm kind of a big deal on FREECHAN.
I'm kind of a celebrity on flat earth.
Yeah, like just so you know, like do you want my autograph now or
do you want to wait until you find out?
Word up. I think what we need is a superhero. We need like a flattered man.
We need like a. Don't we need a Jewish person for that?
Nah.
I don't think us
We
goyams
just need
are
we just need a
licensed
Jewish
to be
person.
super.
No, we just need a Jewish person to produce it.
Okay. Did you hear about that joke Jimmy does? All superheroes are Jewish.
Wow, nice.
He's got his little
perfect.
schemes of why they are.
I love Jimmy. It's so funny. All superheroes are Jewish.
Jimmy's hilarious.
So funny.
Yeah, it almost gets into like 6 degrees of separation, but somehow every superhero can be related to
I wonder
Judaism
if
in
like
some way.
I wonder
And
if
I
like
actually found a website where he could go and do all his research on all the different characters and all the different religions and which ones were which.
I wonder if it's like for Jewish people it's like 2 degrees of separation.
There's 3 for the rest of us.
6 for the rest of us.
Oh, damn, you guys are behind.
Yeah, I only got Bangladesh. You only got 4.
No,
actually,
I'm just
you guys are everywhere, right? Shit. No doubt.
Shout out to Dave High out in chat.
Nice. Hawaii
We're
Dave.
gonna have a flat Earth meetup in Hawaii at Dave's house.
Cool. Thanks, Dave.
When is that happening?
I don't know. As soon as Dave goes on vacation, we'll move in.
Yeah. We got to tell them they just found a reservoir of orgonite somewhere.
Yeah, he'll move his ass to get
Like,
there.
yeah, with like a map with like an X marks the spot thing. He's got to go. It's like a 6-week trip. They just partying at Dave's house. he keeps calling in, and we're like, yeah, no, it's the next spot. There's another map. His name's Shifty. He's over on the island of. Dave's out there like, are you serious? Are you sure? Sorry, Dave. Just bust the balls.
Just busting your balls.
Just bust the balls. Breaking my balls and breaking my balls.
Breaking my falls.
Breaking my balls.
Shout out to Chow Young Cat. I've only got an EMR detector
Nice.
and some organite, a 3-inch organite pyramid. Placed it next
Safe.
to the laptop, and
Safe.
EMR meter went to safe. Some magic crystals.
Nice. And magic crystal. That shit is weird though.
Not magic crystals. It'd be an energetic mineral that dampens the effects of electromagnetic radiation.
And it's pretty wild.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, like I like incense. Like nice kind of incense.
Chow Yun Cat. Do you think he's really Oriental? Do you think he's Asian? There's no other Asians here. Feel so lonely. Chow. What's going on, Chow?
Maybe that's the name of his cat.
Ah, damn. Like it's like a Persian cat. Or I actually forgot there was a breed of Japanese cat that used to know.
Hey, my good friends. I have to tell you something.
Is that Santa Claus?
Yeah, man. It's me from jail. No, I'm just joking.
Ask
You
me a
guys
question,
can-
motherfucker.
Don't make me up because I almost fall asleep. I'm going to, I've been awake for a long time, so I'm going to open a new one, and you guys can stay in this one, and when this one is over, you can jump all over to the other one.
All over it.
Yvette or
Should
Snack
the
I'm sorry. This one will
no.
What? I cannot understand.
Put the link. I was just gonna say put the link in the chat somewhere.
Oh no, you will.
In one of the hangouts.
Yvette or Snack will do that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, sounds good.
I just leave this one, so to open another one. I was just saying. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sleepy. I was just saying goodbye to you all, guys, and I take a sleep.
See you later, Vince.
I take a sleep for 4 hours. Thank you.
See you in like 7 minutes.
Damn it! I'm trying to talk. I'm gonna
See you in
sleep
like 9
in.
minutes.
I think what is it? 4 hours or something. I'll be back.
Okay, see you in a few minutes, buddy.
Yeah, you never know.
But we know.
Okay, guys, I see you. I don't know. I'm not sure what's gonna happen if I leave this, but we will see.
There's another rebel in here. I think we'll be fine.
I know, but I know the last time it was going wrong, but it's okay, no problem. Guys, see you later in a couple of minutes.
It's always a good idea to go to hot. You go to school hot.
You getting healthy? Are you getting healthy high right now?
Oh yeah. Gotta go see my professor. Just relaxing the nerves a little bit. Gotta go give him an update on what I've been doing.
What have you been doing?
Data, so you guys could go with me. I've been making that online store. I've been making an online mango store. And I lost it. What happened?
How many different mango products are you selling?
Well, for now, it's just going to be like a mock type of site. It's not going to, actually conduct any business just yet, but later on it will. Mango products, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 types of mango products, like things that are made from mangoes, and about 10 variations of mangoes that I sell. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to switch over to my data.
You still around, Isa? Isa.
Yeah. Sorry.
I wanna say thanks for all your help lately, man. I appreciate it. Your
Oh man.
insights and
Yeah.
inputs on writing those letters, and I actually did a little bit of practice over the phone today. I got one of those calls that, are you so and so? I have urgent information for so and so. Like, well, who is this? Well, this
Oh,
is
nice.
so and so, and who are you? Well, I'm so and so. Are you this and this? I'm like, well, what is this? What is this in regards to? I'm sorry. Is this? And then they'd ask me again, and I'm just like, I'm going to be unable to. I'd be happy to answer your question as long as you'll answer mine first. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time to play these games with you. Like, okay, have a good day. So
That's it,
yeah,
man.
I've been a little bit of
That's where to do
four-door
it, too.
commerce practicing.
That's exactly where to do it. It's like, like you don't want, I think of it like, you don't want to have to try to do this on the side of the road with a cop. Like it's like, that first shot. So it's like, you know how to do it with like the guy who calls you up, the guy who does, like, when I first started getting into this, I would do it with anybody, everybody,
Yeah.
all the time.
Well, I've been doing it here around work too, as well as when I meet new customers or talking with customers. But whoever calls up, pulls up, or pulls you over. But you want to practice whenever you can on when somebody either calls up or pulls up and asks you questions. You just start asking them right back.
So, and also too, you start like once you start getting accustomed to the mind, like once you see what's going on, you can never be like unseen. In my opinion, like when you wake up to this, again, it's like you can't help but to see it. And like things are bad. It's like you're the one that has to make them better, and it's like it's all. I think definitely interesting.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, and I've seen it for a long time. I've probably seen it more than most, but I never really had a practical use of it or a application. Have all the knowledge and comprehension of how this process works, but as far as taking that responsibility on myself and doing my own things, making creditor moves, like we've talked about before, like I've only just recently understood that concept and started shifting my focus and my paradigm that way. That's really been beneficial. So I appreciate your insights and your contributions to that process for me. It's been awesome.
Yeah, welcome, brother. Yeah, I'm just happy that there's receptive ears. I think I might have to pass out, brother.
Shout out to Itmar.
Shout out Itmar. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tune out, brother. I'm gonna put my head down, try to get a little bit of sleep.
Yeah, it's. I know it's about 4 a.m. for you. It's about 3 a.m. here.
Wow.
Get going here pretty soon as well.
I got passed out for a second.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of something called Cape of Gaia?
What is it? Something about Gaia.
Talking about Judge bows to Gaia.
Sorry about that. I had a little bit of ambient street music. No, it's called Kate O'Guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Judge bows to Kate of Gaia. Yeah, I've seen it.
Is it? Is it it's something to do with legal name fraud.
Is it the tranny guy?
And
No, I'm not sure, but it's about a guy who, I think it's a Canadian court proceeding, and he surrenders the birth certificate across the rail, and the judge leaves, and they claim the court and dismiss the case, and yell out that the judge has abandoned ship, and I don't know what else came of that case or what the next process was, but I did find it interesting.
Is that the video with is it like it's just like, it's a head-on view of the judge?
Yeah, it's like aimed at the guy's back almost, who's speaking, and the judge is like off to the front left.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Kind of old.
Behind the defendant's table.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Like a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question was, sorry guys, I got kind of cut off a little bit. Did you guys think it was a hoax?
I don't know about a hoax. I just don't have the case number or the docket number to research to see the full case. Like what was the ruling? Like, was there any documentation, or is that just it? Is that just the only video? I haven't researched the story further. Have you?
Yeah, from what I heard is that this guy did this and he walked out on the court, but the judge came back and continued with the proceedings without him, and then they found they looked for him in jail for like 2 years.
Interesting. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, if you're gonna be a pirate right back at him, then that's a conflict. It's
Also, too, it's like you got that charging instrument. Yeah, that's what I had heard about that case, that the guy had a warrant put out for him. Like it just gets to that charge. You leave that charge open, and it doesn't matter. Like he gave them the birth certificate, but he didn't tell them what to do with it. He didn't say, "Hey, accept this for set-off, settlement, and closure, and use it for this and this reason." He never made, like the UCC says, it's got to be under a simple contract. So you got to tell them what to do with it. You got to say, "Hey, use this for any incumbents on the name. Thank you very much. Goodbye." If there's any problem with that, respond in 10 days on a notary seal, or else it's agreed that you're in possession of tender for set off. And if you refuse it, then it's discharged. And if you want to move forward on the case, then wouldn't you be denying equal protection due process of law? Well, there's a bunch of ways to handle it. It's just a matter of where your head's at. Like, I wonder sometimes, like, I know I speak really fast about all this subject matter, but I would hope that some of it gets through, like, in seeing it, like, you get a charging instrument, and if it doesn't get settled, then the court has subject matter jurisdiction because there's charge.
right. And they have to do the proper procedure to put that charge in motion.
The way that they're used to doing it.
And like that same court case that Healthy just mentioned that shows that, or he heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but it could be that, once he left after saying and doing that, the judge came back in. They continued proceedings within what's called in absentia, or being absent, because he's already given over his identification certificate. And like Issa hasn't told him what to do with it, and so they're just going to continue the process because they have everything they need. He doesn't even need to be there. So yeah, they can, make a plea for him and then issue the warrant and try to get him to come back in to handle it properly. He's still not doing that. He's still making mistakes. That's why it's not working. That's what everybody's been doing over the last 20, 25, 30, 40 years in trying to figure out the proper remedy process to go through to get remedy. And some things have worked and some things haven't. And there's no like one size fits all, thing that's gonna work every time. And I think what you talk about with the charging instrument and stopping the controversy before there even is one, so there's no reason to be at court. I think that has a very high potential of having an impact, because it's not controversy. It's not fighting or arguing the merits of the case. It's none of that. It's settling the matter. Anyway, it is about 3 in the morning. As always, it's been a pleasure speaking with y'all.
Yeah, bro, let's get some sleep.
Hey, sorry about that, D. I was on the road. But yeah, that's actually a very interesting point that you made, that they could just continue on without you. And there is no one way to win against the system. And that's what I keep seeing, is like people trying to show that you could beat the system, but in the end, it seems like many of these people have failed attempts, and then they have to change their name to stay hidden or something, It's kind of weird.
Right. Well, that's all just old thought process. It's like it's going so far back, looking for the remedy, that they go all the way back to the common law or the first laws, or some abstract case law or precedent, which, in my opinion, from my assessment, does not exist. There is no more law. Everything is public policy. And public policy is for each particular relation and situation. So it's not going to apply equally to everyone. It's all going to be based on who you are and what your status is. So your capacity, so to speak, to sue or be sued, or be liable or have credit. So it's just, and it's hard to shift those, old paradigms that are so ingrained with law and common law, and how it's supposed to be about justice and, everyone's equal. And I don't think it's ever going to go back to that, because we're now in grace. The law has been fulfilled. And in grace, there's forgiveness of debt and discharge of obligation. There's no way to ever pay for anything. We're just passing around pieces of paper that are evidence of debt. And how can you pay a debt with a debt? It's not possible. You're only exchanging the burden. There's no discharge of the burden. And if we were to start doing what we're supposed to be doing, and discharging our liabilities and handling our business as men and women, then there wouldn't be so much debt to pass around, and we can actually unsaddle ourselves and our posterity from the chains of debt slavery.
I hope the music in the background isn't coming through.
No.
Yeah, man. Some crazy times we live in. I guess we are not equal. Privileged peoples out there, but I mean, still, it's like a fight that you gotta keep fighting. So it's something that we can't give up on.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure once again, Healthy, Issa, Yvette,
Yeah,
and Vincent. Thank you for FREECHAN, for holding it down. Everybody else in chat, Itmar, be well, my friend. Y'all have a good night.
Have a good night, D. Ambient street music time. এগুলো কি করা যায় না রসগোল্লা